communist,
radical left influencer,
Hasan Piker,
dirtbag left,
Hasan Piker,
pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan
Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom in Afghanistan.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
The assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope,
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Malak Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. I know, really enjoyed it. Yeah. How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from... Brother, this bitch zoomed in? Wait, what do you mean? Is the voice? Oh, shit. Hold on.
All right. I fixed it. God damn it. El Diablo voice was out. Instead of, listen, I'd rather have the El Diablo voice rather than the other one, Giga voice. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Saturday. Saturday, normally fun day, but today our fun is going to be IRL related. But Tank Top Stream when? It's coming. Okay, it's going to happen. Say Omega level mutant detected. I'm not going to say that. New addition to the soundboard. This is not the soundboard. This is my mobile setup. Anyway, we're live. And I hope everyone's having a great one. The music video was cropped and zoomed into. Technical issue? Was it? I'm not cropped and zoomed. Am I? Mandela Barnes dropped out today? Dog, Mandela Barnes dropped out days ago. Yeah? You are not? No, you're fine. Anyway, folks. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I look very professional. I look like Patrick Bet-David with this with this background, I feel like. Anyway, it is Saturday, August 1st, first day of August. We're in the 8th month already. The year is passing by, and it is crazy. Anyway, we're live, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. You look English? Cool. I like that. You look like that which you most despise, law. I know, but I also like Gas Only Club. Thank you for 25 get the subs. I also like the Sigma Grindset podcast style situation. I like it. Much love from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Let's go, Abdul. Hell yeah. I will talk about the Spain situation today. I have some time before the IRL component later, so I'll have some time and I'll be able to get into it. That suit made Mark Levin cry. I mean, I've been making a lot of conservatives cry. You look like a high-powered executive in a gentleman's club. Good. Good. You have a mild piece of lint under your pin? It's gone. Oh, I'm tired. I'm going to be honest. I'm tired. Okay? Last night I ended the broadcast. But the work didn't end. Okay? I ended the broadcast thinking that I would go to sleep at a reasonable hour. But it turns out that wasn't in the cards for me. Okay? What was in the cards for me instead was to go canvassing for Donovan McKinney. Adam Hamawi asked me to do it with him, so I was like, you got it. Okay? I was like, you got it. Adam, you ask me anything, Adam, I'll do it. Doors open. Anyway. So, Adam was like, yo, come canvas. And I said, sure. So me, Donovan, and Adam, we went out to start canvassing. Yes, Austin Ox, I recorded it. David recorded it. We did. We went to Hamtramck on no food whatsoever. We get to a Yemeni coffee shop. I was so hungry that I ate a brownie, a pistachio Dubai chocolate brownie. El Diablo voice? Let me hear what it sounded like.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Pike, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live.
What the fuck? Oh, the desktop is zoomed in. Oh, that's what's up. Bro, what the fuck? This is absolutely a classic. This is a classic David situation. That's why the fucking desktop was like weird. Classic David had to tweak every damn thing. Oh no. Oh no. What the fuck? No. God damn it, dude. Wow. David. Stand with David? No, we are not standing with David. This motherfucker changed everything, bro. He changed the display settings. Oh no. Now we gotta. Is it 1440? There it is. There it is. I fixed it. Hold on. I gotta fucking zoom in on this bitch too. Or zoom out. Okay, this is fine. 125 is fine. Okay. David is a settings pervert. He really is. He loves changing settings. Like, he loves tweaking shit. Anytime he touches something, he's got to tweak like 18 different things. And it's hilarious because I am very like set in my ways. I have my settings. I'm super autistic. You know? He, of course, changed the display settings for some reason. That's why it was punched in. Haley Stevens called you talented. Yeah, that's one way to look at what she said. Anyway, listen. As I was saying, I figured it out. I fixed it. We're good. Desktop is back to being normal and not punched in. As I was saying, Brownie POV. Oh yeah, here I am downing it at this barber shop. Yeah, we went to bro's always eating. Dog, are you serious? Bro is always eating? Even off camera, I can't be eating food. Why are you in the dean's office? Because I'm the dean. Yeah, I just realized this is kind of Streamers University. This is kind of Streamer University. Even like the backdrop and the jacket too, because they were wearing this color as well. But where was I? What was I talking about? So, you know what? I'll get into the feedback because not a chud ass loser, but basically the long and sweet of it is I went to bed real late last night at like 12, and then I couldn't sleep that much. I woke up at like 6, went back to sleep, woke up at 8, went back to sleep, woke up at 9. I'll give you guys all that update after I blast off. I'll give you the personal news after I blast off because it's related to the news. But it was a fun experience overall. People were shocked to see me in their Yemeni restaurant in Hamtramck at like 11 doing canvas operations for Donovan McKinney. HasanAbi heads were confused. They're like, "Damn, bro, what the fuck are you doing here?" But yeah, this is a fun experience from when Will met Norm, who suspects us of being a gay couple.
So Will met Norm Finkelstein yesterday. You tell the story.
Let me tell it. It was my fault because I was talking to Norm and he was like, "So how do you know Hasan?" And I'm like, "Oh, we're partners." And he's like, "Oh, partners." And I was like, "Oh, I'm like his co-host." And he's like, "Oh, okay. And how long have you known each other?" And I was like, 17 years. And I could see him kind of be like, is this Hasan's gay lover? Like, I could see him kind of like speculating in his mind, like, who is this guy? It was pretty funny.
Yeah, no, he straight up thought we were gay lovers. Like, he was like, okay. Is Norm European? No, he's New York through and through. Was he wearing the tank top when he asked? No, but he also had the nails. And Norm is like 80 plus, right? Norm's generation, they see a dude wearing nail painting, like nail polish. They're like, "Oh, that's a homosexual." You know what I mean? He's 72, but I like to say Norm is 80. Everyone's 80. And if you're actually 80, you're 850. You guys should know this by now. This is a HasanAbi trope. If you're 80 years old, if you're over the age of like 50, you're a boomer and you're basically 80. And if you're actually 80 years old, then you're literally 854, 850 plus. Anyway, he's 70, but he lives like he's from a different century, man. My man doesn't have a cell phone. He admitted to us on the broadcast that he doesn't use an ATM. He learned recently that ATMs are obsolete. Okay? He learned recently that ATMs are obsolete. Like he's so old, certain technology, like he lives such an old school lifestyle that certain technologies that he never even touched have passed him by at this point. He calls his assistant a webmaster. Okay? Anyway, Michigan, Fox News is losing it. Bill Maher loses it on communism. Straight closed. Situation monitored. Tuesday race is coming up. And then, hold on. Amir Israel. Amir Israel entertains big strike on Iran. Donovan McKinney later. Get in now. Haley Stevens is talking about you. I know. I'm the talk of the motherfucking town, dude. I know. All right. Do we have a blast off meme? Let's start there. We prefer to be called web perverts instead of webmasters. You want to be called a web pervert? All right, give me a blast off meme, chat. Okay, I got one. This anti-gaming lobby is funny. Is your suit red or brown? I can't tell. It's burgundy. I like web gooners. We're going to talk about how Israel orchestrated a migrant crisis for Spain by way of Morocco. Morocco is not doing too great. Is not looking too hot lately. Okay, we'll get to all of that. We'll get to that as well. It's also one of those like insane things where if you're David Duke, you got to have a fucking aneurysm, right? When shit like this happens, because you're just nutting. You're like, oh my God, the Jewish state is openly orchestrating a migrant crisis for a European country. That's literally what the Tucker Carlsons of the world, the Nick Fuentes of the world, like that's what they say Jews are doing. They're doing great replacement. Like that's their fucking conspiracy theory. And here you have Israel literally being like, yeah, it's awesome. We did that shit. It was dope. Once again, another moment where Israel just looks at like protocols and is like, looks at all of the most like insane anti-Semitic conspiracies and is like, yeah, we should do all of that. We should do some of this, you know, and then say that we're doing it for Jewish people. Say that we're doing it for Jewish people, and then you know, and let's see how people react to it. You know, they're trope maxing. Anyway, so where to begin? Okay, so yeah, last night your boy was out working, okay? Call me the DSA right the way I'm out here trekking, hauling ass for elections. I am election maxing, okay? Basically, groundwork. basically, or is it SMC? Okay. I'm telephoning, I'm phone banking, I'm canvassing, I'm DSA right currently. Okay. Just for the time being, for the duration. Talk to me about foreign policy. Talk to me about the future of this country. I am, bro, DSA left does this stuff too. I know. I'm making a joke. Can I make a little caucus joke? Is it allowed? No, it's not. Okay. In any case, I'm out here enjoying the process of engaging with elections. Wait, were you helping at McKinney staging location last night? You helping set up get out the vote canvas packets? How many UAW folks you've seen so far? 88 month subscriber, by the way. Has to be one of the longest. H Bizzle, you are not one of the longest. Okay. Lib Bizzle. It was too late for UAW folks. We were literally doing it at like 9. We're doing it after 9 p.m., 10 p.m. So a lot of the UAW folks were probably sleeping. They do it during the day. We do it at night. Anyway, as I was saying, but yeah, UAW is busting ass, hauling ass out here too. So, Adam and Donovan are like, oh, let's go link up with Donovan. Let's do a canvas thing. I was like, of course. So I get in the car, get out there. I still haven't eaten. I'm starving. Okay, at this point, it's like 9 p.m. and I still haven't eaten a single damn thing. Not even a goddamn cookie. Okay, I was like, fuck it, we ball. I'm out here. I'm here. Slut me out. I am at your service. I am at your disposal. Okay. Why are people saying eat? Eat. But we'll be having some Detroit pizza later, so at least there's that. So yeah, I scarfed down this brownie at the barber shop, and let me tell you, okay, look, I've done canvas stuff. I've done canvassing in underserved neighborhoods, and more often than not, in underserved neighborhoods, people are kind of uninvolved with elections. Okay. But there are certain things that I can point to, as you guys have seen in Denver, for example, that I can point to that immediately causes them to lock in, immediately connects the realm of like political action with one of the problems that they're experiencing in their lives, right? In Denver, it was the data center. I would be like, you like that shit? They say, no, fuck no. Let's fix it, right? And I'll be honest, in Hamtramck, because this is like a more Muslim neighborhood now. Hamtramck used to be Polish, now it's Muslim, like a lot of Muslim migration, a lot of Yemeni folks. It's like, near Dearborn, obviously. I thought AIPAC would be a prescient point. AIPAC would be a salient point. No. Okay? Not even a little bit. The amount of people that were just like super disinterested, whether they're Yemeni or not, was very interesting. For them, it was all DTE, and for them, it was childcare. Okay? It was DTE and childcare, from my experience, which I found to be an interesting anecdote, because I would ask some of the people, like, what do you think about Israel? What do you think about AIPAC? And they were like, nope. Don't have any opinions about it at all, which I thought was interesting. But yeah, DTE is the power company, the local power company in Michigan that everybody fucking hates. Utility company. So, yeah, I mean, people were not locked in on the news at all. They were oblivious that there was an election happening, which makes sense. And And we'll have more insight, and we'll talk about this more with Donovan later as well. But yeah, obviously the main issue is affordability for a lot of folks. They're just like living their days, living day to day, working, and they don't care about foreign policy, which is fine. I don't expect everybody to care about it. And the more successful way to talk about foreign politics or foreign policy with a lot of folks was around, like, we're taking the money that we should be spending here, where these neighborhoods are in a state of disrepair, and we're sending it overseas. Do you like that for war? And they go, no, fuck no. That is messed up. Bro, I sent an Uber Eats to the venue, but you ended stream right after when it got there. Wait, that's crazy. I've been to that area. Those families are big, and DTE is a bigger problem than APAC will ever be. Those two issues will absolutely have more direct impact. Yeah. Well, good thing for us. Our side is pushing for accountability on that front as well, on DTE as well. Last year, my DTE bill for my one bedroom went from $60 to well over $100. Yeah. Most people in Michigan have backup generators due to how shit and common outages are with DTE. Bro, it is. Let me tell you something, guys. Last time I went to Hamtramck, the side that I saw of Hamtramck was far different than this side I saw. Okay? The neighborhoods that we were traversing were in a state of disrepair. Okay? Same with different parts of Dearborn I've been to. Same with different parts of Detroit I've been to. But God damn, dude. America really is a motherfucking third world country with a Gucci belt. Like, it's so messed up how much wealth this country has and how little we spend it on some of these other parts of the country. It is a disaster. Okay? It is so fucked up. Like, the fact that you guys are sincerely talking about brownouts and blackouts in a supposedly first world country, developed country, one of the wealthiest country on the planet, right? That's insane. Like, I grew up with blackouts because I was growing up in Turkey. I'm used to blackouts, right? But that's Turkey. That was the whole point. There is no blackouts in America, right? That's not supposed to happen in America. As a matter of fact, when I would come to America, I was shocked at how stable the grid was back in the day. Like, if you are growing up in a developing country, if you're growing up in a country not as wealthy as the United States of America, outside of the Western world, if you ever had the opportunity to visit America, you would look at how good the infrastructure was in comparison to your country, right? Now, many of you are American, so this is not for you, I guess. This is not an experience that you can comprehend, but that's like a common thing that people outside of the United States used to say about the United States. This is a very common thing that we bring up about how good the American grid is, how reliable it is. Nowadays, we're going to have Americans moving to other countries and being like, you know what? America's hollowed out. You guys don't understand how bad it is. It's not even just a city area either. Out here in the suburbs, we get fucked by DTE outages constantly as well. I've had at least 3 outages that lasted at least a few hours just in the past 2 months. Yeah. 30,000 homes without power for 3+ days in Detroit, last big one. They keep getting rate increase approvals from the state despite this. This is why DTE is such a big issue in southeastern Michigan. Yeah. And once a crisis hits the suburbs, Once the crisis hits the suburbs, you know it's fucked. If the middle class and the wealthy are getting impacted, you know it's really fucked. This is an old photo of you? That's funny. Okay? No, that's not me. That's the motherfucking Rizzler. It's a real honor to be compared to his level of greatness, but I don't. He looks horrible. How dare you say that? He looks like the GOAT. Anyway, but it was a fun experience overall. Very, very valuable experience. Finally had like a little bit of shawarma. Walked around, talked to some folks, saw some NYC DSA folks that are out here as well. You know, they really love their elections over there. They love elections so much. But yeah, it was a great experience. And then I went to bed, woke up, and the reason why I'm late this morning is because I was doing an interview. Because I have a journalist that's like following me along, as you guys know, trailing me around, and is, you know, covering the insurgent left movement with a focus on your boy. And this community as well. Another 20K down the drain. You already know what's up. That's it. Cut up quotes incoming. No. It's going to be a long piece. It's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big one. Let's get started. Let's get started here in my current backyard. I'm in Michigan, as you guys know, for the insurgent slate out here. Will Lawrence, Aisha Faruqi as well, but certainly Donovan McKinney and Abdul El-Sayed. We're door knocking. We're getting the word out. And so is Abdul's opponent, Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens was asked a question by the wonderful Sam Robinson, who has who's increasingly becoming a household name.
That about it.
Sam Robinson poses a question to Haley Stevens in her campaign stop earlier.
You said.
Says, I asked U.S. Representative Haley Stevens about her tweet accusing her opponent, Abdul El-Sayed, of blaming all of his problems on Jewish Americans.
That your opponent blames all his problems on Jewish Americans. You're commenting on a video of him talking about the AIPAC money coming into this race.
By the way, I've jokingly said to Sam that he sounds like Haley Stevens before. That's his voice you're hearing on the other side of the camera.
That about it. You said that your opponent blames all his problems on Jewish Americans. You're commenting on a video of.
I'm going to try to link up with him today. I'm going to try to get him to say what gives. I want to hear what he has to say. I want to hear what he sounds like if he says what gives. Okay? What gives?
Him talking about the AIPAC money coming into this race. What made you say that?
You know, look, I think that there's been a lot of talk from my opponent throughout this race, about AIPAC, about, foreign policy and those issues. And actually, as I was driving out here, I was talking to one of our community leaders in Detroit. He just happened to call me. He's all fired up about the race. And he said, this is about what's going on in the east side of Detroit and the west side of Detroit. My opponent, you can look at who I've campaigned with versus who he's campaigned with. My opponent in this Democratic primary, he brought in Hasan Piker, this, talented.
What is this guy doing, bro? Hey, my man. Why are you shaking your damn head? Okay. What are you doing back there? Okay. I love this guy. As soon as my name gets mentioned, he goes, no, hell no, not Hasan.
My opponent in this Democratic primary, he brought in Hasan Piker, this, talent.
He said, nah, Hasan. Nah. Nah, what? He said, what gives? I hate that she found all 4 of the brothers who will ride for her to appear in one frame.
Streamer or blogger who.
Yeah, this was beautiful. Haley Stevens called me talented and a blogger for some weird reason. Because I don't know. Blogger is like, is this 2012? The fuck do you mean blogger? But it turns out it's not just Israel that comes to her in her dreams. Okay, I come to her in her dreams as well.
He brought in Hasan Piker, you know, this, I guess, talented streamer or blogger who has been, you know, very anti-Semitic,
That's crazy.
Took Hasan Piker right to the college campuses, which we know have been really rife with division, right? And, you know, he took him there, and this is someone who said America deserved 9/11. You know, I've been out campaigning in Michigan.
This guy loved that. He's like, yeah. Wait, is he agreeing with her? Is he agreeing with me? He's like, wait a minute. I love the reaction from the other people. She actually doesn't know what you do. She's a fake hater. Of course. She just got the talking points downloaded. She downloaded the talking points. She says you're bullying her. She calls me an anti-Semite. Of course. What am I, not supposed to push back?
In Grand Rapids a handful of weeks ago with the former commissioner of Social Security.
I think you are not beating the anti-black allegations, brother. Brother, I am literally going to Detroit later today, okay?
No, people's Social Security.
You'll see. It's all bullshit. That stuff is bullshit.
Is on the
Most of the HasanAbi heads that I saw in Hamtramck, there's hella black HasanAbi heads in Hamtramck, okay? They were stoked.
Fine. You know,
they just, you know, don't happen to be at Haley Stevens' campaign stops.
They are bankrupting, the they being Donald Trump, they are bankrupting the Social Security Trust. A fully paralyzed veteran asked me if he was still going to have access to his benefit check. You know, we got to stand with our incredible veterans. You know, the earned benefits. You know, and look, I'm also campaigning, you know, with Scott Benson and Jerry, you know, and community leaders. You know, I brought in a civil rights icon. You know, my friend, my collaborator in the Democratic Manufacturing Working Group, Jim Clyburn. So I think who folks are campaigning with, you know, that needs to be called out. Look, you know, I know what Michigan leadership looks like. I know how to, you know, make it through a tough race and what it's going to take to bring people together when this is all over. You know, I'm saying that we're all.
Great message from Haley Stevens. Good closing message. He brought in Hasan Piker, this talented streamer who's been very anti-Semitic. Yeah, I tweeted this out earlier as well. Just, you know, this morning I was feeling like it was, you know, I was feeling like I wanted to go down memory lane. Now, one of the things that I noticed immediately was the fact that she didn't answer the fucking question again. Okay? She did the thing again. Shifty Stevens. She shifted away. The question is very direct. Was like, hey, why are you accusing Abdul of blaming all of his problems on Jewish Americans? Oh, because he campaigned with Hasan Piker, who's anti-Semitic. First of all, no, the fuck I'm not. Okay? But regardless, that's not the question. Like, that's not even an answer to the question. Oh, Abdul is blaming everything on Jewish Americans. You didn't even say, I'm blaming everything on Jewish Americans. And even if that was the case, which it's not, that still wouldn't answer why you said Abdul is blaming everything on Jewish Americans. Max Glass, longtime senior strategist to Daniel Strauss on Hasan the Hun and their Go Everywhere strategy. This episode revealed an important aspect of the Democratic primary electorate in Michigan or elsewhere. The Hasan Piker situation was very interesting in that, yes, He's very popular with younger voters, and I think people were excited to see somebody who's willing to do the work of reaching those voters. Glass told me in an interview. For us, it was like, let's show people we're the only campaign willing to actually really go and have real conversations with some of these influencers that are having an impact with young voters. Look at that. So on the comment section of the TikTok videos, people call you anti-Semitic, and when asked to pull up the quote, they can't find it. Yeah, because there is none. There is none. Like, even the shit that they could point to be like, oh, he loves Hamas or something, right? Like, if they were to be like, oh, he loves Hamas, then you very quickly reveal that there is nothing, okay? There is none. Of course there is none. I'm not anti-Semitic. And it's not even like a gray area, okay? I have spent a good deal of my career combating far-right, and my entire career combating far-right reactionary thought. And a big part of that is also identifying anti-Semitic tropes and combating and fighting against anti-Semitism. So it's just like they tried to make this into a moment. And most people understand when you say that, most people understand that when you say that, that just means you're anti-Israel, okay? Which sucks to suck for them because that's the majority. That's the majority position. But these guys still think they can keep hitting those lines over and over again. Remember when Norm said, you probably think Jews are cheap, he got you there? Yeah, I wanted to be like, I don't, but he's just not going to believe me, so I didn't even like fucking retort back. Like there is an issue that I have with Norm's belief system that I'm fundamentally at odds with. I do think that you can, like, even if there are implicit biases that people have, no, you can absolutely train yourself not to have any fucking biases whatsoever. Like I do not, even with all of the readily available evidence, okay, that one suspects that the average American Jewish person will be, at least in some way, shape, or form, pro-Israel to a limited degree or to a great degree. I don't arrive at any conversation that I'm having with a person that I've never encountered before with that assumption in mind. I don't think like that. I don't think like that at all. So no, I don't think that, I don't agree with that assessment. Like no matter how much I've seen it, it still doesn't change my initial assumption about a person, right? And I think that's the normal and healthy attitude to pose, a normal and healthy attitude to have in general. Perhaps I'm too charitable, and many people have said I am, and many people have criticized me for it, but that's just who I am. But that's a good thing. You have to operate like that. You can't assume that people are irredeemable, or you can't assume what they think until they tell you what they think. Okay? And if I didn't operate like that, if I did not have a firm commitment to rehabilitation, for example, a firm commitment to the fact that people can change their minds, then I wouldn't be as successful in doing what I'm doing with so many people who have changed their minds in this community, who have become firm and committed advocates, strong warriors of the working class. You know? What I can't stand is when people take this statement in a cynical direction. Okay? When people take my consistent and reliable position on everyone can change their minds. I'm always going to believe that, people can be rehabilitated. And not only that, but also I'm just going to, operate as though everyone is a blank slate when I first meet them until they show me otherwise. People will then cynically assume that I'm doing that for some other purpose. Earlier, you mentioned Morocco. What do you mean Israel caused it? Israel and America got the Moroccan government to send like 40,000 people into Spanish administered territory. We'll get into it in a little bit. It's not even on some conspiracy shit either. Like the New York Times is openly covering it as such. You know what I mean? It was classic Israel in the way that they did it, in the shameless way that they took ownership over it, that even the fucking New York Times was like, okay, well now we have to investigate what's actually going on here. You know? How is everything Israel? I don't know, man. It's not my damn fault. The New York Times said Morocco did it, but did they say Israel told them to? No, they didn't. But Israel took ownership over it. So I'm skeptical that Israel and the U.S. got Morocco to do it. It seems like something Morocco did on its own. Really. Morocco's done this in the past, never to this degree. And not only that, but also they were doing it while American envoys were there. They were doing it after the American government literally signaled that they want Morocco to do it. Come on, dude. Israel also posted about it. Like Israeli envoys posted about it. Really? That's a stretch? Are we doing that? That's a stretch. We're doing that. Like, this isn't like Israel killed Charlie Kirk. That's a fucking ridiculous conspiracy, which, again, if you want to believe that, fine. I don't. But there are varying degrees of engineering that takes place when it comes to foreign policy, different tools, different pawns. I don't know if Israel had much to do with this. They'll take advantage of it, but Morocco has done this before independently. I know, but never to this degree. And America directly had an involvement here. Okay? This is yet another circumstance where Israel and America are aligned because they have the same opposition. They have the same international enemies. Okay, we'll get into it in a second. Yes, I know. Netanyahu tweeted about funding separatist groups in Morocco all the way back in 2019. I know. I saw the Yair Netanyahu tweets as well. Okay? Hold on. We'll get into it. We will get into it. I don't understand. How would this benefit America? I am going to get into it. Oh my God. I'm going to get into it. I'm going to get into it. I'm going to get into it. I'm not going to do it right now, though. I'm talking about something entirely different. We're talking about Michigan. Okay? It has a lot to do with Spain's relationship with Algeria. And it has a lot to do with Spain's attitude against America, against NATO, against America's actions in Iran, and also Spain's statements against Israel as well. I'm going to get into it in a little bit. Yeah, Spanish support for Palestine, all of that plays a role in this. If you are to say it's America being the engineer behind it, I agree with you 100%. When I say Israel, I'm talking about, Israel fanning the flames. Of course, it's engineered by the United States of America. But America and Israel are a unit when it comes to most of the stuff that we do around the world now. Okay? It's absolutely a coordinated action. It's absolutely coordinated against... It's Morocco, not Algeria? Yes, I know. But Spanish relationships with Algeria have a lot to do with Spanish relationships with Morocco. I like that chatters that don't know the full scope of this relationship will come in here to try and correct me on it. We'll get it? Oh my God. All right. Not right now. So, We were talking about Haley Stevens. We were talking about Haley Stevens. So Haley Stevens is doing the classic fuck Hasan ripcord that many a failed Democratic campaign has pulled off in the last round, but this time against Abdul. To that, all I have to say is, what gives? And I also have to say, Israel comes to me in my dreams too, Haley. So thank you. Thank you for hitting this line. We were expecting you to do it. This is usually a nice little cherry on top. So what we got to do is a little stick it to them. Okay? We got to do a little stick it to them and go beast mode, lock in, and keep pushing. You clearly have motion because only YouTubers used to pull the fuck HasanAbi ripcord when they were dying. I know. Diana DeGette did this. Sharif Street did this against Chris Rabb. Adam Hamawi's opponents did this to him. Andrew Cuomo famously did this. He was the first to do it. And, the one thing that unites all these people is their campaigns all died. Their campaigns all failed. It's a little bit of a kiss of death. Mallory McMorrow in this exact primary did this and had to end her campaign early. Might I suggest don't come for my sis? Who's your sis? Shri Tanadar next. Shri Tanadar is not doing that. Unfortunately for us. He hasn't done it. But regardless, what is this? Haley and Shri in Israel. They're not. I don't even think they're in Israel. I think this is. Are they in Israel? I mean, Gary Peters is right there too. Yeah, no, this ain't Israel. I'm pretty sure this is a synagogue in Michigan somewhere. It kind of seems that all your politicians are basically prostitutes, no? Yes, of course, dude. Our elections are bought and sold. It's that simple. That's what it is. That's kind of the problem. That's why we're fucking putting forward this insurgent left flank that isn't slutting themselves out to every goddamn corporation and foreign country that wants to buy their seats for them. That is literally what has always happened in American politics. And it's gotten worse over the years with Citizens United. You know? This is the reality. And yes, I feel like we're disparaging sex workers and prostitutes by comparing them to politicians. Okay? At least prostitutes, they have like a valuable output. They're doing something. They're working. These guys just sit around and collect fucking checks and sell you out. With a sex worker, there's consent. You're consenting to have sex with them. You're consenting and they're consenting. There's consent in the relationship. A politician fucks you without any consent. Whether you're paying attention or not, these politicians are fucking you regardless. Anyway, were they not voted in? Yes. But they bought those seats. That's my point. In any case, but the criticisms haven't stopped there. Last night I saw a little piece from friend of the show, Master Shake. Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Master Shake went on the Sean Hannity program last night. And what's really interesting about it is that Sean Hannity, once again, talks about me every night now. It's kind of unbelievable. Refuses to have me on the stream. Refuses to have me on the fucking show. But will talk about me every goddamn night. This time, Sean brought friend of the show, Mark Levin. And Mark Levin was fucking crying, dude.
Spiritual leader of the Democratic Party, far-left extremist Hasan Piker is now touting an anti-Israel litmus test for any Democrat with 2028 presidential aspirations. Take a look at these.
Dude, it's awesome. You call me the spiritual leader of the Democratic Party?
Really repulsive and disgusting remarks.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like? If you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to make that calculation at all, because there is 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. You'll see.
Disgusting. That is disgusting. Dude, I love this. This is so good. This is far better promo than the Democratic Party deserves. Okay? I'm telling you right now, the Democrats do not deserve this much praise. They do not deserve this association. They haven't done enough to deserve this kind of fucking promotional material. Like, this is the equivalent. This is the equivalence of like Fox News being like, the next Democratic candidate that runs for president is going to be America first. The next Democratic candidate will be truly America first. Or this is Fox News basically cutting promo for the Democratic Party by saying, by putting a clip of me saying the next Democratic candidate will be unconditionally pro working class, unconditionally pro Medicare for all. Okay? Like, this is an incredible promo, a promotional tool that the Democrats don't really deserve, if I'm honest. They haven't shown that they deserve this kind of promo yet, but fuck it. Why not? Fuck it. We ball.
Here with reaction, the host of Life, Liberty, and Levin, and of course his own nationally syndicated radio host. Of course, he's here on the Fox News channel. I call him the Great One, Mark Levin. Mark, this is a guy that blamed America for 9/11/01. There is 0% chance any 2028
9/11/01? What the fuck? I've never heard someone refer to 9/11 as 9/11/01. Has there been a 9/11/2? What does Sean Hannity know? Is there gonna be a 9/11/2? Has there been a 9/11/2? Why is he specifying which 9/11 it is? I guess maybe he means he's actually a Noam Chomsky head, Sean Hannity. He's like, yeah, the real 9/11 was actually the one that took place in Chile. Okay? The Allende coup. That was the real 9/11. This is the second 9/11, so he had to specify. He's like, 9/11/01.
A Democratic nominee will be pro-Israel. Now, if that's not anti-Semitic bigotry institutionalized in a party.
Dude, it's so awesome. They have to be woke. They have to be so woke in a way that is like, in a way that is repulsive for the average Fox News watcher, okay? This idea that you ran on America first and anti-DEI, and now you have to flip the script and be like, no, Israel first, and also we're anti-DEI except for Israel, is hilarious. He is so fucking woke. They're so woke, dude. Oh, it's awesome. It's hilarious. They flipped the script. They took some of the worst instincts of the Democratic Party that they had successfully opposed, won an election on opposing, and are now flipping it. Not realizing how this looks to the average person, even in their own base. It is fucking awesome. I need to see what the comments look like. Usually these are botted into oblivion. Why you give him so much priority if he's so low? Hasan is 2 weeks away from developing nuclear weapon. So good I had to watch it twice. Shocking. You know you're doing something right when both parties hate you. These folks are trying to bring war to our shores. Division is real. Vote them out of government. They're stirring strife. Democrats are made up of America haters, nothing more. Stop giving the lowlife airtime. Didn't Hannity agree to have Hasan on a show and then back out? I believe Mar Levin. They are scared. Calling Piker a lowlife is insult to real lowlifes. Piker is lower than that. It's just pure evil. I will be the first person to vote for Hasan if he runs. I need you guys to understand something, okay? Like, even this comment in and of itself, like, what a lowlife he is. How disgusting. I can't believe he said the Democratic frontrunner that makes it out of the primaries will be anti-Israel or won't be pro-Israel, okay? Substitute Israel for any other country. The Democratic Party frontrunner that wins the primaries will not be pro-Estonia in any way, shape, or form. Motherfuckers would be like, okay, I don't care. Literally, take Israel out and put any other country, pro-Canada, pro-Mexico. Would anybody turn around and go, wow, this is the worst thing I've ever heard? I did. I checked the comments. They're mostly supportive. It doesn't make any sense. This is a principled America First message from the news network that propagandized an America First message.
I don't know what is. Your thoughts?
You know, this guy is, well, we're on cable TV. I got to watch it. He's a real low life.
Bro, he is crying. He cried.
Life.
He crowed.
You know, it's a funny thing, this guy Piker. He doesn't condemn communist China. In fact, he says Mao was the greatest man to ever walk the planet. Right now, communist China has about 2 million Uyghurs, Muslims, in internment camps where they're being raped, tortured, enslaved, and murdered.
Not. I just, like, I find it very funny to hear Mark Levin, pro-Israel Mark Levin, pro-genocide Mark Levin, turning around and acting like he gives a single solitary shred of a fuck about not only Muslims, but this time Muslims in China. Okay? This motherfucker is not concerned about Chinese people and their welfare, and he's certainly not concerned about the Muslim welfare anywhere around the world. So for what's the expectation? You don't like Muslims, you don't like the Chinese, but now I'm supposed to assume you care about Chinese Muslims? How'd this happen?
He says nothing. In Yemen, which is 99% Muslim, 150,000 Muslims have been starved to death and murdered.
Wait. Yeah, Saudi Arabia did that, bro. What the hell? The Saudi UAE coalition forces did that. Plus, you've called out China on the repression of Uyghurs. What the fuck? Yeah, but none of these guys care, obviously. None of these guys care about any of that shit, including bringing up Yemen. These are all things that I've covered. These are all things that I've obviously, been very critical about. These are things that I've offered critical coverage to. So it's really funny that these guys only deploy these talking points when it doesn't even make sense when you're deploying them against me. But they only bring this stuff up to be like, oh, this, I bet you love not talking about the 100,000 Yemeni that starved to death. Who did that?
In the Syrian civil war, 580,000 Muslims were killed.
Again,
in this low
classic. Again, offered critical coverage on that as well.
Life says nothing about any of it. He is obsessed with Jews.
Like, I've written about it. It's on Huffington Post. You can still find my old articles from back in the day talking about the Syrian civil war, talking about Yemen, talking about our involvement in both of these issues, in both of these crises.
In Israel, he's obsessed with America. And by obsessed, I mean he hates us. He hates this.
What do you mean us? Bitch, I'm American. I'm American. What are you talking about? Of course I'm obsessed with America. I'm an American citizen. I'm an American taxpayer. I'm an American citizen. I'm an American taxpayer. Of course I care about where that taxpayer goes, where those tax dollars go.
Country. He hates the citizens of this country. He hates the Israelis. He hates Jews. He was raised in Turkey. Turkey, the country that's run by our dear friend Erdogan, who's a...
And then he just gets like weirdly racial with it. He's like, he's fucking Turkish. Of course he hates Jews. He's Turkish. Like, I don't. Okay, that's also ridiculous.
Another Jew hater, an Israel hater, and so forth and so on. And he ought to go back to Turkey. I'm really troubled by the fact that we have people coming into this country, or coming back to this country, that hate it so much and spew their poison left and right. I don't know how this guy gets a platform. I don't know how anybody pays to give him a platform. He's not intelligent. He's just...
It is kind of crazy that, like, so much commentary in the American news sphere, in the American media, is just made up. And it's not even just like on Fox News. Obviously, if you've been in here long enough, if you're like even somewhat familiar with my commentary, you know immediately that they're lying, right? But it is wild. Like, there are no editorial standards that remain. I don't think this is a good thing, man. I feel like we gotta have a little bit. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not doing like civility politics, but like, I wish that we had maybe a little bit of investment in truth and a little bit of investment in accuracy in our coverage. That would be nice. It's not lost upon me that those who are primarily invested in defending Israel will oftentimes say Israel's the only country that's not doing genocide, and it's all of these other countries that are. And even if that was the case, that still wouldn't, be an effective defense against Israel nonetheless. But I find it rather strange. Every other country is doing this except for Israel is, kind of silly.
Just a thug. He's just another Jew hater. And you can find them anywhere. You can find them on the street. You can find them anywhere. So this guy gets paid a fortune because he's a Jew hater. Now, as far as the Democrat Party goes, I hate to say this, he's not that far off the mark.
Democrats will hear Mark Levin do this commentary and be like, beast mode, I totally agree with you. Let's get this Hasan guy out of here, Mark. Not the biggest fan of Mark Levin, but I'm really beginning to like what he has to say. Of course, the average Democratic voter hears this shit and goes, okay, I like this Hasan guy now. If he's making this fucking dickhead, who I despise, this bald fascist piece of shit, cry real tears, then guess what? Maybe this Hasan guy ain't that bad. Democratic Party consultants, on the other hand, will hear this and go, wow, this Mark Levin guy is growing on me.
Democrat Party.
Yet another point of divergence where the base is totally living in a different reality, our shared consensus reality, whereas the DC elites, the consultants, the right-wing Democrats, the right-wing flank, the establishment Democrats are living in a totally alternative reality.
Is led by individuals
I say,
who are Israel haters.
Keep leaning
by
into
Israel
this.
haters, you have to be a Jew hater. It's the only Jewish state that exists. Now, they like to say, well, we don't hate Jews, it's just Israel. Well, that's like saying we don't hate Catholics, we just hate the Vatican. That doesn't make any sense, does it? No, it doesn't. So that some of them try and camouflage their Jew hatred. This guy's out of the closet in many ways. He is what he is. But you have the guys like Van Hollen. You've got guys like Bernie Sanders. You've got people like that in the House. You've got a whole phalanx of Jew haters and American haters. Every single one of the Jew haters, every single one of the Israel haters hate America. Have you noticed that? And they trash our country as much as they trash Israel. Because Israel and America have things in common. A democracy, representative government, consent of the people. What else do we have? The belief in the Judeo-Christian value system and belief system.
Yeah.
We embrace the Enlightenment.
And the beauty is, of course, all of the American tax dollars, a good chunk of the American tax dollars are now being deployed in the direction of Israel's foreign policy. You know, we have a lot of things in common. Get back to work, Americans, so you can pay your taxes, so we can fund our military, so that Israel can use it like a mercenary force against whichever fucking enemy they have. Great stuff, man. Rewind, he called you gay? Yeah, who cares? Whatever.
Israel embraces the Enlightenment. We do not embrace the ideology of jihadi Islamists. We do not embrace the ideology of Marxists. And that is the modern-day Democrat Party, Marxist Islamists. And that is the modern-day ideology of the Democrat Party. So,
yeah, we're doing Marxist Islamism in America. That's, you know, Medicare for all, no more wars, spend America first, peace ticket, rebuild the American industrial base. These are all, you know, Islamo-communist takes. Yeah, I don't think this shit's going to work, especially considering that there aren't that many Muslims, man. That's it. That's a big part of the fucking problem for these guys. It's not like there's a significant amount of like Muslim migration into the country. There are certain areas like Dearborn, maybe Hamtramck, you know, there are diverse neighborhoods where Muslims exist, but the average American is not like encountering a Muslim person all the time. There's not enough, like there's a lot of resentment due to the war on terror, a lot of built resentment against Islam, against Muslims in general, Islamic terrorism and stuff like that. But you can't really pull the European style Islamophobia here to the same degree. European style of Islamophobia works because there's, you know, far more percentage-wise, there's a larger percentage of Muslim migrants that live in European countries where this kind of Islamo-communism, Islamo-Gauchism is deployed as a mechanism to win elections.
Expect this from Piker. He is a lowlife. That's exactly what he is. And by the way, there are many like him. Many like him. He's not talented. He's just a vile, poisonous human being. Well, he's a vile, poisonous person anyway. Yeah.
Well, what about the deafening silence of the rest of the party? I mean, they take Mamdani's wife. They won't say a word. The AOC, the squad. There is among many virulent anti-Semitism. They don't hide it. You know, basically, they have now, what he's stating on their behalf is he will institutionalize a litmus test against Jewish people. You know, does that mean Josh Shapiro can never be their nominee? Does that mean he has no shot because he's Jewish and I would assume supports Israel? John Fetterman?
Well, you know, Josh Shapiro has his own problems as far as I'm concerned. He's not as moderate as he pretends to be. But you're right, he's off the list. He's Jewish. But it's not just Jewish. It's also going to be evangelical Christians. It's going to be people of faith, a faith that is based in our founding in this country.
Yeah. Yeah. John Fetterman, who is Jewish. Jewish John Fetterman. This is why he won't have you on his show. He's just worried. Yeah, you supported Bernie. I know. He backed out of calling you a human being. Okay, I got to run it back.
Be their nominee? Does that mean he has no shot because he's Jewish? And what he's stating on their behalf is he will institutionalize a litmus test against Jewish people. You know, does that mean Josh Shapiro could never be their nominee? Does that mean?
I mean, here's the thing. Someone being Jewish, at least by my estimation, I know these guys are going to not believe me, and it's unforeseeable, even though it is very foreseeable, considering Mark Levin brought up Bernie Sanders as a prime anti-Semite. He literally said Bernie Sanders is a Jew hater. Now they're fucking saying, oh, if someone's Jewish and they're running for president, they're of course going to be pro-Israel. So which is it? Because it seems like you understand when someone is Jewish, but is very critical of the relationship that America has with Israel. You know? Bernie Sanders is a Jew hater. He doesn't want any Jews to run for office. He's like, the one fucking candidate that I backed over and over again happens to be Jewish. Bernie Sanders.
He has no shot because he's Jewish and I would assume supports Israel? John Fetterman?
I love this world, man. I love the universe that we exist in, where your Judaism is no longer matrilineal. Okay? It's not, being Jewish is no longer cultural. It's no longer a matrilineal heritage thing. It's no longer an ethnicity. It's no longer even a religion. It's just, how much do you support Israel? The more you support Israel, the more Jewish you are. Okay? And John Fetterman, basically Orthodox. Okay? And ironically enough, the ultra-Orthodox Neturei Karta, not Jewish. Bernie Sanders, no longer Jewish. Brad Lander, not Jewish. John Fetterman, very Jewish. Okay? The most Jewish. Haley Stevens, Israel comes to me in my dreams. The most Jewish you can be. Yeah. Satmar, not Jewish. Neturei Karta, not Jewish. Bernie Sanders, not Jewish. Brad Lander, no longer Jewish. On the other hand, the entire evangelical right movement, the entire Christian evangelical movement, they're all Jewish now. And it's not even that strange. Like, I mean, Mark Levin has literally called Donald Trump the first Jewish president. He did that. He sincerely believes it. It is wild. This is the same party that, in my opinion, correctly made fun of Joe Biden for saying, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. They were on the money. They were correct in their jokes at the time.
Well, you know, Josh Shapiro has his own problems as far as I'm concerned. He's not as moderate as he pretends to be. But you're right, he's off the list. He's Jewish. But it's not just Jewish. It's also going to be evangelical Christians. It's going to be people of faith, a faith that is based in our founding in this country, that serves as the underpinning of our institutions. Remember, these same people, many of them, the Democrats, just like the Democratic Socialists of America, the Marxists, they oppose the Supreme Court. They trash the presidency. They attack the Electoral College. They attack the Senate. The Democrats want 4 more Democrats. The Marxists want to get rid of the Senate altogether. They want to rejigger this.
Is Mark Levin Jewish? Yeah, I mean, look at how pro-Israel he is, right? By his own estimation, Sean Hannity and Mark Levin are both Jewish now, but Mark Levin actually is Jewish. If the only standard is the more pro-Israel you are, the more Jewish you are, then yes, Sean Hannity and Mark Levin, both Jewish. Bernard Sanders, no longer Jewish. But yes, Mark Levin actually is Jewish, not just by his own metrics.
Society, they want to rejigger human beings because that's what Islamists and that's what Marxists want to do. So they have a lot in common. Now, who stands up to this? What is the oldest religion, Abrahamic religion that exists? Judaism. What's the second one? Christianity. So Judaism and Christianity.
What's the third one? We don't need to talk about it.
Christianity come under attack. Why? Because they are the bulwark against these ideologies. Marxism believes in no faith, no God. He said it was mysticism. Islamism insists that you either are a true believer to their faith, the radical Islamists, or they'll kill you. And so who stands up to this? Jews, Christians, Israel, the United States. And we are thriving, free, happy societies. And the people who speak like this guy Piker, they're angry, they are evil, and they are diabolical. And the Democrat Party buys into it the way it bought into slavery, the way it bought into segregation, the way it bought into Jim Crow.
The Democrat Party, the current party that is pro-slavery and pro-Confederacy. You know, that's how it is. Bro, it's so awesome. It's so awesome. The Democrat Party that currently defends Jim Crow, and not our party that's trying to bring it back, and not me that's currently defending Jim Crow apartheid in Israel.
Is a un-American party, and it's always been an un-American party.
All right, the great one, Mark Levin, will be watching Life, Liberty, Levin this weekend. Mark, as always, thank you.
All right, thanks.
This commentary was awesome. He went beast
We begin
mode.
with this morning's top story.
Anyway, before we get to U.S. and Israel, it doesn't end there, folks. There is another guy out there who's also very mad. As a firm and committed member of DSA Right, Bill Maher is doing factional infighting, sectarian infighting, and he's throwing his hat in the ring. That's right. For those of you who didn't know, Bill Maher is DSA Right. Okay? And he hates Mug. He hates the Marxist Unity Group. Bill Maher opposes the Marxist Unity Group, folks. Buttfeld had a clip about me too. I know. All right, we'll get to Bill Maher in a second, but before I do that, yeah, there's another angry Fox News rant. This time from another armchair consultant for the DNC that happens to be on Fox News, Greg Buttfeld.
Pussy about it. You tell them, you're an idiot, get out. Stand up for kids. Like, what happened to what about the children? You let them go. Stand up for families, actual families, not, interesting families. Citizens, not criminals and perverts. You need, as a party, to shift emphasis away from the lawless to the law-abiding. Stop offering validation to people like Hasan Piker. You need to stigmatize Hasan Piker. You do not You do not elevate their insane expression. Isn't this interesting? What the Democrat Party lacked was high-profile criticism. And what that did was it reinforced this foothold of radicals once they got to the attention they wanted. And that is the big tent lie. You lowered the barrier to entry without creating any obstacles, and now you're screwed.
Saying criminals and perverts, Democrats need to oppose criminals and perverts. Yeah, we are. Okay? And not just the Democrats, but pretty much everyone that's not a Republican is directly in opposition to criminal perverts, like the fucking president. Okay? Like the goddamn president, motherfucker. What do you mean, criminals and perverts? You love criminal pervertry is the name of the game for the Republican Party. Grand old pedophiles, grand old perverts party. They know this gets you juiced up. Yeah, this does get me juiced up. All right. Yeah. Hey guys, just some reasonable critique here from Greg Buttfeld, who literally said we need to reclaim the term Nazis for ourselves. Okay? That's the guy who's giving advice to the Democratic Party. Yeah, we should really listen to this guy. Anyway, someone link me the Bill Maher clip, please. Not just on Mug, the whole rant. I need to see the full rant. I know the Mugheads in the chat are excited about Mug Mention, which, you know, when I saw it, I was shocked by it too. Because, like, getting into, like, different DSA caucuses is so funny to me. Like, Bill Maher knowing that there are different caucuses out there within the DSA is hilarious. Anyway, so this banged on Twitter, of course. Bill Maher, once again, positioning himself as, like, eventually leaving the left. He's going to do the why I left the left shit. He's just, you know, getting ready for it. He's trying to get everybody ready for it. Like this is going to be a big surprise when it happens. Why I left the Democrat Party from Bill Maher. He's going to say the USSR, which is a bastardization of my quote regardless, but it doesn't matter. And then he's going to say China, which has not fallen at all, as a matter of fact. I don't know if you've, like, looked outside at all.
The Soviet Union and Chairman Mao's China. Mandami's aide, his top aide.
Yeah. So, and then he's gonna go into some of the DSA folks in New York City. But yeah, again, nothing here is offensive. The fall of the USSR was one of the great catastrophes of the 20th century. Mao Zedong is one of the great leaders of this world. Both are true. Both are objectively true statements. Okay. Also, Maoist China never fell. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So much of this commentary unironically revolves around just, like, refusing to entertain any sort of historical facts. Just being smug about your lack of knowledge. Okay? I hate this so much. Just read a fucking book, please. I beg of you, please. And hopefully it's not the Gulag Archipelago. Okay? It's so frustrating because, like, even conservative thinkers of the past, right? Even conservative historians of the past would agree with both of these assessments. Okay? You don't have to like Mao Zedong. You don't have to like the USSR, the ideological commitment to communism or socialism that the USSR demonstrated, to agree with both of these statements. As a matter of fact, there's one guy who has stated this as well, and he's certainly no communist. His name is Vladimir Putin. Okay? Like, saying the fall of the USSR was one of the great catastrophes of the 20th century is an objectively correct assessment. Okay? That's it. You don't have to like the USSR to feel that way. The posture that it did not lead to so much death and destruction in Russia, in the Soviet bloc, is silly. It's just a historical fact. Child prostitution, diseases of despair, life expectancy plummeting, sex trafficking increasing, sex trafficking of children increasing from the Eastern Bloc countries. Yeah, I am not a Maoist. You know, I know people get mad at me for it. I'm not. But it is objectively true that Mao Zedong and his contributions to global affairs, to history, is plenty. He is a great man of history. Our greatest foreign adversary now is the People's Republic of China. Okay? There would be no People's Republic of China without Mao Zedong. There it is. That's proof in the pudding. This doesn't mean that you subscribe to everything that took place in the assessment of Mao Zedong. Mine is not dissimilar to that classic trope that I deploy every now and then that I paraphrase and mess up. What was it like? If Mao Zedong had passed away in 1960, he would be regarded as one of the greatest minds of all time. I'm trying to find the quote because I want to give it to you correctly. Oh yeah, here it is. Had Mao died in 1956, his achievements would have been immortal. Had he died in 1966, he would still have been a great man, but flawed. But he died in 1976. Alas, what can one say? Chen Yun, a leading Chinese Communist Party official under Mao and Deng Xiaoping. This is a fair assessment of, Mao's contributions in general. This is also closer to the contemporary Chinese assessment as well. It sometimes changes with the attitudes, with the cultural attitudes, with the political modes of governance, where, sometimes they lean heavily into Mao. It's not slanderous by any means. Okay? There were many failures within the Great Leap Forward attempts that led to crises, many deaths, many more deaths than many excess fatalities. Cultural revolution, obviously, as well, especially led to many failures as well, many setbacks. But ultimately, the reason why 1.4 billion Chinese people do not have the same assessment of Mao Zedong as do Americans is for one reason and one reason only. It's because without Mao, there is no People's Republic of China. You don't have to like modern China. Okay? You don't have to like the Communist Party of China to learn important lessons from Chinese history, to learn important lessons from what they're doing that we could apply here, adjusted to our own material conditions. And you certainly don't have to like the People's Republic of China to recognize that Mao's contributions to the world was plenty. Okay? Hasan, stop simping for private property just for 1 second, please. But what he's actually pointing to, but not doing it correctly, is like that. Yes, DSA at its inception was an expressly anti-communist institution. Okay, DSA was openly anti-communist. That's what it used to be. Except it was also fucking irrelevant until like 2016. Before 2016, in the Democratic Socialists of America, you would just see like a bunch of, 75-year-old Jewish guys for the most part. Some of which self-identified as socialists. Some of them were, it was just like, it was not a very effective institution. It was not a very effective organization. Things changed after Bernie Sanders in 2016, and then DSA saw a big push after the AOC race in 2018, and it's been growing ever since then. But DSA post-2016 is a very different Democratic Socialists of America than pre-2016. Another big changing point, another big turning point for the Democratic Socialists of America, in my opinion, was post-October 7. October 7 is where the Democratic Socialists of America shed the remaining non-anti-imperialist wing of the party. Okay? The first turning point was 2016. The second turning point, and there were, instances where there were big boosts in the membership, obviously, with electoral victories. AOC being, one of the major points for Democratic Socialists of America. But the second turning point, where Democratic Socialists of America shed their last remaining like pro-imperialist wing, was after October 7. Because after October 7, when DSA came out and were like, we're still pro-Palestine, we are not a pro-Israel institution at all, we are still very much pro-Palestine, we're still pro-BDS, boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel, that was a bridge too far for some. And people left the organization. People who had been a part of the organization since it's like Harrington days even. We're like, we're done with this. Yeah, from the Wikipedia, the organization grew from 6,500 members in the fall of 2014 to 8,500 by Election Day 2016. The day after Trump's election, 1,000 new members joined. By July 2017, DSA's membership had reached 24,000. By the end of 2018, it was 55,000. And by 2021, it peaked at 94,000. And then it stopped. But then there was a bunch of people that left the organization post October 7 because they thought this is too anti-Israel for my taste, too anti-Israel for my liking. And now it's well over 100,000. I believe the last number was like 100 and what is it, like 110, 120,000? I don't know the exact number. Those are all dues-paying members, by the way. It's huge. The Democratic Socialists of America is now the largest socialist organization in U.S. history. Okay? For the last 13 years or so, I've been trying to feed new members to this organization to the best of my ability, year over year. And there were definitely periods of time when, it wasn't happening. And now we have arrived. But it took a long ass time to get there. The idea that this is, I myself, of course, I'm independent. I'm an independent media figure, independent media personality. But this is the most politically important the Democratic Socialists of America has ever been. So it's very funny whenever these guys go, why don't you go back to the old roots? Why don't you go back to being pro-American imperialism, for example? Why can't you? Why are you saying that you're in favor of seizing the means of production? What are you, some kind of fucking socialist? Yeah. Yeah, unapologetically, yes. The fuck do you mean? Democratic Socialists of America are first and foremost socialist. Okay? They're American and they're socialist. The idea that they're supposed to fit your neat little confines, your political ideology, your political framework, when your political framework has only brought about death and destruction to the periphery and abject poverty and destruction to the domestic home front, is ridiculous. It is supposed to be an alternative, charting a positive path forward for all Americans, not just the hand-selected pedophilic capital owners. I think this is a good thing and not a bad thing, because there's going to come a time and place where people are going to either shelter their perspective, but choose a side. And I would rather have the likes of Bill Maher, especially such gross, such repulsive, arrogant monsters like Bill, openly state which side they are on. Okay? It's that simple. Bill Maher is far more comfortable with fascism at a time when fascism is growing, at a time when fascism is taking root in much more meaningful ways than ever before. No longer are they crypto-fascists, but they're just straightforward fascists, right? That's what Trump 2 has brought us. Bill Maher leaning in that direction is unsurprising, okay? I don't think he'll be able to bring a lot of people with him.
Re-escalation of the war with Iran. Sources tell CBS News that the U.S. and Israel are ready to launch what may be the harshest bombing campaign to date against Iran. The potential targets include power plants, refineries, and other infrastructure in Iran's energy sector. We're told.
So I briefly talked about this yesterday in our situation monitoring segment. I don't think this is. I mean, it's insane. This is perhaps the most insane thing that we could possibly do for two major reasons.
The president has yet to give the final go-ahead order for strikes. He's threatened for weeks to attack Iranian bridges and power plants if Iran could not reach a deal with the U.S. Olivia Rinaldi is in Bridgewater, New Jersey, near Bedminster, where the president is staying this weekend. Olivia, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. This would certainly mark a dramatic escalation in the war and the return of Israeli forces to U.S. combat operations, all while the ceasefire remains stubbornly out of reach.
Well, we're going big. We've already gone big.
At Camp David on Friday, President Trump suggested Americans prepare for the war with Iran to continue until Iran is diminished.
They'll get a little stronger maybe now, but they'll get weaker, and then they peter out. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft. Doesn't mean they don't have any capability. They have some, but very little.
And on the prospect of a deal coming together,
I'm losing faith in them because they do lie and they do misrepresent.
But the president gave a rare defense of Iran after federal investigators announced they are looking into whether Iran was behind a coordinated cyber attack to target water systems across Minnesota.
I would blame it on Minnesota and the governor, the corrupt governor of Minnesota. They like to say, oh, it was Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota.
The FBI says at least 7 states were impacted by the cyber attacks. And officials say there's no indication that Minnesota drinking water quality was compromised. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz writing on X, Trump knows exactly who is responsible for this attack. This is what modern warfare looks like, and it further illustrates there's no plan to win a war with Iran. But there was one.
It is kind of crazy because American infrastructure is dog shit, so you never know. But also very funny that Trump is like, no, not my Iran. It could only be the one entity that is my bigger immortal enemy. The Democratic Farmer Labor Party of Minnesota. Not the IRGC. He really hates the Democrats a lot.
Surprise diplomatic breakthrough this week. The White House says Hamas agreed to disarm in exchange for complete withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza.
Nobody thought that would be possible, to disarm Hamas.
A Hamas spokesperson told CBS News the disarmament would not happen before Israel withdraws. But Israel said Hamas must disarm first. Still, the president touting it as a win.
That shows you how much.
If Iran is behind these cyber attacks on the U.S. water systems, the message is clear. It's a warning. If the U.S. strikes critical infrastructure in Iran, including desalination plants and power grids, Iran will respond in kind through cyber attacks against critical infrastructure in the U.S. Essentially, Iran will bring the war to the U.S. itself using cyber. The strategic mistake of starting and restarting the war is only becoming more enormous. Yeah. Now, is there proof Iran did it? I don't know. But I will say this. It kind of makes sense, but it also, in my opinion, is a little bit of a mistake from the Iranian side. Because so far, the reason why, I guess like it doesn't really matter at that point, because the reason why Americans are largely uninvolved with this, like American voters are against this war, is because there's not been a real penalty to the Americans beyond like gas prices. And even the dumbest American kind of understands that, like, yeah, we fucked stuff up over there, and that's why the gas prices are high. They're not blaming Iran for it. They're blaming Trump for it, right? But if Iran started directly retaliating against like American critical infrastructure, things of that nature, I feel like there would be probably more of a rallying around the flag effect that would probably increase support for the war effort against Iran. Not that it matters, though, because the Iranian calculation in this situation could potentially be, well, these Americans don't fucking like this war, but Trump doesn't give a shit, so we might as well universalize the pain a little bit. You know what I mean? So that could be their calculation to increase the pressure. But if you're Iran and your goal is to increase the pressure and increase the stress that the average American is experiencing, well, Americans are very spoiled overall. We're a very spoiled country. Our proximity to all the war that we wage gives us a tremendous opportunity to continue waging war without significant penalties. It could backfire. Cloud District says it could go one of two ways. A, the penalties on Americans make them blame Iran and support the war, or B, it makes people more sick of the war and wanting it to end. I feel like the latter is more likely the longer the war goes on, but as it's still somewhat new, the former is more likely. Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on the severity of the impact. Lack of proximity. Yes, not proximity. Sorry. But I will say there is a country far closer to Iran. And yet that country seemingly has no investment whatsoever. Amid the escalation, Israel Hayom reports, it appears that Israel will not be involved in the expected American attack against Iran unless it is attacked itself. Once again, I'm not fucking dying for Israel. It's so funny. Only Americans, please. Only American corn-fed Iowa boys and girls get to die for Israel, okay? No, not. We're not sending our Air Force out there. What are you, crazy? They got anti-air defenses. They got anti-air defense systems. What do you mean? You think we'd let any of our Israeli pilots die in the process? Are you out of your dang mind? Now that the war has been going on for so long in Ukraine, the Ukrainian attacks on Russia seem to be making Russians less supportive of the war. But early in the war, it galvanized support for the Russian war effort. It depends on the level of attrition, in my opinion. Yeah, but again, it's been a long process for Russia. So, you know, it's a little different. America is still early. America is still early in the day in its efforts. Also, Russians are used to worse material conditions than Americans are. I think Americans are definitely Americans have far less appetite for stress. We're used to living very comfortable lives. I mean, think about it. COVID lockdowns led to Americans taking up arms against their local governments, you know, because they couldn't get a fucking haircut for like a week and a half. Yeah, Russian baseline tolerance for suffering is infinitely higher than Americans. So I don't know which way it would go. I have no idea. But you bet your fucking ass, any kind of attack on our critical infrastructure, we will have absolutely, like Trump will have absolutely been responsible for it ultimately. Because none of this shit had to happen. The gas prices, we did not have to experience another inflation crisis whatsoever. Trump literally went in and did that shit at the behest of Israel, and I will be saying the truth, no matter how much people get mad at me for it. Okay? Now, as far as the Hamas disarmament thing goes, Israel has also been in opposition to that, which is shocking, guys. It's shocking, I tell you. Oh my God, imagine my surprise. Imagine my surprise when I found out that Israel was not in favor of Hamas disarmament in exchange for leaving the Gaza Strip. What? What? You mean, what? You mean to tell me that Israel is not going to remove their troops from 50%, 57% of the Gaza Strip in exchange for Hamas disarmament? What? No way. No way. What's next? You're going to tell me Israel didn't give a fuck about the hostages and we're simply using them as a propaganda talking point in the Western world? Stop. What's next? You're going to tell me Israel was trying to deliberately kill the Israeli hostages? Stop it. Yeah, this is a fire take. YouTube creator iDubbbz reveals that Ethan Klein lied about dropping his lawsuit against him and has now received an upcoming court date. Ethan previously confirmed he would drop the lawsuit after receiving significant backlash online, an apology from iDubbbz. I'm retweeting that shit. Oh, a fake ceasefire. Where have I seen this before? Banger. Yeah. Israel activity. Israel behavior. 100%. The U.S. almost also here going back to the situation monitoring. There's a new WAPO. Oh God, I don't want to fucking. GIF link doesn't work. I need to log in. Send it to me with a paywall remover, please. Here's the thing. Okay. America doesn't have the munitions to continue waging this war, and the global markets don't have time to continue waging this war as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, as the Saudi oil refineries start getting peppered with Houthi strikes, worsening the crisis, worsening the energy crisis. Okay? Markets and munitions. Markets can't take any additional destabilization, and America doesn't have the munitions to continue. And a lot more people are openly saying it now. At least they're saying it to the media. Here's a Washington Post exclusive. U.S. General warns Pentagon he lacks sufficient forces to protect Israel. A shortage of Navy destroyers used to defend against the Iranian ballistic missile attacks will force the head of U.S. European Command to prioritize the U.S. homeland instead, officials said. The top U.S. general in Europe privately warned the Pentagon this week that he lacks sufficient naval forces to continue protecting Israel from incoming ballistic missiles. A couple months ago, we lacked sufficient munitions to protect our allies. Now, we're admitting that we lack the sufficient munitions to protect the homeland. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? Do you understand how fucking insane that is? There are varying degrees of allegiances that we have, Israel being at the top, right? Israel obviously is the most important asset, more important than actual states in the United States of America. Like, America would literally exchange Wyoming for Israel. America would allow Wyoming to be nuked off the planet with all of the Wyomingites in it in exchange for making sure that Israel was safe, making sure that Israel could continue expanding. I 100% believe that. Okay? So there's one element. But the entirety of the country, now we got problems. There's varying degrees of care here. There's varying degrees of importance. So, like, obviously, the least important are the Arab states, Gulf states. They're nothing, even though they're worth so much more than Israel, technically. In our calculation, they're worth nothing. And that much remains to be seen. We're basically treating Saudi Arabia and the UAE like they're Kurdish militias, okay? Literally bottom of the fucking barrel. Then you got the Asian security theater. You got the Asian security cooperative agreements in the Pacific theater. They're up next. We took their anti-air defenses and we panic shipped them into the Gulf specifically to defend Israel. And then you got Europe. Obviously, Eastern Europe is nowhere near as important, even though they're a part of NATO, so they're a little bit more important than the Asian countries. And then you got Western Europe. And after Western Europe, you have the American nation, okay? Our United States of America. While the United States of America, or at least our government, America, the entity, not the people, while the United States of America could maybe eat a little bit of damage on the homeland in exchange for, going along with Israel's ambitions here, when you arrive at our missile stockpile is not enough to not only not defend Asia, but Eastern Europe and Western Europe, but now the United States of America didn't even mention Africa. Dog, Africa is not a part of the equation from the American foreign policy calculation. What are you talking about? We're talking about countries that we have security cooperative agreements with. From the American calculation, Africa is a land for plunder and plunder only. That's it. Same with Latin America for the most part. You think America would ever defend any African country? What are you talking about? You think America would defend any Latin American country? What are you fucking talking about? It's not even a question. Africa and Latin America is just land for plunder, natural resources, and cheap, or at times throughout history, dark chapters of history, free labor. Okay? And I don't even think, yes, you're not wrong. I don't even think America would defend Western Europe if push came to shove. My point is, if you can't defend the American homeland, then you have nothing, right? These guys love talking about, if we don't have borders, we don't have sovereignty. If we don't have borders, we're not a nation. Okay. If we can't even defend the homeland because we have literally expended all of our fucking munitions on Israel, what are we? Other than a cumsock for Israel, an Israeli ambition. What are we? Are we a country? Who's the senior partner in this coalition? Who's the superpower here? Is it Israel or is it America? What the fuck are we talking about? General Alexis Grinkowicz, the head of U.S. European Command, so obviously you know he's fake and gay and woke because he's, in Europe, sent written notification to senior Pentagon officials saying that without another Navy destroyer, he would be forced to choose to defend the United States homeland over that of Israel, said the officials who, like some others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the correspondence. A U.S. defense official said Grinkowicz's notification appears consistent with past outreach to the Pentagon from the military's top generals when they see certain risks that require Washington's consideration. This can occur, the official said, as commanders compete for finite resources and weapons. The Pentagon declined to comment. U.S. European Command did not respond to requests for comment. A spokesperson for the Israeli embassy in Washington could not be reached for comment. The general's warning comes at a tenuous moment in the 5-month conflict as near-daily attacks have resumed following the collapse of peace talks between Washington and Tehran, and the operation's intensity has drained U.S. supplies of key defensive weapons. The Navy has been particularly taxed as the Trump administration has directed a blockade of Iranian ports in response to Tehran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The standoff has stymied the movement of Middle Eastern oil and other commodities through the narrow waterway, upending the global economy. You know all this stuff already. And it's been very interesting because this is yet another moment where I have to do my I told you so dance. Okay? Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, for tomorrow's news today. Okay? There it is. This is why you subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service. This on the groundwork, changing American politics for the better, but this is part of the reason. There's another separate New York Times article that came out with pretty scathing comments about the Iran war, reported by Preston Stewart. If you've been following Operation Epic Fury from the start and even before it started here on this broadcast, none of this information is new for you. You've heard it. You've heard it from me over and over again, to much criticism at the time, right? Whenever I repeated this stuff, everyone was like, get the fuck out of here. We got contingencies. You're crazy. America's the most powerful military on the planet. You think we can't take out a middling power like Iran? Well, guess what? I was right. And all of the naysayers that were hanging on to a hope and a dream, leaning into lethal doses of copium, were wrong. Shocking. Shocking. What Kami says, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Turns out we are a paper tiger. So how did I get it right? And so many of these analysts got it wrong. Well, there's a couple reasons. Number one, I don't believe in American exceptionalism. I think it's silly. I think it's dangerous to lean into these sorts of ideals. I think sober analysis requires you to look at the situation and also look at the opposition, what they're saying, what they're doing, what their capabilities are, without this weird supremacist lens. This is how America used to operate, by the way. Even if they lied to the public overall, they wouldn't believe their own lies. Nowadays, it feels like when Maria Bartiromo is like, I can't believe it. What is going on? Why are we incapable of destroying the Iranian military like my beautiful president said? It sounds sincere, like she believed the bullshit. Maria, you're supposed to be the one peddling the bullshit. You're not supposed to believe the bullshit, you fucking idiot. Trilogy, thank you for the 20 tier 1 gifted subs. This is a huge problem. Even if you are pro-American empire, it's a huge problem. I have no problem saying this out loud because they're not going to fucking listen to me anyway. Part of it is because they don't listen to reason and they don't want to conduct sober analysis regardless. They don't want to listen to any naysayers. It's incredible, dude. Same issue with China. Our interpretation and our analysis in the Western world on China is significantly lacking because we are constantly underestimating them. Anything that they do, oh, there must be some other separate reason. Oh, they must be afraid. They must be scared of us. They don't have the power. They don't have the capacity to push back. Remember, I told you, Liberation Day. What did I say? China was not going to back away from this, that they had the capacity to push back against this idiotic thing that Trump was doing. It was going to alienate all of our allies, and it was going to fail. It was going to alienate our allies. It was going to cause volatility. It was going to increase prices, which it did. And last but not least, China was not going to back down, and that China was inevitably going to come back to the bargaining table and, create an environment of stability, as they always do, after America's trade partners recognized who was primarily invested in continuing international trade stability and who was increasing the volatility. And it worked. Right after that, Canada, the UK, even Germany, France, and many other countries, including Spain, went to China and cut bilateral deals without the United States of America, in opposition to the United States of America's demands for decoupling from China. Now, the reason why I got it right, and many Western analysts got it wrong, is because they don't want to look at what China is doing and take it seriously. So even if their goals are different than mine, because I believe in cooperation with China and not saber rattling against China, and they believe in opposing China and maybe even waging war against China, which I don't think we need to worry about any longer. The reason why we get it right at the Piker Broadcasting Service and they get it wrong is because I listen to what the Chinese officials are saying. I look at their capabilities. I look at the material realities. Because no matter how hard you can propagandize about our war efforts going well, at the end of the day, if Iran is still lobbing missiles at American bases with successive strikes, that means that you were just lying. Because talking points are not the same as successfully attriting the Iranian strike capabilities. Talking points only delude people over here. And the same warning I present one more time, this time on the markets. Because of the gracious nature of China, always trying to trade max, always trying to maintain global stability, for the last couple of months, the Strait of Hormuz blockade has not turned into a major crisis. Only because China cut their strategic petroleum reserve imports by almost half. There's no guarantee that it will continue to do so. This gives China tremendous leverage. But without that, Trump's yapping about how, Iran is going to do a ceasefire. We're going to blow up Iran on Friday nights, and then Iran is going to do a ceasefire on Sunday nights, would go nowhere. Because at the end of the day, there is a hard limit to how much oil is readily available in the market. Because this is not a speculative asset. It's a hard commodity with inelastic demand. A hard commodity with inelastic demand that will inevitably run out. And once we hit that hard limit, there is going to be a cascading cataclysmic event. $35% off gifted subs right now, by the way. If you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service and gift subs, and at level 10 Hype Train, we will carry the flame. It's been a couple days since I've done so. I will carry it extra hard. So, let's continue. What are some of the other takes from this New York Times article? Robert Niblett, former director of the Chatham House, called it a strategic loss and an embarrassment, adding, for the U.S. allies and those who rely on the U.S. for security, this is confirmation that you can't trust the United States. He continued, people won't forget that their security and their future were dragged into question by an unpredictable and wavering U.S. foreign policy. Who said these exact same words 3 months ago, 4 months ago? I did. Ali Vaez, the Iran project director for the International Crisis Group, said, this is the crisis of credibility of the U.S. Neither its military prowess nor its diplomatic promises can be trusted. Aaron David Miller, a former American negotiator and now a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, said the conflict has undermined U.S. deterrence and credibility, antagonized America's allies, and delighted its adversaries. That is where we are at. You understand? That's where we're at. Level 5 hype train is also where we're at. None of this had to happen. Donald Trump could have said the exact same thing that every other president that came before him said to Benjamin Netanyahu and different Israeli leadership. Fuck off. He could have just simply left it at that. The Israelis have been agitating for a war against Iran for the last almost 4 decades. We could have just said, fuck off. And here we are. Flag-draped coffins coming back home. Price of gas is going up. There's tremendous instability that awaits the entire global energy markets. Far worse than what we've seen thus far. Our allies are frustrated, partially because of our actions leading to great instability. But also, our allies all around the world are frustrated because we've shown them that we do not have the military prowess nor the military might. And our commitments are absolute to one country and one country only, and that is Israel. And at the direction and at the behest of Israel, we are willing to throw the entire world into chaos. We are willing to forego our security commitments. The countries that are technically far more valuable, far more bountiful in natural resources, for example, like the Gulf nations. The realpolitik of it all, the normal attitude here would be to cut our losses with Israel, to demand that they pull back and we pull back from them, and then redouble our commitments to the Gulf nations. I'm saying this not as someone who is an anti-imperialist. I'm saying that the pro-American empire position that is strategic and sound would be to lean into the Gulf allies, cut a deal with Iran, cause Israel to restrain itself, force Israel to restrain itself, to no longer protect it, to no longer allow it to behave with impunity in the violent and belligerent ways that it does. But instead of doing that, we have only doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down, quintupled down on Israel's ambitions. It is unbelievable. We're also at level 6 hype train, 35% off gifted subs. And because there is a, albeit dying, but still relatively powerful propaganda apparatus that churns out Hasbara, that churns out pro-Israel talking points with regular frequency, a lot of people are left in the dark on this. That only could have been cultivated after 80 years of unconditional loyalty, by the way. That's it. That's why there's no other country, as far as our examination of foreign partnerships, foreign allegiances, there's no other country like Israel. Israel stands alone. We're at level 7 hype train. Only 3 levels remaining. 35% off, 5+ gifted subs. Breaking. Iran announces that it will strike the world's... What commie says? With the 50 bones, goddamn. Iran announces it will strike the world's most important energy facilities located in Arab countries and Israel, all within range of Iran's precision missiles in response to any new U.S. and Israeli strikes per Fars. Ghawar oil field, Saudi Arabia, the backbone of Saudi production. Disruption puts 5+% of the world's oil supply at risk. The global oil supply, chat. Abqaiq and Khurais, Saudi Arabia, 7 million plus barrels per day throughput. World's largest oil stabilization plant. Ruwais refinery and Zakum oil field, the United Arab Emirates, second largest offshore oil field, 1+ million barrels per day. North Qatar gas field, Ras Laffan LNG. Qatar, world's largest gas field with 25% of proven reserves and 20% of global LNG trade. The Burkan oil field in Kuwait with 67 billion barrel reserves, 2 million barrels per day. Sitra refinery, the in Al Minhaj, Bahrain. Leviathan, Tamar gas fields, Israel, Israel's largest and second largest gas fields. Iran adds that during the 40-day war, Iran bombed Qatar's most important gas refinery in response to a strike on the South Pars facilities, with Trump apologizing in Truth Social, promising it will not happen again. The reason why they're saying we will do this if you strike us, if you follow through on this destruction campaign on our refineries, on our power plants, is because they will do it. They will. And perhaps they'll do more. Perhaps there will be a domestic attack on our energy grid here in the United States of America. Cyber attacks potentially. Mark Ames says, Iran has to pre-announce the global catastrophe they can inflict because the Trump admin still hasn't learned from 5 months of failed warfare, and Trump himself says he had no idea Iran was shut down the Strait of Hormuz in response to getting attacked. However, Trump is so far gone, even if Iran were to tattoo their response plans and capabilities to his eyelids, he wouldn't process it. This absurdity is dangerous. Because a reporter says, you said that they do have some capabilities left. Should Americans be prepared for these back and forth attacks until Iran is simply unable to strike back? Trump's response is, they'll get weaker, they'll get stronger maybe now, but they'll get weaker, and then they peter out. Yeah, sure, I think so. This is so insane. We are at the mercy of a complete and utter buffoon who we know has no care and consideration for the damage he can deal to other countries and its civilian population. But seemingly, he has no care or consideration for the damage that we will receive in retaliation. Level 8 hype train almost done. Citrinowitz has a take on it called the mutual assured destruction. It is. They don't need a nuke. They have the nuclear option on trade, which they've deployed, and that didn't stop Trump. And they have the nuclear option on all of the oil refineries that they can light on fire and permanently cripple the global energy markets in a way that Trump can't yap his way out of. Meanwhile, this is what Trump is doing. Trump Media has officially launched its new paid data service, providing faster access to Truth Social posts like a fucking Bloomberg terminal, by the way. The new service is called Truth API, which gives firms a direct licensed real-time feed of the platform's most market-moving truths, the company's CEO said in a press release. The service reportedly costs as much as $100,000 a month. Half the time I can't 20 seconds remaining at level 8 hype train at 95%. 10 seconds remaining. And we've officially made it to level 9 hype train. Only one more level remaining. 35% off gifted subs. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. 35% off 5+ gifted subs. If you subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today, the Piker Broadcasting Service at level 10 hype train, we carry the motherfucking flame. You already know. Kivtosh, thank you for the 5 gifted. Riney TV, thank you for the 5 gifted. Arcade265, thank you for the 10 gifted. Sailor Chaos, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Alana Banana, Captain Caps, PWNY Garumi with a 20. And Leet Barbarian, thank you for the 5. A Sure Thing, thank you for the 5. Subsonic Spartan, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Vekanon with the 20 gifted. I like People's Broadcasting Service a lot more low-key. Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, is both. It's PBS, baby. This is what Trump has been truthing, by the way. And for $100,000 a month, you could get access to these truths before anybody else does. Only Trump. It's in his DNA. What does this mean? What the fuck does this even mean? Queen of Crown 7, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. He's got Biden brain. Andrew Filer with the 50 bones. God damn. He's touching the wall. Anyway, Trump, on the other hand, says Iran is doing very poorly. Just in case you read incorrect stories, they're doing very, very poorly. They're having a hard time. Their missiles have been largely, they have some left, they have some, but they have far fewer than they had 4 or 5 months ago. Their manufacturing capacity is almost gone. The drone capacity is almost gone. They have very few, but they have some. We're in there 5 months. Oh my God. Closed presence. The strait is closed, but closed presence is back nonetheless with 100 bones. A much more important job than we originally anticipated. We're in 5 months and we have obliterated their military capacity. No, you haven't. No, you have not. Oh. 35% off gifted subs. Cooter Max Pig at level 20. Farm subs, Hasan, give us something, man. No, I'm not going to do that. We failed to get to 20 the other day. We only got to like 17. We got so close to 20. We're not getting to 20. Falcon Pack. I'm going to hit a oldie but goldie, by the way.
He stood unshaken.
Yep.
A voice in the
Yep.
storm. A man of conviction.
It's been a minute, lads.
He spoke the truth where the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel
will make heaven known.
A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known.
It turns out there's a lot of AI music out there, from Boy George to that one guy that went viral. So we're listening to AI music ahead of the curve.
The darkness will fall.
Zaza Birds, rise up.
We answer the call.
Burning Joint USA.
The truth is eternal. The cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk. Carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel.
We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known.
We are Charlie Kirk.
We Charlie Kirk.
Forever alive. Charlie Kirk. With God we will rise. We Charlie Kirk. With God. Charlie Kirk.
That's right. Level 11 Hype Train. 30 seconds remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Level 11 Hype Train. Remember, 35% off gifted subs. 5+ gifted subs. 35% off. 20 seconds remaining at level 11. Your hotel neighbor be like, nah, they love it. Four seconds remaining. Hype Train is almost over. It's Jover. We're busy. You were not. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, but you were not able to bring us in there. Hype Train, Treasure Train complete at level 11. All right. On August 1st, the U.S. calls on its citizens to leave West Asia due to the threat of significant escalation with Iran and its allies in the region. In my opinion, Iran and allies are waiting after Arbaeen to respond to the U.S. Saudi airstrikes in Iraq that killed several people. So maybe August 5th, except if the U.S. attacks before. Past 24 hours have been very quiet, except few attacks on Kuwait and Erbil. Israel's hospitals enter a stage of high alert across the country. It seems to me like they're gearing up for more conflict. Now, given their tendency, the American strike should have come already. Okay, so it should have come like last night, as a matter of fact, or nighttime in Iran. The fact that it still hasn't is very interesting. Yeah, Saudi military and their tactical gear are once again unmatched. The guy in the ghillie suit is hilarious. He looks like a Japanese game show mascot. A guy in sandals is going to kill everyone in this picture. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. But it is interesting to see how much I thought they were low on bombs. They are. They are. We are. And it's so bad that they are consistently leaking this information to mainstream news. It's almost like right before Operation Epstein's Fury started. Right before Operation Epic Fury started, the generals were in a panic state. Here is Fox News covering it. That's when you know, when this lady comes out in the morning show and starts saying truthful shit, understand that the situation is not great.
Bill, well, the Pentagon is confronting a growing reality after months of fighting in Iran. America's stockpile of missile defense interceptors is shrinking so.
We're low on defensive munitions, not actual bombs. Yes. But we're also low on standoff munitions as well. Okay? Here's the problem, and I keep repeatedly explaining this over and over again. We have expended and depleted a decent chunk, almost half of our standoff munitions. The reason why we've utilized our standoff munitions rather than our bombs, right? Gravity bombs, unguided, guided gravity bombs, is because we have not been able to establish air superiority over the Iranian airspace. Iranian anti-air defenses have still been lasering American planes. Okay? You've been saying the same thing for weeks. Well, because why would the situation change? It's not like we magically figured out a new weapon that can evade their anti-air systems. I've been saying the same shit over and over again because we've been doing the same shit over and over again. I know I sound like a fucking broken record. Every damn day I turn on this stupid fucking stream and I keep repeating myself because Trump keeps repeating himself. It's not like it was untrue months ago. It's just more true now than it was even last week. What can I do? Donald Trump goes on television and says, we won the war. We've destroyed the Iranian Navy. We've destroyed the Iranian striking capabilities. We've successfully attrited their strike capabilities. We've destroyed their defenses. But all signs are pointing to a potential escalation. All signs are pointing to a potential escalation as the State Department is urging Americans to consider leaving Middle East as regional conflict escalates. It's fucking rinse and repeat every damn day, man. Trita Parsi also has an assessment on the U.S. general from European Command, warning Pentagon that he lacks sufficient forces to protect Israel. Trita says, I see three plausible explanations for this move. One, this is a genuine attempt at preventing a likely U.S. escalation in the making. Two, this is intended to give Trump a way out. Trump can continue to portray himself as tough and willing to take the fight. But the problem is with military readiness. Three, this is deception aimed at lulling Tehran into a false sense of security only for Trump and Netanyahu to attack Iran in a major escalation in short order. Why the fuck are you not at Streamer Games? Big dog. There's literally a major primary taking place on Tuesday here in Michigan. Are you out of your dang mind?
Much that military planners are weighing whether they can continue the current cycle of limited retaliatory strikes. The Center for Strategic and International Studies, using open source budget numbers, estimates U.S. Patriot interceptor inventories have fallen from roughly 2,300 pre-war to fewer than 827, while THAAD interceptors have dropped from 452 to fewer than 278. CSIS warns rebuilding those stockpiles could take 3 years or more.
If you look at what we've expended for Patriots, for example, it's over half the global inventory now has been consumed in the Middle East. Similar for the THAAD interceptors as well. These are things that we have to intercept ballistic missiles. So that really leaves us with very little excess to be able to use in other theaters, whether it's defend U.S. forces in Europe or the Indo-Pacific.
The Pentagon recently summoned leading Silicon Valley defense firms like Shield AI, Anduril, and others to discuss urgently replenishing depleted U.S. weapons inventories.
concerns are that, these companies are, they have not produced at scale. They have commercial kind of technologies. They've done prototyping, but now kind of are they able to have production lines that can work with the government to produce those munitions at scales?
Since 2024, 10,000 new defense tech companies have entered the market. This former Navy SEAL started Shield AI over a decade ago and recently returned from Ukraine, where his AI-driven targeting systems are being used.
Defense tech was not a word in 2015. Venture capitalists thought we were crazy when we said we wanted to work on this mission of protecting service members and civilians.
Yeah, it's a fucking hashtag ad. Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah. The U.S. blew almost its entire clip protecting Israel. Who cares about EUCOM or protecting the homeland? Everyone is a part of CENTCOM now. The U.S. must sacrifice everything for Israel. That's increasingly becoming the reality here. It's actually insane.
Success we're having with Iran. Because if you go 4 months ago, 5 months ago, a deal like that would have been impossible.
Now, White House and Board of Peace officials say it could take months to implement that agreement between Hamas and Israel. And Adriana, we should note the war in Iran has now entered its 6th month.
An important note, Olivia. Thank you so much.
Overnight, the U.S. Embassy in Jordan issuing a security alert urging Americans to consider leaving the Middle East as U.S. assets and allies in the region face attacks by Iran.
Meanwhile, here at home, President Trump took Friday's cabinet meeting to Camp David, where he told reporters the military is ready to ramp up strikes if progress isn't made on the diplomatic front.
Steve Harrigan joins us now with the latest. Steve.
That's right, that warning from the U.S. Embassy in Jordan telling Americans not to travel to the region, or if they are here now, to consider leaving. And it comes as President Trump has issued a warning that the U.S. could launch major attacks against Iran. The president saying those attacks could come as early as this weekend, and they could last for several days. Here's the president.
We'll be hitting them. We'll be hitting them very hard. And at some point, they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore.
Great way to spend tax money to wage war on the other side of the world. Yeah, war that also has negative consequences for Americans here. Like, Donald Trump ran and won on fixing the prices. This was the promise that he made. He ran on being the peace president. He ran on ending wars. And he ran on fixing prices, right? And of course, shutting off the border and purging all the brown people from the U.S. boundaries, okay? As far as promises made, promises kept goes, he is quite literally doing the exact opposite, okay? He ran on fucking peace and lowering prices. Prices are increasing, and there's less peace than ever before. Only him and his closest buddies are the ones who are making money right now. And they're making money hand over fist. The last major energy grid threat and subsequent taco, March 20th to 23rd, drove Brent down by 11% from pre-threat level. It also happened over the weekend. If this coordinated bluster, they could announce a new diplomatic effort on Monday. We don't know that that's the case. But that was the major one. That was back when, I think that was literally when Trump said he's going to nuke Iran, when I had arrived in Michigan. Ironically enough, to do the Abdul stump. It was the same day.
You can sense some frustration in the president yesterday about Iran's negotiating tactics, negotiating for days at a time, and then suddenly striking U.S. assets in the region, attempting to strike U.S. military positions in the region, and also attacking civilian shipping. Here's President Trump on negotiating with the Iranians.
I'm losing faith in them, because they do lie and they do misrepresent. Also,
this is like pure projection. I don't know what else to say. Like, every time he does some fuck shit, he goes, they just lie all the time. It's like, bitch, what do you mean they lie all the time? Like, we can see what you're doing, right? You lie to us, you lie to yourself, you lie to the world, you're lying to everybody. It makes no sense. This argument makes no sense. Iran, if anything, has not lied at all. They keep saying, look, you strike us, we're going to strike back. And lo and behold, we strike them, and then they strike back. Okay? There's never been a moment where Iran is like, actually, we want to do negotiations, and then boom, lo and behold, they're striking our assets in the region. That's not what's been going on. We've been doing that to them. And while we've been lying to them and lying to the rest of the world, constantly being like, no, Iran wants to do a deal. Iran wants to do a deal. Iran has to come out every time and be like, no, we don't want to do a deal. What the fuck are you talking about? Iran has been pretty fucking straightforward every damn day of the week.
Well, the other day, the 5 missiles were shot. We knocked them down, but we were in the midst of a negotiation. I mean, I'm waiting for Steve to call me. How's the negotiation going? And instead, I got a call from Pete that they just shot 5 missiles at one of our bases in Jordan.
If there are major attacks, it's not clear whether or not Israel would be a part of them. They've largely been on the sidelines for the past 7 weeks of this war. Guys, back to you.
There we go. Okay. All right. Thank you, Steve. Truly is a tragic situation. And of course, as we've talked all along, I feel like Iran has dreadfully miscalculated President Trump, especially when you wind up actually killing U.S. soldiers. If you think that you're going to bully Trump or push Trump into backing down because of an upcoming midterm election, any hope of that goes out the window when you wind up killing U.S. service members. We lost the lives of 3 service members in Jordan on a base after it was struck by missiles from Iran. One of those soldiers was laid to rest yesterday, I believe, in New York, in Queens, and the among the people that were there was Mayor Mamdani, who was intending to speak at the event, at the funeral, and the family was not interested in having him speak at the family. Here's the New York Post.
Yeah, there he is on the right. Is that him?
The silent treatment, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So strange. Such a strange news story, dude. The New York Post treats Zohran Mamdani like Sex Pestity and LSF used to treat me. Like, it's kind of funny. It's really fucked up, but it's also kind of funny that they're literally like, oh, he really wanted to deliver a speech and make it all about himself. Like, where did you get this information from? Like, I don't even understand, why how did this become a thing? Like, why are they so parasocially obsessed? It's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't style situation too, because it's like, imagine Zohran doesn't attend the fucking funeral of the Queen's soldier. Are you kidding me? Zohran Mamdani loved that the Queen's soldier died, didn't even want to attend the funeral. You know what I mean? They're literally behaving like my fucking weird haters on the internet.
Yeah, I do think that, look, there's nothing nice about war. This is always the worst case scenario. But I think when you look at this president and the strategy he's employed here, you look at the situation we just saw resolved in Gaza with the Board of Peace coming to this agreement. It will mean that in perpetuity, the people there in Gaza who were constantly being talked about, people, the pro-Palestine crowd, Free Palestine, all these people.
I disagree with New York City Mayor plenty, but this criticism is unfair. My understanding is that the family didn't want elected officials speaking and the mayor respected their wishes. He was warmly received and clearly moved by the beautiful ceremony. This isn't something to fault him for. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow, you mean to tell me that the New York Post lied? What? You mean to tell me that Fox News leaned into the lie from the New York Post? What? Wow. Wow, that's shocking. I'm so shocked. You mean they made it up? They literally automatically made the assumption that if there was an elected representative there, if there was an elected at the funeral, that their expectation is that they speak, and Zoran was really sad? You mean to tell me that the New York Post is behaving exactly like my fucking psychotic haters do when they'll clip something to be like this literally happened to me and with Zoran. On Zoran's election victory party. Like, I got the fucking 5-star VIP treatment over there. Obviously, this was a major night for this entire movement. We're all celebrating. Next day, I go online and everyone's like, oh, dude, it's crazy. I can't believe you got fucking owned. I can't, lol, you deserve it. Zoran denied you entry into the event. It's like, what the fuck? Why are you inserting yourself into the story? Because I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. And there is the exact same through line that exists in some of the dumbest fucking drama farmers on the internet with respect to how the New York Post is operating. I'm trying to use an analogy from a personal anecdote as an example to show you how fucking stupid mainstream outlets are. Is that okay? It's called an explanation. The expectation I have is that not New York Post, but at least like Fox News is not going to just like literally behave like LSF does with me. Is that appropriate? Am I allowed? I know it's a fucking very strange analogy. It's a very strange example, and yet it fucking works in this situation. Here, you're getting shook. Oh, you need to take the camera out? Okay. Here, you can take it. Okay, no, I'm down to... But aren't we going to be early?
People are pretty silent now. They may want to thank the president
because
without him, they'd be living under terrorist rule. Hamas would be ruling their lives. They would be living in misery. And now they have a hope for a better future, but it was strategy. And it didn't happen overnight. And I think when we're looking at a situation like we have in Iran, you have to look at how the president has operated this whole way. It's been very strategic. He's tried to be diplomatic about it. But you look at the way he decimated their military. You look at the way that he attacked economically, and now they're kind of boxed into a corner. And you're right, he is not worried about anything that is politically advantageous, Charlie. He's worried about doing the right thing at the right time, and that time is now.
It is worth noting, President Trump was at the dignified transfer of those 3 fallen heroes. And he saw those caskets draped in the American flag being carried.
I mean, he's literally at the scene of the crime. You know what I mean? But yeah, he's responsible for those deaths. Like, he's directly responsible for those deaths. It's very, very weird that you would just bring that up. If I was Fox News, I probably wouldn't even mention Trump in that situation at all. You know what I mean?
Off of a plane coming back to the U.S. You saw in that video of Sergeant Rampersad yesterday being carried in a flag-draped coffin. President Trump has talked about the hardest job any president has, is going to Dover and greeting a dignified transfer. And I think that this family feels that, listen, you have done nothing but rail against President Trump. You are the mayor. Stay out of the foreign policy.
They're making shit up now. This is literally Reddit comments under an LSF post. I cannot believe it. I cannot fucking believe it. Fox News, the most popular network news program, is behaving in the exact same way that Redditors do on LSF. They made up a story. They took something out of context. They made up a story. And now they're adding additional commentary onto that completely made up story. This is just fan fiction, okay? And who are they using for this made up story? A dead soldier, okay? A 19-year-old who didn't need to die at all, but died because our president decided to listen to the real American president, Benjamin Netanyahu, and start a fucking dumbass war with Iran. Unbelievable. What the fuck?
Lane, and also do not simply bring politics into the most sacred, painful moment of our lives. And you have to really put that in context.
What the fuck?
And you begin to have empathy for the family and why they felt that way.
Yeah.
But yet, Mayor Mamdani is bringing politics into it.
Yeah.
You just, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? All right. Are we ready? Okay. They're shameless. Wish people from our side would learn from this. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of shamelessness, it's strange, but Mike Rogers has already decided that Abdul Al-Sayed won the primary, considering that he's already debuting his web ad targeting Abdul Al-Sayed.
They'll never see us coming. They really think we're just Democrats.
Wait, you're a Republican. Why would you even care if you're running against a Democrat regardless? Why would you even make a distinction between like a normal Democrat and a Democrat like Abdul? Oh my God, I realize why they released this ad, this web ad. It's not because they're slating it against Abdul and the general. They're trying to do a last-ditch effort to be like, see, he's even more weak than Haley Stevens, because Haley Stevens is a normal Democrat. I'd much rather run against Haley Stevens, who's a much stronger Democrat. Please vote for Haley Stevens in the primary. You got a couple days remaining. The Odyssey AI, I'm dying with him peeking Islamically out of the wood. Yep. Yeah. Don't be jealous because he has a higher production value than you do. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry that I'm not doing fucking AI slop. Hey, at least I wasn't in this one, you know? I'm a little sad that I wasn't mentioned in this one. But there will be plenty of opportunities. Abdul saw it live.
I like how they think you're the rulers.
I honestly just gotta recant.
See, he seems to like it. He seems to enjoy it. Are we ready to go? All right, let me take a look. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Okay. All right. We are going to now move to link up with Donovan McKinney. But we have
President Trump.
We have some more videos. This one's from Channel 4 about the Gaza disarmament. I'll be giving you guys more. I'll be on the other side. Okay.
For the people of Gaza, Donald Trump's attempts to engineer a ceasefire have brought little relief from the misery that is their daily existence. This week, like most weeks, multiple Israeli airstrikes hit targets across the Strip. More people injured, more people dead, despite a 20-point agreement brokered last October. And Trump's announcement that Hamas has agreed to a complete disarmament has failed to generate much optimism here.
God willing, they will find a solution for us. Hamas will surrender their weapons and Gaza will return to how it was before October the 7th.
I don't have confidence in the occupying forces. The occupation puts obstacles in the way every day. You cannot negotiate while they're confronting you.
Trump's announcement was first aired with aplomb on his social media site, Truth Social. The deal was historic, a critical step, Hamas signing up to a detailed roadmap on disarmament. Yet, in a cabinet meeting at Camp David, he was sounding more restrained.
Most people said that would be a deal that would be undoable. Now, will it go through its ups and downs? It's a very complex situation over there. The people are very complex and difficult, but that will be a It's a great breakthrough. Nobody thought that would be possible, to disarm Hamas.
Disarmament is a key part of Trump's plan. Without it, the introduction of a new government won't work, nor will reconstruction start in the battered territory. And we now have details of how the plan is supposed to work. An inventory will be made of heavy weapons, military production sites, depots of weapons and tunnels within Gaza. A new Palestinian administration will then enter the Strip and start to assume its responsibilities. The disarmament of weapons will be completed in a gradual, sequential, and time-bound manner. And this is crucial. It's all linked to an Israeli withdrawal in phases from the Strip. But it is the withdrawal of Israeli forces that may represent the biggest problem here. Currently in control of 60% of Gaza, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has shown little to no enthusiasm for such a withdrawal, and with a national election scheduled in October, such a move could alienate key supporters. The fact is, neither side has shown much enthusiasm for Donald Trump's big announcement. An Israeli official said there would be no withdrawal from Gaza until they got genuine disarmament, while Hamas said there would be no disarmament until Israel withdraws. And clearly, a substantial gulf remains between the two. So Trump's deal is starting to look more aspirational than actual. But in Gaza, the reality of life looks the same. Amid the fear and the rubble, there's no declaration of success here. John Sparks, Sky News in Jerusalem.
President Trump claims his border peace has reached a historic agreement which will disarm Hamas inside Gaza, a development welcomed by the Foreign Minister Ed Miliband. Well, the US president made the announcement in a post on Truth Social, saying the deal would shift control of Gaza to a new Palestinian Authority and withdraw Israeli troops from the region. This afternoon, an Israeli political source has told Sky News the IDF will only withdraw from the Yellow Line when Hamas undergoes a genuine disarmament. And I'm joined now by our defence and security analyst, Michael Clark. Professor, is...
Okay, I'm going to flip it back. Okay. What's up, chat? We are on a journey right now to get a real Detroit slice, okay? We're here, we're alive, and we are on a mission. Today, I am going to be interviewing Donovan McKinney one-on-one. We've had him on the broadcast already. I went out and I canvassed for him last night, but we haven't really given him a full shake. And hopefully we'll be able to fundraise a little bit, given that their campaign is you know, they need as much money as possible in the upcoming days in order to effectively push back against the barrage of attack ads coming from Sri Tanadar, who obviously is self-financing his campaign, with one exception, AIPAC. AIPAC actually made up for some of his cryptocurrency losses. You mean you're getting New Jersey pizza in Detroit? Noted. Okay.
That's crazy.
But yeah, from where pizza? Detroit pizza, which I do happen to enjoy, for those of you who don't know. Oh my God, everyone is saying seatbelt, seatbelt, Jesus Christ.
We got a lot of managers.
I know. You happy? You happy, chat? Seatbelt Hossie, they're gonna give you the worst seatbelt charge you've ever seen. You're like Al Capone and it's tax evasion. It's gonna be alright. We don't want you flying through a windshield. I mean, it's over at that point. Click it or ticket. Does Michigan have backseat seatbelt laws? So communism is here already then. What the hell? I didn't realize I was in a goddamn communist state. I thought Abdullah was gonna bring communism to this dang state. Why are there...
So is Hank Pecker a libertarian or a conservative?
I'm anything I need to be at any given moment. I got my libertarian tendencies, but mostly conservative. Don't belt on me. Yeah, I hate seat belts. I hate Ralph Nader. Every time I have to click it, I think to myself, God damn you, Ralph Nader. But Hank Pecker, above all else, is apolitical. Anarcho-capitalist with Republican characteristics. Dude, Michigan reminds me so much of New Jersey, and I feel like I have this, now that I've been around the country a little bit more than ever before, I have this firm commitment to the belief that every American state is the same. Like, America is literally that photo. You know what I'm talking about? The one with, like, the gas stations.
Yeah.
At the intersection. That's literally
like 12 gas stations.
Every fucking state, dude. Every state. And now, when you look at the gas stations, gas is like $5, $4, $5. Well, it's $6 in California, which is, you know, California. But the tons of guys with sunglasses on their cars talking to their phone camera, yeah. What is this? I genuinely think Abdullah Say is a strong candidate for the party, but do you really need these TikTok-style videos? They just feel a bit unnecessary to me. You're public servants after all. What are you, fucking 75 years old? Those TikTok-style cameras are creating tremendous excitement. It's fucking... It's the best way to get earned media, too, on top of, like, additional user-generated content. You're out of your dang mind, you fool. Anyway, I've been seeing Hutch and those other centrists talking about how they're no longer going to use vote blue no matter who. Saying vote blue no matter who is dead. It turns out, oh, thank you, Haas, for posting the image.
Oh,
he put it right. Yeah, he put it right next to me.
What a legend.
And he put the lemon bro in there too. That is literally America, though. Like, everywhere. Everywhere you go, it's kind of the same. Alright, we're almost there. Can we stop at McDonald's? No. Detroit pizza only, baby. That's the only thing we're having today. I mean, literally, I haven't had food yet, so... Did we tell the journalist that he was...
Yeah, he's going to meet us there.
Oh, he's going to meet us there? Okay.
Hannah just gave him an update, too. She's on
it. All right. Good. Okay. Hank Puker. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's what Mark Levin calls me. Hasan Puker.
What did Alex Jones call you? He call you Pecker?
Yeah, Hasan Pecker.
That's his name.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Is this it?
Yep.
Okay, don't show where we're at.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're right here too. Donovan's here as well. We just got here at the same time. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir. Yeah, it's good, sir.
Yeah, this is
perfect.
fine.
Yeah, if you need a back ride for nighttime, keep my card if you want it.
Sure.
Call me.
See you, man. Yeah,
I'm in the second chat.
Yeah, come on. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, who's that guy?
Listen, we in Original Buddy's Pizza, baby. Come on.
Did you guys mean to match? What is this?
I know.
We. Oh my
Gotta
God.
go to a sneaker ball. Yeah, man, this history right here. The birthplace of Detroit style pizza.
Wait, really?
Yes.
This is the birthplace?
Birthplace of Detroit style pizzas.
Okay. I was like, let's not leave the location, but it's too
Hey,
late.
what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? I got some friends with me. I think you over here. Okay. Good to see y'all. Y'all look good, hey?
I'm gonna look down the chat. I'm trying to see over here.
You are awesome, man.
Come on, we gonna do it, guys. We down here.
Oh, look, there's the Adam in the middle.
Oh, yeah. That's my brother.
Be outside.
Oh my gosh, this place is a maze.
Yeah, man. So this is where the bocce ball happens, right here. You got a bocce ball right here.
Wow.
So yeah, a lot of the Polish used to live here.
How should we do this?
What up, baby? How you doing, man?
Good to see you.
Good to see you again. I was like, the family okay?
Everybody's good.
Good. Good, man. I brought some friends with me, man.
All right, that's good. We like friends. That's
Yeah.
I'm Dewan, guys. I'm gonna be y'all server tonight.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of let y'all get a little comfortable, and I'm gonna come back and get some drinks and get some things going.
Cool.
I'm gonna bring some menus and stuff down right now, though. Okay.
I'm starving.
All right.
Yeah. No, this is good.
Okay.
This is good.
All right, so, God. So we haven't really done a one-on-one candidate interview with you so far.
Okay.
Is the angle good? Everything good there?
Working on it.
Okay. It's not gonna stick. Okay. So I'm gonna run you through some questions and stuff like that to get you to you know, talk about the district, talk about who you are, even though we did do the phone bank yesterday, and then hopefully we can fundraise a little bit today
that'd
for
be
you
helpful.
as well.
Yeah, man, final days.
Because look, we're in the final days. We're in the thick of it. Your opponent Sri Tanadar has been self-financing his campaign with all of his puppy abuse money. That was when I didn't even realize what district, because I had seen him already. Like I knew of him because I remember, and I don't know if you brought this up when we first talked, but he wanted to run for governor, and he ran for governor. And he initially wanted to run as a Republican. Which is, I feel like that's insane. I mean, this guy is like, his ambitions are all over the place. But one
and
thing,
he has his consultants like, tell me which party I should run for. Like, you know, it's sad. I'm like, dude, you don't know?
Pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that like you're supposed to have your convictions first, and then. But I guess that's just how American politics are in many respects, or has been, and even in the Democratic Party, which he found a home for his for this district, but I think not for long. Hopefully.
Yeah, that's true.
So let me pull out my notes real quick because I got it right here. Okay, so we're joined by Donovan McKinney. He's a state representative in Michigan, running in Michigan 13 for the U.S. House. It's a D+22 district. The district is a very poor district. Has a higher black population than many other districts as well. Primaries obviously on August 4th, And Donovan's primary opponent is Sri Tanadar, the incumbent. Donovan's gotten endorsements from DSA National, Bernie Sanders, Rashida Tlaib, Abdullah Syed, Adam Hamawi, who we were with last night, running around town in the Hamtramck streets, Maylok Quiros, Chris Rabb, Justice Democrats, Working Families Party, UAW Michigan, AFL-CIO Michigan, and Metro Detroit DSA. You're a lifelong Detroiter, former union organizer, progressive state representative, and now you're running for Michigan's 13th congressional district. You were raised on the northeast side by your grandmother near 7 Mile Road while your mother worked 3 jobs just to keep food on the table. You spent over 4 hours every single day riding the public bus to get to and from high school. And your childhood was marked by frequent evictions, housing insecurity, and an incarcerated father. You've been endorsed by DSA National and numerous other left-flank candidates, including Bernie Sanders, and you're going to unseat multi-millionaire incumbent Sri Tanadar in a race that has become a major proxy over the economic and foreign policy direction of the Democratic Party. So now that we gave Chat a little bit of a rundown of your background. You grew up moving 13 times.
Yes.
You got evicted a bunch of times. In the process, you rode the bus 2 hours each way to go to a decent school. You, your mother, your brother, your grandmother all share the same asthmatic cough from growing up next to Detroit's smokestacks. This is a very important part of environmental racism that underserved communities experience, unfortunately. Your opponent is a 71-year-old pharmaceutical multimillionaire who owned a Ferrari and moved from Ann Arbor to Detroit in 2019 specifically to run for office and has poured more than $12 million of his own money into buying political power and buying this seat. What does someone who has actually experienced the district struggles understand about the 13th district that a man who is a multimillionaire with a Ferrari fundamentally cannot?
Hasan, this is an honor to be on your stream again. Shout out to all your viewers, man, and the chatters. But, you need people with lived experience in these positions because you're going to meet the urgency that this moment demands. Right? And so when people call me for help, I understand that they can't wait for me to respond. Like, we have to respond like it's a 5-alarm fire. And what's happening right now is we got a congressman in name only who doesn't pick up the phone for people. That's what I hear constantly. This is the 5th poorest congressional district in the country or something. And so, like, what's happening is we got a guy in there, he uses his office allotment, taxpayer money, to promote himself. So the average member of Congress spends about 5% of their office budget promoting themselves. He spends 11 times that.
Jesus.
55%. And so that's why you'll see him on the big billboards, you see him on TV year round, you'll see him with big mailers, like literally that costs money. And a lot of these dollars, taxpayer money, is supposed to go to the day-to-day operations of the district. And so we are going to restructure how that works on day one. And then we're going to put it towards staff salaries, and we're going to put it towards hiring adequate staff to do the casework, to connect people with those resources that need it the most.
So constituent services.
Yes, that's what it is.
One of the most important aspects of being a representative in a congressional district, especially like this one. It's also, I suspect, part of the reason why Sri Tanadar, regardless of his name recognition due to all the billboards, and also because he's a very colorful personality, was still trailing at like barely 50% in some of the early polls. You've closed that gap in recent, in one of the last polls that came out. You closed the gap from I believe, 20 point? You closed that 20 point gap, and it's a very, very close race, which is part of the reason why we want to fundraise for you to the best of our ability in this last moment. Hopefully mods are spamming your link, by the way. I think we have a donation link, right?
We do.
What's the donation link?
It is actblue.com/donate/McKinney Hasan 2.
Oh, okay. McKinney Hasan 2, yeah.
It's in
Michael from Pennsylvania fundraised 17 grand, I believe. Last time you were on a stream, we got to outdo that. We can't let Michael from Pennsylvania.
Right now you're at about 6 grand.
We're past 6 grand so far. Michael from Pennsylvania got to 17. We have to double that. We can't let him mog us, dude. We can't let him money mog us. But speaking of money, Michigan's 13 has a poverty rate of 27% and a child poverty rate of 42%. More than 4 in 10 kids are growing up poor in this district. Nearly 200,000 of your would-be constituents live below the poverty line, and the median household makes about 50 grand. Under Thanadar's watch, the district's poverty rate jumped over 3% in 1 year. What's your plan to make sure every constituent in your district can afford a roof over their head, food on their table, and a dignified life to enjoy with their family?
No, good question, Hasan. And so what we're going to be focusing on and how I define politics is the redistribution of resources. And so when you have to take our taxpayer money to fund wars overseas, my opponent, like Cherie, all he does is send money to Tel Aviv, Israel, and like pretty much support genocide. And so my focus will always be the working people of our district and the working people of this country who have been left behind. And so one of my biggest concerns that we're going to be fighting for is ensuring that we lower the cost of living, but then also being able for people to work one job, not only to make ends meet, but have disposable income, benefits to take care of their family and a retirement to look forward to. That's the American dream. But we need to raise the minimum wage immediately, federally. It's still $7.25. That is absurd. The second thing we can do immediately, and hopefully with the coalition, because I can't do it by myself. In Congress, I need partners, and we already got, I think, at least 9 progressives elected that are coming in this new freshman class. I believe I'll be the 10th in the next coming days. And so that's why we need people's support with the dollars to get us over the hump. But one of the things we can do with the help and support of Congress is trying to figure, we haven't changed the poverty line. And I don't know how long, in decades, man. And so when we talk about how money is getting down to the least of these, like it's not getting down to the poor of the poor because of how we define poverty in this country. And so we need to do the child tax credits, ensuring that, it alleviates that poverty with the children poverty rate, but more importantly, like giving people resources for food, for housing, for just the basic necessities to be able to live. That's how you start changing some things. But instead of sending money overseas for war, bombs and weapons to kill families and children, it should be coming back home in these districts, and that's going to be top of mind for me.
So, under Sri Thanadar's Michigan's 13th district has a firearm homicide rate that's nearly 3 times the national average. A food insecurity rate double the national average. 55% of public school students were chronically absent from class, where the national average is at approximately 26%. The lead risk exposure index is the highest in the nation at 10 out of 10. The average is around 5.5. There are 47.3 opioid overdose deaths per 100K, which is double the national average as well, at 10.6. It's arguably the single most left behind impoverished district. It's the 5th most impoverished district in the United States. How do we get here? Like, how did this happen? And how do you plan on pulling the district out of this calamity?
So let's talk about the lead pipe issue. As a state rep, which I currently am, I was able to bring home over $600 million for lead pipe replacement. But it's a drop in the bucket. I don't know if you heard about this or know the history of Detroit, but our public school system here in the city had to literally shut off all the drinking water.
Yeah, I heard about it.
In I like to say the BC era, but it was before COVID. And if you got to think about this, if the pipes underground are interconnected and the schools are testing higher levels of lead, what about our homes and our neighborhoods? So the kids can escape it at school, but when they come home, they're still exposed to it. And so we need, it's old infrastructure. We need billions of dollars to fix all the lead service lines in our community. We still have wooden pipes on the ground still operating. How you doing, sister? Good to see you. Always. Come on. Come here. Hold up.
I haven't seen you since you've been all these commercials.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good to see you.
Don't stress out. You got this.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And so, like, what we have to do is...
This happens a lot, by the way.
All the time.
Donovan is, you're one of the most, like, affable, you're so social.
Thank you, bro.
You're the most social, like, I've done a lot of these things already. You're the most social guy I've been around as far as all the candidates.
Really?
Yeah, you're constantly dabbing people up. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Man, we got the love of the people. I'll say this real quick. I got to give a shout out to my grandmother and my mom who helped raise me. Like, we moved a lot. You talked about it 13 times across the city.
Yeah.
Spent the vast majority of my life in Northeast Detroit. But my grandmother taught me these two things that I still live by today, and I'm so grateful to still have her in my life. She's still alive. The first thing she taught me was count your blessings. Because you woke up this morning when a lot of people didn't, right? You able-bodied. You got, clothes on your back, roof over your head, car to drive, food on the table. So those small things we take for granted day in and day out. She said, count your blessings. Number two, she always used to tell me, no matter what happens in life, there will always be people worse off than you. There will always be people better off than you, but to never fight the urge to give. Never fight the urge to give. So I put her quote on my first piece of literature when I ever ran for state rep. It inspired me to get into public service. And that's why I'm able to do what I'm doing now. It is a sacrifice. I have a beautiful wife, 3 amazing children, ages 4 and younger. We got 2 baby boys, 4 and 2, and a baby girl now that's 11 months old. And to all the daughters out there, y'all run the whole household. I know I'm a dad, girl, and it's a different type of love, but I love all my children. But I'll tell you this, like I'm raising them in the same communities I grew up in. In my 9th and 10th grade years of high school, like literally getting on the bus, traveling over 2 hours one way to get to school. I remember attending in the span of 18 months, 14 funerals of my friends and family due to gun violence in our communities, which literally led me as a state rep to push for community violence intervention. When President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris created the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, first time in the nation's history, they decided to do pilot programs in certain areas across the country. Detroit was one of them. I had a meeting with them, and I straight up told them, I said, if you invest in Detroit, usually you don't make guarantees as an elected official.
Yeah.
You at least try not to, because your job is to under-promise and over-deliver.
Yeah.
Not the other way around.
Yeah.
But in this meeting, I was very confident. I said, because the Democrats, we had the power at the time at the state, I said, listen, if you invest in Detroit, I guarantee to match the dollars and expand those resources statewide. And by the grace of God, we ended up fighting for that, getting it, because I'm the only Detroit on the Appropriations Committee in the House here in Lansing, last term and this term in Michigan, and we got the dollars. So Michigan became the first state in the country to have a statewide community violence intervention program, which our homicides have dropped. But now I'm starting to see the suicides have gone up amongst our youth because a lot of them don't feel welcome. They don't feel like their life matters. And so that's one of my top focuses with the mental health, emotional wellness, and I got dollars from the state to build the first youth mental health facility in Northeast Detroit. So, and that's going to be open in the next couple of years or so. The rehab in the building, doing everything possible. But like, we just got to fill in the gaps. That's what government is all about.
Yeah.
We got to fill in the gaps.
I don't think Sri Tanadar is doing a good job with that. But at least in 2010, one of Sri Tanadar's research facilities in New Jersey, Anaclin, went bankrupt and was placed into receivership. I think you know where I'm going with this story.
Yeah.
This is the first thing you told me about him when we met in Denver. Reports emerged that 170 lab animals, including 118 beagles and 55 monkeys, were abandoned inside of the facility without care. Activists and former employees actually had to climb the fences to feed and water these animals before welfare groups could rescue them. Tanadar has denied responsibility and blamed the bank. When a multi-millionaire CEO walks away from a business and leaves over 100 dogs and monkeys locked in a building without food or water, how can voters trust Sri Tanadar to not do the same to the people of Detroit?
Yeah. He abandoned those beagles. I think it was over 100 beagles as well as monkeys, and he's abandoned the city, right? And so Detroit is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I think if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
Yeah.
But it's also the blackest and poorest major city in all of America. and we need help. We need people who understand, I said before, who understand the urgency of this moment. When you call me, we're going to pick up the phone. When you call our office, we're going to do everything we possibly can to try to help and bring you the resources to fill in those gaps. Because like a lot of folks have given up on their government because the trust isn't there, because their government has failed them time and time again. I think I talked about it on the stream in Denver, and I give you 3 examples about how our government has failed us since I've been alive. The first is when the housing crisis happened in 2008.
Yeah.
Right? The recession, everything, everybody remembers the bubble that happened, and the bubble burst. And so Detroit, we had the largest black home ownership rate out of any major city in America. Then we're upwards of over 80%, like 82% or something, in the early 2000s leading into the housing bubble. But guess what the Democratic trifecta at that time under Obama decided to do? They decided to take our taxpayer money and bail out the banks instead of the people on the ground who were hurting in our communities, which you lose generational wealth, like something you cannot pass down to certain families. And then these banks started to buy up these homes even in masses, even more. And so you're wondering now, fast forward to almost 20 years later, why young people can't buy houses today.
Yeah.
It's too damn expensive. But it's because it all stemmed back from the housing crisis. Second thing that happened was under the Black Lives Matter movement, stemming from the death of the murder of George Floyd from the hands of police officers. The Congress responded. 2 senators at the time, Tim Scott, a Republican out of South Carolina, Cory Booker, a Democrat out of New Jersey, decided to put together legislation called George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. And they were negotiating right then and there.
Yeah.
But the negotiations broke down because of qualified immunity. For those viewers who are listening in, qualified immunity is essentially the ability to hold an individual officer accountable for their actions. That's it. Like, police is one of the only, outside of police and CEOs, like, how do you hold professions accountable? And it's by taking away their licenses or being able to bar them from practice. And so we have to end qualified immunity amongst officers.
Yeah.
Not all officers are the same, but there are some who take advantage of the badge that should be held accountable.
Yeah.
And so to no avail, nothing happened.
By the way,
Third thing.
one of your constituents just insisted on paying for your food.
One of my
And he ran
constituents.
away because he was humble.
Oh, thank you.
Did we order already?
No, I guess
He's like, I got the bill.
Okay.
wow, tell him thank you. One of our constituents is offered to appreciate it. Because, we don't make money. Listen, we're on the public service hour. But the third thing that's happened is the rollback of the Voting Rights Act. And under Biden, Congress and the House passed it, I think, at least 2 or 3 times, the John Lewis Voting Rights and Advancement Act. And it failed to get taken up in the Senate. So if we want the working people to take the Democratic Party seriously, we all know the Republicans are a lost cause, Hasan. We all know that.
Yeah.
But if we want the Democratic Party to be the party of the people again, damn it, we got to elect the right people to put in these majorities. And if you elect me, you send me to Congress, and you help me get there, please donate, because we need that help. We got 3 days left. But if you send me there, I guarantee you won't regret it. We're going to fight like hell for each and every one of us.
That's also part of the reason why I think the Republicans have any foothold whatsoever.
Exactly,
because
man.
they get to be as bad as they want to if their opposition is not also good.
Yeah.
Like that's the problem. The National Democratic Party and the way that it's seen, unfortunately, by the masses is just the blue side of the same coin, and there is some truth to our side's incompetence as well in terms of delivering on an agenda. And people like Sri Thanadar also make up that Democratic Party's incompetence if they're not going to fight for their own constituents. That creates apathy. That makes it so that people don't think twice about voting. Or don't even go out to vote at all. Because they're just like, what am I voting for?
I know. What do I get? Where is my bang for my buck, or where's my return on investment?
Yeah.
If I'm taking the opportunity to vote, and I hope people actually do, because your vote really does matter. To those listeners who are tuning in, your vote freaking matters right now. And if you don't use it, you lose it. Literally, there's the Project 2025 agenda. not just trying to figure out ways to suppress our vote, but like we have to put people in these positions that are going to ensure that people have their voices heard. And at the end of the day, this is about like, do you have a seat at the table or not? That's it. Do you have a seat at the table or not? So why not come out and vote for these right candidates, man? It's a lot of us. This is a national movement.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's coming to Michigan. And they're saying that it can't come to Michigan. And they're saying Michigan isn't ready for it.
I think Michigan just shocked the world on Tuesday.
Come on, we're going to, hey, listen.
That's what I think.
We're going to, hey, it's going to be a sweep. I can't wait.
So. I think so too.
Can't wait.
Let's get back to your opponent one more time. Because this man.
It's a lot of shit to say about him because he's full of shit.
I know. It's really funny. In 2014, Joel Crookston, a quality assurance manager at Thanadar's Ann Arbor-based company, Avamine, discovered that a client was illegally spiking a herbal supplement with prescription Viagra. Crookston testified that Thanadar refused to report this dangerous misconduct to federal regulators, prompting Crookston to quit and go straight to the FDA himself. Thanadar claimed he had no memory of the incident and argued it was his job to test the drugs, not to inform the federal government about client misconduct. When CEOs prioritize protecting a paying client's illegal and dangerous supplement over the health and safety of the public, how can voters trust Shri Thanadar to protect them from corporate greed in Congress?
Man, listen, this is what we got to do. We got to knock this fool out. And, you know, people make fun of him for his appearance. I'm just...
His hairpiece?
His hairpiece, yeah, it is a toupee. And, like, I know people talk about his, like, AI drawn eyebrows and all that stuff. But, like, in reality, well, all jokes aside, like, this man is an endangerment to our democracy. And when I say democracy, I'm meaning just to be able to say, hey, I'm going to be able to fight for you as a legislator. He doesn't even do that right.
Yeah.
Like, he's all about himself. And I'm just tired of him, and so I need y'all help to knock him out.
How does that look? Is it you're from Michigan?
Yeah.
You know, you're from this area. You're from this neighborhood. How does that make you feel that just a rich guy can come in and buy this seat and not deliver, and it just goes unnoticed for the longest time? Especially, look, you're a black man in America.
Yeah.
This is a very black district. Do you feel like that has a role in why this district can be represented by someone like Shri
Yeah,
Thanadar?
you know what? I've heard that a lot because I don't know if you know this, the original 13 members of the Congressional Black Caucus, 2 of them were from Detroit. Mm-hmm. So John Conyers, who held the 13th district for a long time, he passed away in the past few years. And then I don't know if you remember Charles Diggs. He was the first black person ever elected to Congress in Michigan's history. Mm-hmm. But we've also sent the first black woman, Barbara Rose Collins, to Carolyn Cheese Kilpatrick, to Brendan Lawrence, who endorsed my campaign. Like, we've sent capable black people to represent a majority black district.
Yeah.
But this time around with Shri, he only won because 9 people were in the race, including him, and 8 other black people, and they split the vote up. And because he had the competitive advantage with money, his own money, he was able to bypass the competition, but he only won with a small percentage of the vote. He won with 28% of the vote total. That's it. And so, like, for us now, we're in a head-to-head race. There's no longer splitting of the vote. So he has to stand on his own record. And that's why he's ducking and dodging us for a debate, Hasan, because he knows that our records, when you compare them, there's no comparison. And he's scared, and he should be scared and afraid of us, because at the end of the day, we've been working our butts off. The same amount of time he's been in Congress, the same amount of time I've been in the state legislature. And his claim to fame is like $30, $40 million to the district as a congressional member. I brought home over $2 billion to the district and the surrounding areas. Whether it's for lead infrastructure pipes, CVI, historic funding for after-school programs in our districts, because I know this. I talked about.
All right, guys. Y'all think y'all ready to start ordering food in here?
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna start over here, okay?
Had you looked at it? You looked at it?
I didn't.
I'm gonna start away from y'all.
I'm not even.
Okay, give him a.
No, I was gonna say I want you to order.
Okay.
The only thing I want is the Buddy's Famous Tenders. That's the only thing I would like to put my input on.
Yes.
Everything else.
What kind of sauce would you like to dip?
Okay.
Oh, what do we got for dips?
We like ranch, barbecue, sweet and sour, Frank's Red Hot, a hot sauce that's hotter than that.
He said hot sauce is hotter
Let's
than
do the
that.
hot sauce that's hotter than that. And what's the dip sauce?
The buddy dip sauce is like a gochujang, like a Asian spicy barbecue kind of.
Okay, let me get that too.
Okay.
So you gotta try. So
No, but we gotta do the pieces. I just wanted to get the tenders.
No. I know. I'm gonna do the pieces, but I'm gonna explain it.
Okay.
So how they do Detroit style pizza is a little different.
Yeah, I've had it.
Oh, you've had it.
Well,
Where?
no, I've had in Detroit. I've had.
Okay.
Wait, is the corners are crispy, right?
Crispier, a little area, but also the sauce is on top.
Yeah.
It's not the base.
Yeah.
And so, like, obviously, you can try the original.
Yeah.
You know,
we gotta get the real.
Yeah, I don't eat pork. I stopped eating pork some years ago, but you should do. It's a smaller piece of the 4 square.
Okay.
And then we do a 4 square of the
You're not
barbecue
gonna
chicken.
eat pork, and you're suggesting the Muslim man eat pork?
Listen. If you eat, well, whatever you want to eat, man.
No, I'll try it.
No, whatever you want to eat.
Look, if you suggest.
No.
You can't No, what?
No.
I'm kidding.
No.
I do eat pork.
Oh, okay, because I don't eat pork. I didn't know if you didn't eat pork or not.
Yeah,
I know some people are different.
I'm a bad Muslim.
I'm a bad Muslim.
They don't need to know.
So let's do the 4 square.
I got a pepperoni and a barbecue chicken.
And then let's share the potato wedges too.
Like a loaded fries.
Yeah.
You want like a basket of fries? Or you want the loaded one? Probably the basket. Right?
Basket of fries, no loaded.
Okay.
Just basket of fries because the potato wedge is good. And then
I'm so excited.
anything with I don't know if other people want to order stuff too.
If y'all want to order.
Oh, what about that Detroit style cheese bread?
Oh yeah, cheese bread. Order cheese bread too. Yeah.
You're slacking.
Yeah, that's true. That's facts. That's facts.
I got it.
No, the cheese bread is fire though.
Yeah, I saw it. I was walking in, I saw it.
Did you know Verner's? Wait, is this up? No, that's Stroh's. So this is one of our Detroit brands too, beer.
Yeah.
And then you can make floats out of it. But Verner's, you heard of Verner's?
I think so, yeah.
So it was originally made in Detroit as like a simple like medicine for like common cold, to cure the common cold. And then it got turned into, we call it pop, y'all call it soda.
Yeah.
We call it pop, but it got turned into pop, now it's sold everywhere. So try the Verner's, if you haven't tried Verner's.
I've never had a float before in my life, so I'm down to have it.
Okay.
Try the Motor City Classic. I've never had a float. Well, we don't have. Well, I'm Turkish. I love milkshakes, but we don't. A float is like. It's a soda. It's a pop with ice cream in it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we got Faygo here.
Oh yeah.
So Faygo. So do y'all got other floats besides the Verner's? Or y'all just got the Verner's?
No, last summer we had the Rock and Ride Faygo one.
Yeah, the Faygo one.
We don't got that one.
Dang, because we gotta get him on Faygo.
We gotta get him.
Okay, but he'll try the Verner's float. Yeah.
You want that now, or do you want that?
Whenever it comes out.
I'll bring it right now, then.
Oh,
what y'all drinking, gentlemen? I ain't get y'all. I got some water over here for you too.
Okay, water. I'll do a water and a lemonade.
Lemonade.
Yeah. But yeah, you got us, man.
All right.
It's gonna change your life, brother.
All right.
Help me out, Hasan.
Oh. Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sure I'll take it.
I'll do a 4 square Detroit.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
All right. So we were talking about like how Tree brought very little money back to this year.
Yeah,
You brought a lot more than he did.
Yeah.
One of the things that you and I experienced last night, because I asked you what are the things that really motivate the people in this district? And you said DTE is a big one.
Yeah, man. So those who listening in, DTE is our monopoly utility. I'm sure you all have something like that in your communities, in your cities.
Yeah.
But man, DTE sucks.
Is notoriously bad.
Yeah.
Is actually like nationally bad.
Yeah.
It's competitively bad for the entire Michigan, for the entire state. You've been a leading advocate for reining in the corrupting influence of money in Lansing.
Yeah.
You sponsored the Taking Back Our Power legislative package to ban political contributions from regulated monopoly utilities like DTE, which from what I understand is like the #1 donor in the state. It's insane.
Yeah.
Which is like, how is that allowed? Like,
I don't even know.
crazy.
And then my opponent, Cherie, he's taking tens of thousands of dollars from me, man. That's terrible.
So you proudly signed the No Utility Money Challenge.
Yep.
Your opponent has accepted campaign donations from DTE's corporate
Yeah,
bank,
yeah.
of course. Why is refusing to take a dime of utility money a non-negotiable line for your campaign? And how does taking that money compromise a representative's ability, in your opinion, to hold these companies accountable?
Yeah, so I tell this story like all the time about when my wife and I had our first son, our first child. He's 4 years old now. And we brought him home from the hospital. He was born in late January 2022. And we come home from the hospital. We walk in our house. We flick the light on. It's the middle of winter. Remember, it's January in Michigan and Detroit. It's so cold in the D.
Oh, it's cold as hell.
It's cold in the D. If you ever visit Detroit in the winter, don't bring a coat. You got to buy a coat from here to make sure that you are protected from this weather. It's crazy. But we come home and literally there's a power outage. There's no lights. There's no heat. And so we had to go to a hotel room. This is before I got elected. I got elected later that year in 2022. But I had the means to put my family up in a hotel. But I don't know if you know this, when the demand goes up for a hotel, guess what they do? They just increase the rates.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and so the nightly rate. And so we were staying at like a 2-star hotel, I think like a Days Inn or something, because like just the demand was crazy. And
just to get heat.
Just to get some heat. And
for your newborn.
Yeah, so my newborn and my wife who just gave birth, like we had to spend his first 5 days on this planet in the freaking hotel room.
That's crazy.
And a Days Inn, y'all. And so in those 5 nights, I'd have paid $2,000.
Jesus Christ.
I told you the rates increased. But I had a little bit of the means. I can cough those up. But think about my district, my state house district right now.
Yeah.
The median income is $14,000.
Wow.
If you break that up by 12 months, that's a little over $1,200 a month. Then I'm running to represent the 5th poorest congressional district in the country. Like, these folks don't have any extra money to go in the hotel room when the power goes out. So since my son's been alive, he's a little older than 4, we have lost power. Can you guess how many times?
Oh, I have no idea. But I've heard.
You're about to be infuriated when I say this. In a little 4.5 years or so, we have lost power 57 times.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've heard.
57 times.
No, it's unbelievable. Like the fact that this continues.
It's crazy.
So, like for me, I feel like, you know, like right now,
yeah,
and at the federal level especially, you got Abdul running against Haley Stevens, and like AIPAC is a huge deal at the national level. But I feel like for Michiganders, the fact that she got money from DTE and with Shri as well should be far more consequential almost. Because it blows my mind that they're so bad. And this leads me to my next question. There's another, like on top of the infrastructure not being up to date, up to standard, constant rolling blackouts. Yeah. There was a blackout in Detroit for 3 days in a row, right?
No, actually it was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago.
It was right after July 4th weekend, and this was before the storms hit. We had a 3-day blackout for seniors in my district. Oh my God. And they were on oxygen tanks. I mean, you got to think about this. Like, people die because of this stuff.
Yeah, no.
And then DT keeps saying, oh, you know, we're going to do better. We're going to do better. But we got to raise your rates, though. We got to raise your utility bills.
And they also, not only did they raise your utility bills, they sent, what did they send? Like a care package, right? To some people?
Man.
It's like a slap in the face.
Dude, slap in the face, man. So, like, I literally saw with my own eyes because I'm doing senior building visits to get out the vote.
Yeah.
At that time, because absentee ballots just dropped in the mail, just came in the mail. So as I'm visiting a senior home, the power goes out, man. So I saw with my own eyes 3 seniors being rolled out on stretchers from the EMS. And they're saying like, oh, you know, like, oh, this is, you know, we're going to fix it. We're going to do better.
Yeah.
You know, forget you guys, man. Like the way they keep like doing our people. But like, I will say this, every time I call them, they're like, man, you cuss us out, but you cuss us out with a smile. And I'm because like I tell them, my grandmother raised me to be nice to people, but to also hold them accountable. And so like I tell them, they come to my office all the time, BT, and I'm like, listen, why do you guys suck so bad? Like, I tell them that. And they're like, man, you know, we can't really say no to you because you just do it in such a polite way. But like in reality, we don't have to scream at them. We just got to say, hey, you know what? We're going to make sure that we close these loopholes in the system. The system that allows you to feed off our most vulnerable communities. We got to make sure you are barred from giving to our politicians. And in return, they start voting, you know, your way, and instead of doing what's right on behalf of the people they represent. And so that's why I'm leading the Taking Back Our Power legislation. We couldn't get a hearing in Lansing. So guess what happened? The people on the ground and organizations on the ground took our legislation, created a ballot initiative, and it's called Money Out of Politics. And just last week, it got approved from the State Board of Canvassers, the ballot initiative. They collected over 600,000 signatures. It's going to be on this year's November ballot. It's going to pass with 80% of the vote. Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, because everybody knows that the corporate influence in our politics is just too much.
Not to cut away from the seriousness of this, but that's fucking delicious.
Good, bro.
That's delicious.
Listen, Detroit, baby, Vernors and Fago. If y'all don't, I think y'all kind of heard of Vernors. Vernors is more nationwide. Fago, I don't know if it's national yet. Maybe regional.
I know about Fago because ICP.
Okay. Oh, okay. But Fago, y'all, that's Detroit.
So
and then Better Made chips. Y'all got to get some Better Made chips.
So this is already. So they already put some in here, but like you just dump it in there.
Yeah, you just dump it in there, bro. As it goes. Yeah. My wife loves floats, man.
Yeah, who would have thought? This is such an American invention to be like, yo, you know what's really good with pop? Ice cream.
Sure. I'm glad you like it, man.
I don't know why it works so well with the whatever the taste is. Oh, it's the soda. I don't know why, but the vanilla ice cream with this works perfect.
You know, when I was growing up, my mom and grandmother, and I'm sure anybody from Detroit or Michigan will know this, like when you get sick, they'll tell you to drink Vernors. Like, my campaign manager from Michigan, so she know. She's like, true. She's like, facts, 100%. Like, don't take no Tylenol, don't take no Sudafed or Motrin. No, go ahead and drink some Vernors and go lay down and go to sleep. Like, because it was made to cure the common cold. Like, look up the history of Vernors.
Does it actually?
I don't know. I've had it. Like, it helps, though.
Yeah. Okay.
But maybe it's like a Jedi mind trick thing, like us in Detroit. But it seemed like it works for me, at least.
I had a roommate who's from Michigan. He said that everybody who lived over 100 in Michigan says it's because of the Vernors.
Yeah.
We lived in D.C. and he had a fridge full of Vernors. I don't know. He would get it shipped from his mom.
Yeah. No, it's quality, brother.
All right, I have to. I'm gonna leave you, and Vince, you can take over for a second as well if you want to talk to the audience a little bit. But I have to pee really bad.
Okay, go ahead, brother. He said the Vernors got to see. It's clearing your system out. It's clearing your system out.
We're talking about the fundraising.
Yeah.
So there are two links. We apologize. There was a typo, and both are circulating. So we are accidentally psychologically torturing you with goals that you have already hit. On link 1, we have raised $12,446.
Hey.
And on link 2, we have raised $10,529. So altogether, that's some figure that I can't calculate in my head, but like 22 something. That's great. But here's the thing. That is enough to cover our financial gap for television. Yay. What we need now is to hit 25 so we can get visibility trucks across this district telling folks the good news about Donovan McKinney. And if we can go further than that, get up to 30, we can get more ads on Hulu, HBO Max, on streaming. We know that's where a lot of our young voters are. And if we keep going, that gets even more resources for us to use on Scale to Win and on texting so that our folks are able to make all those phone calls. Every phone call, every dial, every text message sent is a couple cents. And when you guys made 100,000 dials last night, which is fantastic news.
Thank you.
That means you ID'd almost 2,000 voters in this district where we had never spoken to before. It's really incredible. And it also costs like a shit ton of money to do that. Each dial, that adds up. So your contributions now also fuel the ability of our field program to exist. So keep on giving either of the links. I am checking both. It's all going towards the goal. You smashed it. You went way past what Mike 4PA raised. So the suits are winning. But we got to keep going.
No, thank you so much to everybody that's tuning in. Thank you And we're going to win this. And it's going to be because of people like you who invested, some energy, your time, your talent, and your treasure. And I'm excited about it because we're going to get these do-nothing politicians out of here, and we're going to make sure we start electing people that not only come from our communities but understand our communities. Because at the end of the day, what's happening is the wealthy are getting more wealthy, the poor are getting more poor, and I'm just tired of this crap, and I'm sure you are too. And so it's our opportunity to put the right people in these positions to move forward an agenda that's based off of all of us. Hasan is back. What up, Doc? How was it, man?
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, he said I cleared out.
I was holding it in, but what did we reach on the fundraising so far?
We are now at 20, about to be 23.
Okay.
It's 2 links, so our goals are split across them, but we are far past 16. And we talked about all the incredible things we can get at 25, 30, 35.
Yeah.
So we're ready to go.
And also add this right here is what we're competing with. Crypto has now spent $2 million in this race, and this is what they can kind of just drop in 24 hours, the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
So it's up to us to compete with that.
So what should the goal be? What do you think?
At least double what Mike did. He did 17, right?
Yeah.
All right, we got to do more than 35 then.
All right.
Let's do it. This brother, listen, I'm seeing him live in person, and he's really enjoying this flow, y'all.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I mean,
he's like, man, this shit's so good. I love it, man.
It's delicious. It is delicious.
Yeah. Anybody who hasn't been to Detroit, y'all gotta come.
No, this is
come
this
to the
is
city,
fire.
man. We'll take y'all out too. Hit us up on IG. We'll take you guys out.
500 from 22K. We got to beat Michael Bay. Yeah, exactly. And it's not a real defeat for Michael from Pennsylvania unless we double it. And even then, he still talks shit. But he didn't get to have this. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He didn't get the Detroit, hospitality. But anybody who wants to come, take us up on the offer. We'll come. We'll take you guys out.
All right. So one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about, because we're talking about DTE.
Yeah.
We got blackouts. One of the additional strains on this already crippled infrastructure is now these big data centers.
Yeah, man.
So to add insult to injury, they're like, oh, we gotta overcharge you. We gotta charge you more for unreliable, shoddy electrical grids. And then on top of that, they're building these massive data centers, right? They're aggressively moving to Michigan to build these energy-devouring AI data centers, and DTE is negotiating deals
behind closed doors. We don't even know about it.
For 7 gigawatts of capacity that could force the state to build new fossil fuel gas plants and gut Michigan's clean energy goals.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, and that goes back to these plants and our over reliance on fossil fuels goes back to the childhood asthma that you experience, because where are they going to put those?
I know.
Where are they going to put those power plants? They're going to put it in places like Detroit.
Yep.
In your backyard, in your neighborhood. Lawmakers in Lansing are now pushing to repeal the tech tax breaks or pass data center moratoriums. Bernie has also pushed for that as well. Where do you stand on the federal moratorium for large data centers, and how do you stop big tech from hijacking our energy grid and jacking up utility bills for working families?
So I'm with the moratorium for sure, because Michigan is in a different boat than other states. Because what do all these data centers need? To be able to be cooled down.
Yeah.
So what do you need to cool down data centers? Water. But you can't utilize ocean water because of the salt content. And if you use the salt, it's going to rust and deplete a lot of the
a lot of lakes here. So
Michigan is home to, I think, at least 80% of the country's fresh water, and then a little over 20% of the world's fresh water because of our Great Lakes. So Michigan is prime time. So we were already ahead of the curve when it came to legislation. Under the Democratic trifecta last term, we pushed some legislation for data centers. However, Meta and a lot of these tech companies bought off a lot of my elected officials, my colleagues, and watered down the legislation I was trying to push. But we did get some concessions in there. So in order to get either tax help, whether it's tax credits or dollars from the state or county or local levels, you have to abide by certain rules in state statute. But there's loopholes within those rules that Meta and a lot of these big corporations put involved. But other states, I don't know if you know this, Michigan has the most progressive data center laws in the country in terms of data center protections. But other states either have lackluster laws on the books or have nothing at all. So you got communities right now in our country where they got a data center in their community and they go home and they turn on the faucet and the water comes out. That is literally happening right now.
Yeah, like brown water.
Yeah, it's freaking, or nothing comes out. Like it is just, it's crazy. So in Michigan, that isn't happening yet because of the legislation we passed, but we do need a moratorium nationwide to figure out what is happening because they're being built so quickly. And then they're literally intimidating the local governments that are saying, hey, we're bullying you to hey, we're coming in.
Have you seen the local councils in some cities where they sign NDAs?
Yes. I want to get rid of NDAs, by the way. We have to do that.
Yeah.
And that's a federal mandate.
Basket of fried.
Come on, I'm telling you, bro. You're about to eat good. Oh, this.
I got some garlic bread and a Caesar salad over here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
All right, so which one is the extra spicy? Which one is
The X is the hot.
Okay. All right, what are we at donation-wise?
We just crossed the $30,000 mark, so we got our video trucks, and we're about to start getting our digital ads.
If we get to the $35,000 in donations, I'm gonna try the extra hot extra spicy.
When you do the 40.
Who knows?
No, it's good, man. I'm telling you.
Oh my god, this is delicious.
Told you, man.
Wow.
Come to Detroit.
Okay.
So good, man.
All right. After I'm done.
I know. Take your time, man. Take your time.
All right. Zip code 48217.
Yeah.
Are you familiar?
Mm-hmm.
This is Southwest Detroit.
Yep.
Historically documented, chat, as the most toxic zip code in Michigan, surrounded by steel mills, wastewater plants, and the massive Marathon Petroleum Refinery.
Yeah.
Which received a permit to remove capacity limits to process even more dirty fossil fuels. You have written passionately about how you, your mother, your grandmother, and your brother all had the exact same asthmatic cough.
Yes.
Due to growing up in the smoggy shadows of these facilities.
Yeah.
Do you support the Green New Deal, and how will you use the power of a congressional seat to fight back against corporate polluters who are poisoning black and brown neighborhoods in Detroit? Because they do not put those things in rich white neighborhoods.
No, they don't. So, hell yeah, Green New Deal. I don't know if you knew this. I was a part of SCIU. I come out the labor movement, labor organizer. My grandfather was UAW, 42 years, UAW 4, never missed a day of work. He unfortunately passed away last year. But I used to go to union meetings all the time, and it kind of just inspired me to get into the labor movement. And when I was at SCIU, it was the same time that the Green New Deal was really gaining steam and support. And during our advocacy there, we had a task force and we charged SCIU, and we actually became the first union to sign on to the Green New Deal. I don't know if you knew that. So,
I didn't know.
I've been a big proponent of the Green New Deal for a long time now. From the Justice 40 initiatives that came out of the Biden administration, but we got to do more in terms of legacy pollution. Now, my brother and I were growing with my mother and grandmother, northeast side of Detroit, right next to smokestacks. And I developed asthma at 7. My brother developed it at 5. Now I'm raising my 3 kiddos, my wife and 3 kids, in the same community I grew up in northeast Detroit. My 4-year-old, when he turned 3, he got diagnosed with pre-asthma. And then my 2-year-old is on the same track, and I don't know what's going to happen with our 11-month-old baby girl. So, like, it is still legacy pollution that is happening right now. So what I end up doing at the state level is something called introducing POCA, which is Protecting Overburdened Communities Act, also known as cumulative impact legislation. And what's happening is the way permits work from the EPA at the federal level and then EGLE at the state level, the reason why our corporate polluters keep getting the green light to pollute us and pollute more is because the government isn't looking at toxins being emitted in air in totality. They're looking at it in isolation. So how much sulfur dioxide being emitted, how much carbon dioxide being emitted, from PFAS to mercury. They all look at separately instead of all together. And so you might not hit the certain metric with carbon, but you might have a little bit of mercury or a lot more sulfur or whatever. But in reality, what we're trying to do is take that legislation to the federal level and look at it in terms of the cumulative impacts to protect our air. Because I do believe you have a right to drink, clean water and breathe clean air. Like you have to.
Controversial.
Yeah, I mean, it's common sense stuff, man.
Yeah.
But I remember going to the doctor. Like I got a clean bill of health, which I'm so grateful for. But he was telling me, he was like, man, like I know you got like a job that's like hard to like exercise and all that. I was like, yeah, man, I'm always on the go, just super busy. I got a family too. But he was like, man, start walking more. And I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna start doing that. But he told me, he advised me, my own doctor was like, do not walk outside. I said, what you mean don't walk outside?
Oh, because the air quality.
And he was like, because you're actually doing more harm because of how horrible our air quality is, then you're doing more good to your body. I'm like, damn, I didn't even think about it like that. So when the Canadian wildfires hit just a couple weeks ago, I don't know if you knew this, Detroit in our metro region had the worst air quality, not only in the country, but the entire world. We have the worst air quality for multiple days in the entire world, y'all. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, bro. You about to look at this. Look at this. Oh, that's Detroit, baby. That's Detroit. I'm telling you. Come on, man. Are you lactose? Because there's a lot of cheese in there. Okay.
No worries. Also, even if I was, I would down.
It's good, man. Everybody come get one, man.
Oh
no,
that's good.
My campaign manager, what is that? Hold on, what she give me? Oh, dairy relief. Hey, shout out to all my black folks, because I'm gonna be honest.
Are you lactose intolerant?
I'm not. I mean, most black folks are. Like my wife. Shout out to my wife. I love you. But I do get some, but like I'll be all right. It might stink in here a little bit. But thank you to my campaign manager for having dairy relief.
I'm Turkish. We don't get lactose intolerant.
Y'all don't. Hey, y'all lucky.
Because Turks are, I think like literally from thousands of years onward, like they were the first to, from the Asiatic plains basically. They've always had horses. They were nomadic. So horse milk was a big part of the diet, and the dairy continued after domesticated cows and stuff like that. So like there's hella dairy in when I was growing up. There was so much dairy in my diet.
Man.
Yeah.
That's a blessing. But yeah,
I love cheese. And milk too, and ice cream.
And ice cream, man. Hey, this is it. Just wait till the pizza comes up.
Oh my God.
I'm glad. I told you I was going to take you. When we were in Denver shout out to Maylock, man, and she's coming to Detroit soon too, so I'm excited to see her. And Justin Pearson. Shout out to JP, by the way. He's running, his primary is August the 6th, which is a Thursday. I don't know why Tennessee has their primary on a Thursday.
That's so strange.
Y'all got to change that, Tennessee. Put it on a Tuesday. But
if people in Detroit want to meet Maylard and...
Oh, yeah. Where's it going to be at?
Monday, 4 p.m.
Okay, Monday, 4 p.m. We're doing a big rally with Chris Rabb, Maylard, Rashida, Oh yeah, Linda. Man, shout out to Linda. Who else? Oh, wait, really? Yeah. Okay, the whole crew. Okay, we're gonna have a big rally. Y'all need to come out if y'all in Detroit or in Michigan.
I think I'm doing it too, right?
Oh yeah, Hasan gonna be on there. Yeah. Hey, listen. Listen. My team, these last few days have been crazy. Our like schedules are nuts, but they just tell me to show up and I show up.
Have we hit 35?
Let's see, we're at 21, We are currently at 32.
At 35, chat. This is the extra hot sauce. It's got an X on it. Do you like hot? Do you eat spicy?
I do, but not that spicy.
Oh, so you had that before?
I have.
Oh no.
It's spicy.
Oh no.
It's spicy.
I'll be fine. Probably not.
I'm flying with this guy later, you know?
I'll be alright.
It's gonna clear you out, man. The burners, but just drink some burners. Right, right after that,
no, fix me up.
Okay.
So we were just talking about SEIU. You came out of SEIU Healthcare Michigan, organizing nursing home and home care workers.
Yeah.
You talk about your mother's brain tumors and emergency surgeries. Yeah. Covered only because of the ACA's pre-existing condition protections. Yeah. Now Medicaid cuts are strip mining hospitals, while roughly a quarter of Michiganders rely on Medicaid. And you got seniors coming to your district office deciding between rent, food, and the medicine that keeps them alive. Only in America, by the way.
Yeah, that's true.
You guys have a barbecue coming for you guys?
Oh yeah, right, a barbecue. Yeah. And then you got the pap too?
Nah, it's cheese right here.
Okay, cheese, okay.
Let me sit down, Tim.
Thank you. There you go.
Also, Danae would like the chat to know that the link to sign up for the rally is tinyurl.com/HasanRally.
Okay,
tinyurl.com/HasanRally. tinyurl.com/HasanRally. All right.
This look good. Oh, look at that. Y'all see this, bro?
Yeah, with the cheese pull.
Baby.
Oh my God. All right, so this is the barbecue.
Yeah, this is a barbecue chicken.
Okay.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. I love it, man. This home. Okay, so you were saying the healthcare issue.
Yeah, so I was going to say, do you support Medicare for all?
Hell yeah.
Do you plan on fighting back against private equity groups that are hollowing out America's healthcare system for the working class?
No, definitely, man. What's happening is we need a one single payer healthcare system, because corporations still are greedy, man, at the end of the day. And so they can get to pick and choose who gets quality care, even after you pay for it, man.
Yeah.
And you're paying these high-ass premiums and these crazy out-of-pocket costs. Your job is paying for it, and then you have to pay for it. Like, why are we double paying? Really, in some cases, quadruple, because, like, you got to pay for medication, the doctor's visits, and then you got to pay your job a month. They're taking money out your check, and then your job is paying it, too.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing it for?
Premiums have skyrocketed. A lot of people don't realize this. Like, this was something that Bernie talked about when he was presenting Medicare for all. Like, everyone was like, oh, what if it raises taxes? It's like...
The PAP, we just got the regular PAP.
Oh, it's for us. Thank you.
So, by the way, this is incredible.
Come on, baby, listen.
Oh my God. Dude, you're treating me. You're treating me to a decadent journey here.
Can I have the barbecue corner for you guys?
Okay, thank you.
Right there.
There we go.
This is a culinary experience. David, if you want, you can put it down and prop it up and then eat. You don't want to eat? No.
Greasy hands in the camera?
I mean, it's fine.
I'll get one to go. How about that? I appreciate you guys.
It's good, though.
So, you're in favor of Medicare for all. Oh, but the thing I was saying is, like, Medicare for all, for like the overwhelming majority of Americans, will be cheaper. They're like, oh, my taxes will go up. But then, hey!
We got our new congressman out of New Jersey, baby.
How's it going?
My hands are dirty.
That's okay.
I just ate.
Hey, what up, baby?
What's up?
What up, baby? Come on. New Jersey is in Detroit now, baby.
This is the infamous Detroit pizza?
Yeah, bro. He loving it.
Have you ever had it?
I've never, but...
No, you're gonna enjoy it. So we got regular cheese. We got barbecue chicken.
Okay.
We got cheese bread. We got potato wedges, chicken tenders. And I think, I think this is Pep, so don't touch this.
I don't know. No, I don't think it is. I think they're both cheese.
Oh, they both cheese?
But I don't know. We're gonna ask.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
All right.
It's the doctor, y'all, from New Jersey. Wait, what's your district, 12?
12, yeah. So I don't want to insult anyone, but
Yeah.
what's the difference between Detroit and Chicago?
Oh.
Damn.
So from a Detroiter,
It's better. No, it is. It is 100%.
You heard it from your guy. You heard it from your
they
guy.
Get mad. They get real mad, but it literally is better.
Come on. I think Detroit is a little better. I'm gonna be honest. I like Chicago too, but Chicago puts you to sleep because it's just so thick.
Yeah.
It's like deep dish.
Okay.
This is more like airy corner crust. It's not super deep dish, but like it's sauce on the top instead of sauce being the base.
Okay.
And then it's cheese and top is on top. Yeah, on the bottom, sauce at the top. So,
I love the crispy corn.
Yeah, the crispy corners. So they get like a steel pan in a sense, cast iron. And I don't know if y'all know how this started, Detroit style pizza, because they were using it like as a mechanic shop and stuff like that. And then like they were using these cast iron pans. And then they thought about like, you know what? Let's try to put some pizza in here. And then like they baked the pizza and they're like, man, they got these like crispy corners and so everybody tries to imitate it. I know Pizza Hut had like this thing, I don't know if they still do it. They're like, oh, try this Detroit style pizza. And I know pizza shops all over the country are opening, trying to imitate Detroit style pizza. But it's the original.
Really good.
It's the original, man. You can't beat it.
I mean, look, he's from a state that has some pretty solid pizza. This is an extra hot sauce that I'm waiting to once we hit 35K.
I'll take that pepper though, yep.
34 in chat.
We at 34.
34?
You're used to good pizza. I live in LA now, so I don't really get to have a lot of good pizza usually. Have you ever had a float? Oh, you're gonna try it? That's the extra hot sauce.
Whoa! Yeah, let's go for it.
Oh shit!
Whoa. It's not extra hot sauce.
Oh, it's not?
I live in Central Jersey. We have a lot of South Asians. They have hot food there.
There's a hot.
This is like a 2 there, baby.
There's a 2. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Damn. Okay, well, now we're not getting the 35 grand.
I know. I was like, damn, bro, you cooked me, man. You cooked me.
Yeah. Man, you're supposed to exaggerate. Just
no, man, this is hot as hell. No, we don't want no lies. We don't want no more lies. Okay?
Sure, it'll still be plenty hot for you, Hasan.
What? Yeah. Well, I like spicy food too, but we'll see. All right, let's talk about flock cameras.
Yeah.
You got automated license plate readers.
Yeah.
From Flock Safety, they blanketed Detroit, Wayne County. They're creating a mass surveillance dragnet. Sometimes cops are using it to like spy on their ex-wives and stuff, which is pretty crazy. There's been like some controversy.
Damn, I didn't even hear that for real.
Yes. There was a guy. Okay, you want to hear something crazy?
Yeah,
This wasn't in Detroit, but there was a cop.
Thank you.
That was investigated by Internal Affairs for misusing the flock cameras to spy on his ex-wife. The guy who was investigating him by Internal Affairs then turns out was also using the flock cameras to also spy on his ex-wife. So yeah,
bro, that is nuts.
There's a real mass surveillance problem.
Yeah. No, it is.
It's feeding data into law enforcement agencies and ICE as well. 404 Media caught local departments running searches in Flock system on behalf of ICE and found federal agencies with access to 80,000 cameras nationwide. What are you hearing from people in the district about flock cameras? Are they pissed off that they're being constantly surveilled? And what's your plan to regulate this dragnet at the federal level before every plate in Michigan is sitting in a database ICE can search with ease?
So before flock cameras, I don't know if y'all remember like green light, like the green light cameras. So Detroit is known for that now. Like businesses pay like a certain amount to install the green light cameras that are feeding to our headquarters at Detroit Police Department. And because, you know, there was a lot of car thefts, a lot of crimes that are going on in liquor stores or convenience stores, corner stores, or like, you know, gas stations. And so, you know, there was some pushback in terms of like facial recognition at one point in time, right? Because these cameras, the technology within them, if you were black and had a beard, it was like 70 to 80% wrong. Like they weren't necessarily identifying folks with accuracy. And so like there was some pushback with the like facial recognition, but people actually wanted, at least in the black community in Detroit, they wanted to feel more safe because a lot of them couldn't get gas after, you know, after the sundown essentially.
So
that was a whole thing. Like that was the whole thing. It was just too violent. And then like with the flock, what I'm hearing in the suburban communities,
The smaller piece? Sure.
it's just like the over surveillance is an issue, but more than anything, it's like the money. Why are we spending all this money doing this? Like I said before, politics is the redistribution of resources. So we're going to spend taxpayer money on flock cameras. Then that means we can't spend it on other things that actually matter, right?
Everybody
and
all right,
so we got to take away from programs, especially at the local level, that may be funding community rec centers and our parks and different programs that, you know, impact the local areas, right? For kids or seniors or whatever. And so like my view is, like, I don't necessarily want a federal mandate on it. I just want the states to be able to do what they think is best for their community around it.
That's interesting.
But I do think the data privacy side of it is crazy. Because saving the data, like the actual like footage, like I don't think they should be able to hold it for like more than like a couple days. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, but like my community is weird. Like
white people hate flock cameras.
Yeah, white folks hate them.
Yeah.
But like in the black
Republican neighborhoods, like rural areas,
yeah,
flock cameras are like breaking them.
Like in black community, it's a little different because like we're going through so much crime right now.
Yeah.
And we're already over policed. And so this can be a way, because I introduced legislation. I'll say this: I introduced legislation to pull the cops off the street. And instead of utilizing them, because a lot of the deaths that comes on the hand of police officers to black people stem from a traffic stop.
Yeah.
Like, I think the vast majority of it, I think it's close to like 80% or something. And so I was like, okay, in my head as a legislator, I'm like, how can I prevent harm and death to black people that I represent?
Yeah.
That are oftentimes, you know, over-policed. And so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna introduce legislation and I'm gonna put up, instead of having officers do the beat, let's put up cameras at intersections. And I got a lot of support in the black community when I said that and when I introduced it. It didn't get any traction because we couldn't get a hearing and we ran out of time last session. But like, it's something there, because I'd rather get like a ticket in the mail for speeding or something instead of like being pulled over and potentially die. Or having an interaction where it might go left, not only for the citizen, but for the officers themselves too. And so like, I'm thinking about it in a different light, come from a young black man experience, because I've been over policed.
I never thought about it.
Yeah, I've been stopped by the police multiple times, just like driving while black. Like every time I hear sirens, any of your folks that are black that are watching it, like I guarantee they'll probably be like, you hear the sirens, you're like, oh shit, you just tense up. And I had a floor speech about it on the House floor talking about it, man. And like, it's not a fun experience. It's not.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is my like thoughts about it. Yeah.
That's also part of the reason why like there's a lot of community organizing around like fixing back tail lights and stuff like that.
True.
In order to like try to not give as much opportunity for police to just like stop you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do it anyway though. But you're right. All right, let's talk about ICE.
Yeah, man.
February, ICE secretly bought a 473,000 square foot warehouse in Romulus to cage 500 people on a floodplain just a mile up from an elementary school and a middle school with only 6 bathrooms in it for 500 people. The city council unanimously opposed it. The state sued.
Yeah.
And in June, ICE folded and agreed to sell the property. Both you and Tanadar opposed the facility, but Tanadar voted for a Republican bill that officially expressed gratitude for ICE.
Yes.
A stunt so unbelievable that even J Street called it political theater. Do you support ICE abolition? And if so, what's your plan to hold ICE agents accountable for the people they've wrongfully jailed and murdered over paperwork violations?
No, good question, Hasan. So, yes, I support abolishing ICE. My opponent not only thanked ICE, he was on the committee, the Homeland Security Committee, and voted, I believe, at least 2 or 3 times to increase
of course,
the department's budget. When I was giving him heat, because we're in a head-to-head race and we have opportunity to win, I was giving him heat all last summer at every community event, just calling him out like, yo, he thanked ICE. He turns around and takes the legislation from Delia, the congresswoman out of Chicago, Illinois area, that was working with stakeholders to actually get the bill done. And you know, in Congress, similar to the state legislature, whoever can get the bill drafted first and drop it can take credit to enroll the bill quickly. And that's what he did. So with no consulting of the community or stakeholders or people who are impacted by this. So he can just go out here and say, hey, look what I've done, community. I got the legislation to abolish ICE.
Yeah.
So it was like more performative than anything. And so like for me coming in these positions, we're going to make sure that like we're going to work with community alongside those who are most impacted by the work. But more importantly, like we're not going to flip-flop on the issue.
Yeah.
And then what we can do.
So if you were to run for governor, you're not going to decide between running as a Republican or a Democrat.
No, that's Sheree, man. He's an opportunist. He only goes where the checks take him. And then he tries to act like he cares about our community. He's actually taking money from ICE contractors.
Yeah.
He's funded, like I'm talking about I think close to 6 figures now from ICE contractors, man. I'm like, so he's not about the real business and work of doing this, man. He's just only doing it to cover his own ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
let's talk about where he's also getting financed by.
Yeah.
For July filings, Tanadar put $3.7 million of his campaign money into cryptocurrency, which is like strange to do already. I don't even understand like what is.
He's the first congressional member in history to invest campaign money in crypto.
55% of the district funds going back to self-promotion.
Yeah.
Taking campaign finance and like putting it into cryptocurrency. These guys all over the place.
Yeah.
And he lost $643,000 because crypto is volatile. However, as an open secrets analyst put it, he managed that when the market was at record highs, so that was already unique that he lost so much money.
Yeah.
Now the cryptocurrency industry is repaying him.
Yep.
Which is insane.
Yeah.
They're repaying his losses. Like he's a Kick.com crypto gambling online casino Twitch streamer or gig streamer. Anyway, Protect Progress, part of the Fair Shake Network, sitting on $191 million to spend about $1.2 million boosting him and attacking you.
Yeah.
He voted for the Clarity Act, the Genius Act, the whole crypto industry wish list, and the week after his primary, he's booked to speak as a special guest. I don't know if you knew this.
Oh, next week?
Next week.
Oh, shit.
He's booked to speak as a special guest at a crypto industry retreat in Martha's Vineyard.
That's why he getting his money. Oh, yeah. That's why they coming heavy from him, because they
Also,
want
by
to
the way,
win.
which one was the pork one? I never even got to try that one. No, there was none. I don't think. I think they only brought cheese, but it's fine.
Okay, cool.
It's good. We had halal.
Yeah, that's cool. Facts.
Yeah.
I did not know that. I want so they're spinning big, not just to defeat me, but to make sure that he's reelected.
He's their guy. He's their guy for sure.
So he can go to Martha's Vineyard and give a fucking speech.
So I have a couple questions on this.
Yeah.
When you beat him, you think he's still going to go to Martha's Vineyard, or are they going to
they might rescind the invitation.
They're going to be like, you're good.
Yeah, you're good, bro.
You lost too much crypto. And should members of Congress be allowed to day trade stocks and cryptocurrency as well? And in one of the poorest districts in America, what does it tell voters that the congressman is losing millions gambling on crypto and then having the casino buy ads for him?
Man, it's crazy because like we need to close. So, as he was voting on the Homeland Security Committee to enrich him and Trump, because like they voted to deregulate crypto, right?
Yeah.
And he was one of the two Republicans. I mean, one of the two Democrats to vote with all the Republicans to get over the hump.
Who's the other one?
I can't remember. It was a dude. It was one dude. Can't remember, but I just remember him, and I'm like, damn, man, like this dude's crazy. So he gets a fine, an ethic violation, because he did not disclose his crypto holdings.
No, but it's nothing. It's like $300, right?
So it was $200 fucking dollars, y'all.
Yeah.
$200. An ethic violation. So that's how old draconian the laws in the books are. So we have to not only update our transparency laws, but we have to close the loophole for insider trading. And like on day one, I support that 100%. I'm sure Adam does too. But like it's not your job in public service in the house of the people. I'm talking about the Capitol to try to enrich yourself. At the end of the day, our job is try to figure out ways to improve your quality of life out here in the communities. And so not to enrich, man, it is just unbelievable. I'm dumbfounded. Let's do this.
It's just crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like, look, you live and breathe Detroit.
Yeah.
Like, you live and breathe Michigan. I've seen it with my own two eyes. I know he can attest to it too.
Yeah.
You're running up and down the streets, high-fiving people, dapping people up. You know, I mean, I was shocked. He would just walk into a restaurant and just start going up to people, laughing, smiling. I was like, damn. Like,
I was raised that way though. Shout out to my mom and grandma.
You're like an old school.
Yeah.
You're like a small town mayor. You know what I mean? Except you're running for you're running for Congress.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, this dude is like a comic book villain. Like literally.
He looks like one though.
Yeah, down to the puppy murder and everything. Like it's just like so funny to me that like you have one guy who's like lived and breathed this issue. You represent your district already in very meaningful ways. You understand it, and then the dude who's the incumbent is just like very clearly coming in from a different community, specifically to sit on this seat because he probably couldn't run for another congressional district, and this was, I guess, like easier to buy out. I don't know. I feel like it's like disrespectful almost.
Yeah, it is, man.
Especially when you clearly don't even care about this district.
It's true.
A district that needs a lot of help. It's really messed up. So, I got a couple more questions.
Yeah, for sure.
You stated that you oppose all foreign military aid, including to Israel, until we fully fund critical needs here at home. You always bring up the Tupac quote. And some of those needs are obviously housing, healthcare, education. Shri Tanadar, on the other hand, accepted a $28,758 trip to Israel paid for by AIPAC-affiliated organizations and has received nearly $2.5 million in campaign funding from pro-Israel PACs. Even though he's like self-financing and he's rich as hell, I don't even know why he needs the extra money. Will you sign the Block the Bombs Act?
Yes.
And how do you connect the billions of taxpayer dollars being sent to fund genocide overseas to the underfunded schools and closed clinics and crumbling infrastructure in the 13th district here?
Yeah, no, that's, first of all, a good question. So, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib is the only member of Congress from Michigan, out of the Michigan delegation that signed on to block the bombs.
Yeah.
On day one, when you all elect me and help put me across the finish line in the next 3 days, we will do that on day one. We will be the second person to do so. And inshallah, hopefully we'll get Abdul elected too in the Senate.
Yeah.
And it'll be probably 3 of us, which will be amazing. And maybe Will Lawrence will be 4. So, but he has to go through November too. So it's a whole nother thing. But like in terms of how, like I talked about, defined politics, redistribution of resources.
Yeah.
When you send that money overseas, it's less money for critical resources here and programs. And so, like, I just can't in good conscience support that when it's a genocide. And on top of that, not just a genocide in Gaza, but there's stuff happening in Sudan, there's stuff happening in Iran. Like there's a bunch of countries right now that America has its hand in. I mean, even in Cuba, man, there's just so much happening.
Yeah.
And like, why are we terrorizing folks Like people are like, oh, there's terrorists in America. No, man, we're the ones that are being the bullies.
Yeah.
And we're spending billions. I'm talking about billions a day just in Iran alone. I'm not even talking about in other countries. And you're telling me we don't have enough money to make sure that our seniors get the health care they need, our children are fed? Like what America are we living in?
Wealthiest nation on earth.
Come on, man, it's bullshit. So we gotta call out for what it is.
Yeah.
We gotta fight for it, and we gotta bring the resources back home, man. That's it. I'm sure Adam agrees too.
Healthcare, not bombs.
Come on, like that.
By
So,
the way, 35 hit.
oh, we did it.
35.
All right, we did 35.
You gotta
Okay.
try it. Actually, I'm gonna see if they can make it a little, cause they got some ghost pepper back there.
Oh,
but
no,
they ain't put it in this one. They got some ghost
Let's
pepper
see.
back
You
there.
just
though.
know because Adam is he's got a palate. He's got a refined
Yeah,
palate.
yeah.
He's seen combat.
What's the ghost pepper goal?
40 grand.
40 grand. I'm gonna see.
45 grand.
I'm gonna see if they can catch some stuff back there.
What is it?
I'm gonna try the
Yeah.
ghost pepper at 45 grand if we
I'm gonna
get there.
see if they got the ghost pepper ready.
Ooh.
Sauce.
Like just raw or sauce?
Sauce. No, not raw.
Oh.
Just see if they got any.
This is not the extra hot, bro.
This not? Okay, they messed it up.
No, this is Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, tell them. Okay, tell them to bring the extra hot. Cause that's not the extra hot.
Are you trying to kill them?
Wait.
No, I'm not trying to.
We have to have the 2 tiers. You get a real extra hot now, and then.
Yeah, you weren't wrong. That's not even hot at all.
Okay. Just tell them like the extra hot that they brought isn't extra hot. Just say that. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
let me try. Hold on.
Yeah, it's just Frank's. I'm pretty sure it's just Frank's.
Oh, this ain't shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I got Fire Round for you. That's usually the one that makes it on Fox News, where I ask you like the policies. And
really?
Yeah. And then before then, though, I have the Zoran method. Zoran did this thing where he defined himself by 5 easily identifiable policies. I think it's very important for Democrats to do that.
Yeah.
So I've been, asking candidates to do that.
Yeah.
What are the top 5 policies you want to be defined by? Your campaign and your candidacy.
All corporate money out of our politics. So ending Citizens United, we have to do that. We can do it through congressional action. We just need people with the courage to do so. Second thing is Medicare for all. Third thing is universal free child care. I talked about it. My wife and I, we pay more in child care for our oldest son than we do our mortgage. It's just too damn high.
That's crazy.
And if we want young families to start young families, like, you got to figure out the child care issue.
True.
The fourth thing, I would say, just the right to breathe clean air and clean water. I mean, like that, just the environmental stuff. Like, I'm a big EJ guy. And then the fifth thing would be like it's a mix between housing and employment. Because I want people to be able to work that one job, make livable wages to take care of their family, and not have to stress themselves with multiple jobs and not even have the opportunity to spend time with their loved ones. Because that's an economic and a mental health crisis within itself.
Yeah.
And then like the housing, because dude, we have so much opportunity to house people here.
Yeah.
Whether they're veterans or formerly incarcerated, like there should be no unhoused folks in our country. There shouldn't be.
Yeah.
And I just don't get why we don't put the money and resources where it needs to go. It just doesn't make sense. Because I was housing, had housing insecurity growing up, and my wife, it's crazy because when I first got with my wife, first got together, she would tease me because she'd be like, why don't you ever put your clothes in the drawers or anything like that? Because I was so used to living out of trash bags, man. I'm not joking. Like I remember she woke me up from a dream because I was bicycling kicking, right? And I was just remembering, I had like a nightmare flashback of what happened. Like growing up in the neighborhood, like people talking about going to war. My sister kind of described it to me. She's like, growing up in the inner city of Detroit, or a lot of inner cities across America that deal with a lot of crime. Like, it's PTSD, man. Like, we go through a lot of crap here. Like, it is unbelievable. And so, we love on our people. We want better for them. But, there's not a waking moment where like you have an opportunity to get gunned down or like get a and the gun shooting and arguments and all that stuff. So like I just remember being a part of drive-bys, man, and all that stuff. So like I guess I don't know, man. It'll be mental health too. That would be like the sixth thing. Will be mental health because we're going through a lot of shit, man. We're going through a lot of stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Time for rapid fire.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Housing for all?
Yes.
Tuition-free public college?
Hell yeah.
Ending the school-to-prison pipeline?
Please. Yes.
Ending cash bail?
Yes.
Abolishing and prosecuting ICE?
Yes.
A moratorium on data centers?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Ending Citizens United?
Yes.
Ending America's permanent wars?
Hell yeah. We must. We must.
Ending all U.S. aid to Israel?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
All right. Well, Donovan McKinney, everybody. Thank you so much. The primary is right around the corner on August 4th, as you guys know. It's on the same ballot as Abdul El Sayed for Senate. You were up on that Detroit Opera House stage with him, with Bernie, with AOC.
But that was epic, bro.
Yeah,
that was epic. Can I say
Fain.
this? Listen, this young black kid from Detroit, grew up on the east side of the city, to be on that stage with all of those heavy hitters, man, like I cried on the way home. Cause I was like, no, for real, cause I never knew like a kid like me could be doing this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm still young, I'm 34 years old. Like I'm still young.
I'm older than you.
Yo,
I'm 35.
Okay, barely.
I'm 1 year old.
Barely. But like, man, to be able to do this work, like to do what you're called to do, it is just phenomenal. And I want all your listeners and viewers that are tuning in, just follow your dreams, man. Do what God has taught, like literally made you to do. So whatever your hidden talent is, like find it. Whatever that ability that you have, that God-given talent, ability to do so, like just do it. Don't even stress about how you're gonna make the money. Just do it. What I hear all the time from my constituents is, it's like the coulda, woulda, shoulda people. Like, man, I could have done this, I should have done that, I would have done this if this would have happened the right way. You're gonna live through obstacles. Life is hard as it is, I understand it. But don't let anybody talk you out of following your dreams, man, because that's how you change the world. It's one random act of kindness at a time, but more importantly, is you being able to follow your dreams to inspire somebody else to follow their dreams. That's what all of this is about. And so, like, for me, this is about the service, man.
Yeah.
It's not about the title, not about money. It's about really doing what we can for working people. And then I'm not trying to stay here for life. I got my own life to live. I got my family, man. Like, I want to spend time with my babies. But I'm making this sacrifice because we all need a better world out here for each and every one of us. And that's the real fight.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to continue. I'm just...
cool.
That was just the...
Just
like
the interview.
More formal interview portion.
I love it.
That I spent most of the time eating through, but I just wanted to end the interview so I could,
He wants to enjoy the food, y'all.
Yeah.
But it's good.
One more piece right there.
Yeah, you can prop it now. You can prop it and eat, yeah.
Man, this is good though.
It's all good. Oh damn.
Adam, man. How is it in your district, bro?
How was it?
No, how is it? Like, how's it? Yeah.
Right now,
like, tell me, like, the demographics of it and, like, the struggles y'all are hearing in your district. Because, I mean, you hear me talk about it all the time, what we're going through. But what are you guys going to do in New Jersey's 12?
So I have such a wide range in my district.
Yeah.
Because, like, I have everything that ranges from, like, Princeton, and like 15 minutes away, I got Trenton.
Yeah, super rich.
Yeah.
Whoa, you got Princeton and Trenton?
And Trenton. And so I got that range.
Dang!
And then the diversity of my district, it's central New Jersey. I got really the entire world converging there. So I'm going to have like a wide, racial, religious, socioeconomic, and everyone has their own problems and issues, and trying to find how I'm going to help each individual group is important, right? And I was in a crowded race that we were able to succeed in winning, but now we got to come together as Democrats
Yeah.
for a general, and then also kind of to move on to make sure that we take care of everyone's issues. So what I've been doing in the summer is just going around, listening to people, hearing their problems and their issues, and then also trying to introduce myself to everyone, because not everyone came out during the primaries.
Yeah.
And so people want to know who this new person is that's going to be taking.
Who's this Adam guy?
Yeah.
Who's this doctor?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's the family, man? Are they like, do they know what you just accomplished and what you just done with just regular working people, man?
They know what happened. That I don't think they quite realize
the
the impact of it quite yet.
Yeah. Have you realized the impact of it?
I'm still figuring that out.
Yeah.
You're also one of the few people that ends up taking a pay cut.
Taking a massive pay cut.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Thank you, bro.
Crazy.
Thank you, bro.
That's what's
Thank
actually
you,
crazy about
Thank
it.
you, bro.
Because you did plastic surgery, right?
Yeah, I'm a plastic surgeon.
Oh, bro, you making bank. Okay.
No, he's. I think Adam HasanAbi might be the only plastic surgeon with his politics in the entire country.
True.
Like,
you
you literally.
know what? Might be.
Because no, it's crazy. Because like, look, there's doctors that make they make good money, but then there's also like plastic surgeons make really good money for the most part.
For the most part, yeah.
And
Yeah.
So for you to be like pro Medicare for all as a doctor, I feel like it matters a lot.
Well, a lot of it is education as well. I mean, I didn't know what it really meant until I started running and looking into like what's Medicare for all other than universal health care for everyone. And
you got to convince your colleagues.
It's education. It's understanding like what that involves, and there's always extremes at either end, but the middle ground is that everyone's going to benefit.
Yeah. True. Man, how do you break that down in your jurisdiction? Because I know, at least in mine, there's some folks who are like, I understand that we should have health care for everybody.
Right.
But then like that Medicare, they don't even want to.
See the problem.
They don't want it, right? They want to keep their private.
Well, see,
they have to go to
most doctors are actually suffering in the system. This is the whole craziness of this. Is like the insurance companies pour money to kind of like again to like pollute the system and what actually is happening.
Yeah.
And what actually is happening is that they are making money and profiting over people's misery.
True.
Right? So when we don't have enough money to pay doctors, when we don't have enough money to treat the patients and do the tests they need and give them the medications they need, where's all that money going? Because people are paying for premiums, and they keep going up every year. Who's making a profit? United Healthcare, fourth largest, most profitable company in the country.
Yeah.
How much is the CEO getting? When we talk about big money, it's not the doctors, it's the CEOs of these companies, right? So where's all this money going? And of course, they have to cycle it back into Congress and the system to keep this going. And they tell everyone, we don't want anything else because otherwise they're not going to make their profit.
It's a multi-billion-dollar GDP boost as well. So it's like a lot of economic activity. It's this unbelievably costly middleman that doesn't even exist in a lot of these countries too, or it exists in a much more limited degree with a lot more guardrails on it, right? Whereas in America, it's just completely out of control and it's the only game in town, so they just get away with it. And I don't think people understand, like with Medicare for all, you would be paying far less if we had one insurance pool. We would be paying as a country far less if we had one
compared to all these premiums that we're paying for.
That's true.
You'd get rid of all these administrative costs, and then like I know there's some doctors, again, a minority of like people will come in and say, well, Medicare, they don't pay anything. I'd go out of business. But Medicare for all is not Medicare. It's not
we gotta make that.
It's the largest. It's when you pull, because insurance works out. It works through leverage, right? You have to have buy-in for people that are not going to take out as much, right? You leverage it against people that are going to need the health care, that are going to be costly patients, with everybody else that is paying in and most likely is not going to use the insurance. That's just how an insurance risk pool works, right? So turning that into one major risk pool and funding it through taxes, especially for a lot of young people that are not going to need it necessarily, all of a sudden you have a far more robust system where you can actually fund. Like, you can actually fund the rural hospitals as well, because these are all the underserved neighborhoods that rely on Medicaid whenever you cut Medicaid, then no one can pay those hospitals,
True,
so those
true.
hospitals have to close down. It's devastating.
It's like you were saying, the reallocating of resources. That money that we're putting into premiums, and if we take all the profits that are just going to private like industry, and we throw that back into the system, you know, the difference is maybe a small bump that you'll pay in taxes, but you're paying a lot less in those premiums.
Yeah, so you're paying less overall.
You're like the net of it is that you're paying less, and then add to that if we start like looking at our military, where we just like approved $1.1 trillion. All right, so we take whatever 20%, $200 billion. What could we do with $200 billion? What could we do when we start doing a wealth tax? We could more than afford a system that works for patients, that works for physicians to keep them in the system and not disenchanted and closing their shops up, and make everyone's life better by eliminating what we currently do. But these are profit incentive to keep things going the way they are.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, 100%. It's a major. I mean, look, the state. You know, I don't want to say nothing about nobody that's that has a position of power in this state, but there's a fairly popular person who ran against Abdul at some point.
Yeah. I know you're talking about.
But yeah, that's like, you know, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, like they're all over this, you know, and it's unbelievable. I mean, for years, it's
After
been a
that, the
decade.
pharmaceutical company with the PBMs that are like driving pharmacies out of business, raising drug prices, and then not only that is now they're choosing what drugs patients should get, and it's not based on clinical efficacy.
No, that's true.
It's not based on what the doctor is saying or what's going to work with the patient.
Based off the money. Based off the money. They're like, well, we're going to give you this drug instead.
Right.
And then if it doesn't work in about a few years, we'll revisit it. But by that time, you're freaking dead. Like, it just doesn't.
It's a cheaper, less effective version, but go ahead and take it.
Yeah.
And then for the drugs that we do get, we pay 3 times or sometimes more than any other country from the drugs that we're producing.
It's crazy.
Yeah, Bernie used to go over the border in Vermont to Canada.
Yeah.
Like they would do trips to the Canadian side as like missions for all the elderly so they could get cheaper pharmaceuticals. People do that in Mexico too. There's like a lot of medical tourism. There's a lot of like pharmaceutical tourism where people just like cross the border over to Mexico, go to a pharmacy, get it there, and then come back because it's just like far cheaper. But that's so embarrassing. It's so unnecessary. Like this is the wealthiest nation on earth. It's unbelievable that we have to rely on crazy things like that, and not everyone has the access to be able to do that.
That's
either.
true. That is true.
You know?
Yeah.
It's messed up.
It is. Man, no, I appreciate y'all coming to Michigan, man. Coming to Detroit, coming to our district, hanging out with us, man. It's
great. I love Detroit.
Yeah. How many times you been before?
I've only been a couple, like 2 or 3 times.
Okay. Did you get the chance to explore and all that stuff?
Not really, because every time I'm here, we have stuff.
It's be packed.
I'm here for like a specific purpose, you know.
Yeah.
What's your plan for the rest of the night tonight?
What we got?
We're going on a club tour.
Oh yeah, we're going to the clubs, baby.
Oh, just like last night when we went to the
but better. Like it's gonna be like actually at real club. Oh, y'all know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the strip club that we went to. That wasn't a strip club.
No, that wasn't. No.
A former strip club turned.
Former.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm a young black man running for Congress. they're gonna literally clip this shit.
Yeah, it's true. Well, they're waiting. They're gonna be like James Harden.
Not doing strip club.
No, it was a venue, a music venue, but it used to be a strip club apparently.
Yeah. But we're going to the club to meet the voters. That's what we're doing.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, have some fun too.
What time? Oh, like late.
Yeah, late. What time? What's the price?
I think like starting at 10. We're talking to DJs so we can.
If y'all around, I don't know. You gotta leave tonight.
No, but we gotta leave early.
Okay.
That's cool though. What district? Like, I mean, what area?
What is it, downtown?
It's like all over.
All over.
Oh wow.
Just come with us.
All right, well, we'll see, because I'm not going to be able to stream that anyway, because I'm going to be done by that point, but yeah, we might have to. I might have to actually go to bed early because last night I was supposed to go to bed early. Okay, and then it was his fault at first because he was like, "Hey, come with us. We're gonna canvas for Donovan." I was like, you know what?
No, I appreciate it because I didn't know
I was
coming.
like, I'm out here. I'm out here. Yeah. We got to do it. And then I pull up, and you guys were like, "Oh, we're just gonna go to a couple spots." It was 11:30. It was 12 by the time I got to the hotel. I was like, "A couple spots." We went everywhere.
Yeah, it was crazy, man.
Yeah. He told me that you guys kept going after. You were like, one more spot.
No, it's the team.
I went to bed at 2:30. I was unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
8 a.m. event. Great.
I know we had an 8 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
We've been going since 8 a.m.
Yeah, but these are the last couple of days, you know?
Yeah, we gotta lay it on the line.
How does that make you feel that you're like doing all this stuff? You're, busting your ass.
Yeah, man.
And then Shree just like is posting up with the t-shirt.
That's it, man. He's a weird dude. You saw the video of him holding the dog?
I did not see that.
Oh my God. You gotta pull it up.
Here, send it to me.
Your viewers gotta see this shit.
He thinks 12 is late, Lamau. I'm an old man.
He said thinks 12 is late.
What?
We are starting at 10 tonight.
That's
real. Confirmed.
Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna be all night. We're literally doing a club tours, just meeting the voters, let them know, hey, we need y'all vote.
What's the total money at, by the way?
We are currently sitting at
He's doing math.
Sorry.
Complicated math.
Numbers got 36729, 36,700.
36,000.
Thank you.
Come on, guys.
Let's go.
Thank you.
We need to get more money so that we can get Donovan here in Congress so that we can work together. Come on, pick it up. We could at least hit 4,000.
He said 4,000 more. Adam, get him to 40. Get him to 40K.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. I think for those of you who are negative bank balance divas, we've been there. You're excused from this, but there's like 20,000 people in this right now. Probably about 1,000 of you have chipped in. If you are one of the many people who does not have lots of spare money to give to political candidates, we talk about $5, $25, $100, $50. You can give $1. So if you are somebody who doesn't typically give to political candidates and you want to help power this campaign, if a bunch of you right now give between $1 and $3, that'll multiply incredibly quickly and can get us to our goal like that. So negative bank balance girls, you're excused, but everybody else, I need $1 from you.
Negative bank balance girlies.
Hey, listen, you know what that is? I have never heard that term, but I'm with it.
So was it negative balance diva? I feel so represented.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, Shree's just, man, he's so out of touch, bro. So out of touch.
Yeah, we'll show up good on the screens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you sending a video?
It's better to send it to you than show a laptop, right?
Yeah.
I've learned that from repeatedly showing things to great lack of effect.
How many hours left?
I don't even know, bro. What is it, 70?
It's about 70, yep.
70 something now? Man. I just want to take a nap, hold my kids, and just sleep real quick. Well, I can't do it until
Tuesday night.
Oh yeah, Tuesday night after the elections are over. That's all I want to do. Just give me a night where I could just don't have to worry about campaigning.
Oh my God.
You want to make some comments about puppies reform?
It's just cringe, man.
Dr. H, do you know what he did to dogs? Straight.
Oh, you don't know?
Oh, you don't know what his opponent did?
In your state?
Really?
Yeah. 120 beagles, 55 monkeys. His business goes bankrupt. His pharmaceutical testing lab goes bankrupt. He just leaves them behind to starve. Former staff and activists have to jump over the fences to go and feed the animals there until there was intervention.
I'm in Oxford, Warren County.
And he's in Congress.
Yeah.
Not for long.
Yeah. Till Tuesday.
Come on.
Yeah. Oh man, this was great.
We're all animal rights people on this.
No, yeah,
Yeah, I don't understand why that's not like a bigger deal. Like, why is that not a bigger controversy?
because since he's been in Congress, he's voted with the animal rights people 100% of the time.
Oh,
to try to like
Make up for it.
make up for it.
But has like PETA ever put a statement on him or?
The ASPCA did a condemnation. The ASPCA action, C3.
So yeah, he's just over. Man, he's a weird.
I looked him up on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
There's a whole animal rights section that's all pro.
Pro? Yeah, he's been 100% since he's been in Congress.
So it's like makes him look like a great champion for animal rights.
Yeah, but he's not. He don't really.
I kept scrolling looking for it.
Yeah.
I was like, where's the thing about the tortured monkeys or whatever?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Sadly, 38.
38. Whoa, 38.
Just $1, guys.
That's
Just
$1, guys.
Everybody
we
could
can
do
get to 40.
that.
We can get to 40.
Is that starting at 0 today? Is this like
Starting at 0 today.
What?
for this event?
It's starting at 0 like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, we started fundraising when we first got here.
So like some high percentage of these people are assigned.
100%.
No, this is all from. This is my
This
link.
is not. This doesn't have anything coming in off another link. This is only people clicking from the stream. There's something called this platform is called Act Blue. All Democrats use it to fundraise.
Hey, come on, I know what Act Blue is. Come on.
So, campaigns need money so they can buy ads.
He said, go back to campaign 101 tour.
Yeah.
Are there limits?
There are.
Are there outside spending groups for this?
But there's a custom link and a rep code. I don't know how much you know about Act Blue.
You did ask some questions that was like, that's why he's not being.
He's just a broadcast professional, giving the audience.
Yeah,
all
not
the
everyone knows what Act Blue is.
Yeah.
There are some recent converts. Maybe they just got off Win Red.
I think everybody knows that, bro.
Yeah, probably.
That's crazy.
The Republicans keep trying to like scandalize Act Blue.
I know.
Like you're confused. Someone's confused uncles on Facebook being like, Democrats got 40,000.
I just saw one in Michigan.
You know, like that's one of my favorite.
Charlie LaDuff just did a thing about Act Blue. He accused it of being a scam.
I don't understand, like.
Yeah, I saw something. I just heard about it. Why is it a scam?
It was confusing. Did you see this segment?
No, but I don't understand why they attacked the payment processor.
People
Like,
don't know how to read FEC reports, and Act Blue, for donations under $250, most campaigns don't itemize them to protect small donor privacy because you're not obligated, so they show up clumped on FEC reports. It's like Act Blue, check, and the address listed as their address in Somerville, Massachusetts. So if you are just logging into the FEC and also have like the brain of a squirrel.
I always found it odd that they attack Act Blue like that. Well, I mean, what's the Republican payment processor?
Win Red.
Win Red?
Yeah.
So they have their own.
They can't consolidate though. That's new. That was like 2 years ago. One of their big problems with Republican grassroots fundraising is they don't have like one. There's like a civil war over which payment processor they're going to use.
Oh, so they have multiple.
They have multiple.
Wow, that's real free market
settling on
capitalism.
They're settling on
Yeah. Act Blue's got some problems too, from what I understand.
Well, the people at New Policy are working on their own payment processor.
Yeah.
To be an alternative for progressive campaigns. You've gotten some through it, and so you.
Yep. Oh, yeah, New Policy, yeah.
It's getting there, so we'll see.
It's a super. I mean, the overhead's crazy, right? Like,
Well, it's also about ownership. Like Vote Builder, which is Van. So if you canvas, you use Minivan.
Mm-hmm.
That is all now owned by private equity. NGP Van is owned by private equity. So that's
when?
Back.
What's up, babe?
Oh, look who it is.
Hey. So, former state rep, he was the majority floor leader with the Democrat.
Oh, yeah.
Trifecta, now he's running for the state senate.
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
What's going on?
What up, dog? So we used to neighbor just, I had buddies in my district and then he represented just something. My bad, I'm not supposed to say okay. My bad.
Well, I was too late. They know.
Oh, they know? Okay, they know.
They know where we're at.
What'd you say?
I wasn't supposed
He's
to
just
say.
doxing where we're at.
Yeah, my bad.
Over and over again.
Oh, we're downtown Detroit at the Buddy's Pizza near Fox Theater, y'all. I got you.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
He doesn't know.
Wait, is that not where we're at?
No.
I'm looking now.
Oh, I thought we.
No. I'm making all the groupies go downtown.
Oh, okay.
Which we are totally downtown, by the way.
We're downtown. Wink. Yeah. Oh, we just been talking, man.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about Ag Blue and its problems.
Those damn fees, bro.
By the way, you're 44.
Wait.
44. Yo,
Considerably.
thank you. Hold on, man. Shout out to the people, man. Thank y'all.
We really
Which shatter maxed out? Somebody maxed out.
Somebody maxed out. Oh, thank you.
That's speculation.
Oh, speculation. Okay. That's huge. 44. That's amazing.
So we are 1K away from what is
Ghost pepper sauce from a beer pizza.
No, the naga sauce.
Oh, maybe
No,
we need
the
to
ghost
check.
pepper sauce.
That's not this. This shit will kill you.
Oh. Okay.
Donovan, your wife said to give you these two.
Okay.
Wait, so
Okay.
wait.
Oh,
Tell the
Tom's.
chat what it is. What is it?
Tom's, y'all. Tom's.
Y'all waited for me to be done with my pop.
Hold on, you can. Oh shit, get him another one.
Okay.
Give him another burner.
No, it's too much. No, we
You should
can't.
try it
Oh,
first.
burners.
Yeah, give him
another drink,
burner.
another drink.
Another drink.
Have you had a what was it called again? Floaty?
Yeah, float. Burner float. Ice cream float.
Have you ever had? You've never had a
I've
float?
had one in the past, but I didn't have one today.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Was it in root beer? Because it's supposed to be in root beer.
No, it's supposed to be in Verners.
What do you got there?
It's
Wings
more-
or chicken?
Go ahead. I'll say that.
I just finished door knocking, guys, so I'm hungry.
So listen, a constituent came in. I don't know who.
48.
48.
48.
Yo.
Can I tell you guys something? This is how Donovan acts in real life too, man.
That is true.
This is not an act.
No, this is true.
Yeah.
So and look at that hairline. His opponent, shitty ass toupee.
That is true. I don't understand why he does that, because at that point it's like, who are you fooling?
Yeah, that's true.
Like, who is this? Who are you selling with this?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Anyway, so all right, well, guess we should just end the stream. I don't need that. This is.
They want him to try it. Listen, y'all want him to try it?
No, it's bad. Naga peppers. Shout out to my Bengalis.
Shout out to the Bengalis.
That's the spiciest shit you'll ever eat, y'all.
What's it smell like?
Yeah, he's like, yeah.
It smells like the thing that the outer lining that we put in pastırma in Turkey. Like it's well, I guess Armenians do it too. It's like in order to like preserve the meat, we just like put something around it. That's what it smells like very interesting spice.
Turkish food is not spicy.
No, Turkish food is not
Not at all.
spicy. No, I know. I like spicy food.
That'll burn.
He's Yemenese, by the way, so he knows a little bit of spice.
I love spice, bro.
A little bit of spice.
You guys went to Yemen Cafe yesterday?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
we
but they
did.
got
We did.
shawarma.
Yeah, but because we were
Somebody ordered us
we were getting ham food because we were going to walk around.
Yeah.
Okay. You could have got a fasta sandwich.
Well, I didn't order it.
I didn't order it either.
Who ordered?
I wanted some
Somebody ordered.
Yemeni food, man. I wanted the Yemeni.
Hey, be careful.
Who ordered us chicken shawarma?
I'm not joking.
Oh, you sound real.
First of all, look, I love Yemen Cafe, but their chicken shawarma ain't it. It's not.
It was all right. It wasn't, you know.
No, I'll tell you. No, you have to go to.
All right, I'm trying it.
Yeah. Oh.
49.
Oh, it's one of those delayed ones.
Oh, it's building.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh, because at first I was like, oh, it's not that bad.
Hey, do you want some ranch?
Okay, that's not. I mean, it's spicy, but it's not that bad.
Okay.
You try it.
No, I'm not trying that shit.
No, try it.
There you go.
Wait, this is the Naga sauce?
It's not that bad at all. It's not that bad at all.
He'll tell us for real.
Did they mix it with tomato?
It's the ghost pepper sauce.
Is it hot?
No, it's not that bad. But it is delayed. But I was expecting a way bigger pop. And it's not.
He said no.
No. It's like it gets a little bitter.
Okay.
That's it.
Oh yeah, ghost pepper. Yeah.
Smell it.
It smells good.
Okay.
You don't like the smell
It's
of it?
really not that bad.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more than that.
Yeah, this place doesn't. This place is not very spicy.
Okay.
Come in New Jersey.
This is a pizza
I'll
joint.
show you how.
This is a pizza joint. No, I believe it. It's a pizza joint.
I was so worried. I was like,
We're
oh, we
good.
need the burners and everything.
Did they mix it with tomato?
So you're a doctor.
Yep.
This apparently cures the common cold. That's how they sell it.
No. You know Verner's was created to cure the common cold.
I mean, a lot of these sodas that originally started with Coke and
Well, Coke had like
they were all
literal.
at pharmacies to.
But this is the first soda ever created. Pop. We call it pop.
Well, every
but y'all
time
call it
I
soda.
get sick, my mom says drink some ginger ale.
Right.
This is it. This is Verner's. This is Verner's.
You're like, I'm a doctor. That's not how this works.
It's Detroit, baby. We cure the common cold. Come to Detroit.
Can I get a burgers also?
You want one too?
Yes, please.
Anyone else want one? Who's sitting at that table?
Verner's?
You should get a float. It's fire.
I don't want to.
What?
They have a diet burgers.
It's fine.
Diet Verner's.
They have diet?
Bro, what is? Yeah, they do. But like, why?
I just don't like sugar.
Bro, you on stream?
No,
with-
I eat my sugar.
You're Yemeni and you don't like sugar?
No, I don't. I eat my sugar.
Okay,
I don't
I
drink
was
that.
like, that's a lie.
No. I eat my
No,
sugar.
Somalis and Yemenis, they love sugar. It's crazy. Everything that I've ever had.
What,
Both
coffee?
my parents
They
are
love
diabetic.
coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all love coffee.
And you like green tea?
Well, coffee
Green tea,
started
well,
in Yemen.
green tea.
I mean, that's it's the OG coffee there.
It's the OG coffee.
This guy, by the way, when he gets to Congress, Allah Inak. Man, just never walk down the halls with this guy. I tell you what.
Why?
Because this man will stop and shake everybody.
I know, I've done that last time.
Okay.
That's what
Oh,
I've been
man.
doing the last 2 days.
I go canvassing with him, and I'm telling him, Donovan, we only got to hit like
It's like we walk 3
I
feet
know.
in every.
He's like, no, always with the people, bro. He stops with everybody.
You have to though, man.
And you know, you're
Not
like,
during GOTV.
You're like a small town mayor. Like,
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
He's like dabbing everybody up, and
He's
he's
loud
just
as
like,
hell. He's like Fat Albert.
it's crazy.
I love this.
Just like you're like very excited to see everybody, which is dope.
Yeah.
You know.
No, man, I love people, man.
You do.
I don't think you should be in these positions and you don't love people. Like, get the heck up out of here. We don't love people, man. This is a people's business.
That's right.
You gotta help folks.
That's why you got to donate to McKinney.
Yeah.
Dollars for Donovan equals democracy for Detroit.
We are $200 from 50K.
$200 from 50K. That's crazy.
Watch out.
Wow,
This is a blessing.
Wow, we cooked. We cooked.
Yeah, y'all did. Y'all could.
We cooked Michael from Pennsylvania. Hell yeah.
By the way, while we get to 50K, Abe here who's running for state senate.
Yeah. What about me?
So, Michigan Advance wrote about this race. Michigan pro-Israel donors have mobilized to support his opponent, Justin, against a Yemeni-American opponent in the Democratic State Senate primary for a district covering parts of Detroit and downriver. The donors report for $117,000, or 33% of his opponent's money. That includes donors to AIPAC, who gave to his opponent, donors to Republicans, a PAC that supports Michigan's GOP legislative leadership, a bank executive, members of establishment Democratic campaigns. His opponent took PAC money from DTE and billionaire Matty Maroon's companies. All of the
Wait, it gets worse. I swear to God, y'all. There's an Epstein associate that donated to his campaign. Sri Thanadar gave to his campaign. And my opponent donated to Haley Stevens. So, all I'm saying is Donovan and I are brothers. I'm proud to say we endorse each other on day one. I've seen this guy serve. I've seen the other dumbass serve, Sri Thanadar. I would say you can spell shit with Sri Thanadar, because that's what he's full of. Sorry. I gotta say it, all right?
Bro, this is going on Fox News. Just no, like everything that you're saying. on
Shout out
here,
Sean Hannity. You and Sri have more in common.
He talks about me every night.
He does?
Yes, every single night. Last night he had Mark Levin on. Mark Levin was on the verge of tears. No, literally, he's calling me Hasan Piker.
Oh.
Yeah, because here's what happened. I did this documentary with Donnie O'Sullivan for CNN, and in it, they're asking me about the anti-Semitism bill, all this stuff, and insurgent left movements that we're working with. And at the end of it, at the end of the entire documentary, Donnie asked me so you say you care about fighting fascism.
What will you do if the 2028 Democratic primary winner for the president, the candidate, is not sufficiently anti-Israel? And I said, I'm not going to have to make that decision at all, because there won't be a pro-Israel Democrat that will win the 2028 primary. So that went all over Fox News, and they've been losing their minds since then. They're like, this is crazy. They're saying this, and then half of them are saying, this is crazy. How dare he say such a thing? This is so anti-Semitic. And then the other half are like, yeah, Democrats are the party of anti-Semitism because he's, you know, they're endorsing this kind of behavior. And it's so wild because it's like, that's just the majority opinion in this country.
You know what I use as an analogy? If you got a bunch of donations from the Catholic Conference, or like donors from the Catholic Conference, and then you have a strong anti-abortion position, I have a right to question the people that gave you the money. You're not anti-Catholic, right?
Yeah.
So there's this notion that if you, like, it doesn't matter. The faith is not the question.
Yeah.
It's, should the United States be funding a genocide?
Also,
Should we
it
be
has
aiding and
nothing to do
abetting
with
one of the
faith
most
anyway.
developed nations in the country, right? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So when people say, why is Gaza the litmus test? And because I can't trust you if you're willing to sell out to a foreign government. Like, how are you going to stand up to DTE if you're not willing to stand up to AIPAC?
Yeah.
How do I trust you to stand up to the insurance lobby if you're not willing to stand up to AIPAC?
Yeah,
Right?
that's true.
And it's like, genocide, this is the most documented genocide in human history.
Yeah.
And you still have folks saying, well, it's complicated, I'm not sure. It's like, what are we talking about? You literally have had mothers who's, you've done surgery on these people.
I've actually been there. I've witnessed it.
Yeah.
And so when people come and say I'm like making things up, it's like, you go there with me and take a look and see what's happening. Let the world in. Like, why aren't journalists allowed? Why aren't people allowed to go see what's happening? Why can't we have third party in there to actually make an assessment?
Yeah.
What are you trying to hide? I have nothing to try to hide. And so it's exactly what you're saying. Criticizing a state, criticizing Israel, and saying that that's anti-Semitism is insulting to all the Jewish Americans who are not supporting the genocide.
Yeah.
To all the Jewish Americans who are saying that this is wrong, and to call this as a, like, to try to lump it all into one thing, that's a true dangerous problem, because then you're conflating the two things.
Yep,
And that creates like a real sense of like hate which shouldn't exist at all.
Yeah. And every time Haley Stevens comes out and says, oh, Abdul is actually, well, y'all are from here. Can you, what, is that a real Uber accent? Is that Upper Peninsula? Which she's not from, by the way. She's from Rochester, right? Like, is that, why are you laughing?
Hey, answer the question.
Because I get
No, but it's wild. It's wild, but you're right though.
we can't say nothing about that. I'm a brown dude. I can't talk about anybody. Otherwise, I'm just an aggressive, misogynist, Muslim, sexist aggressor.
Yeah, Abdul's been getting that a lot. Which is funny.
You know what's funny?
He didn't even say anything. So he was just so nice about her, and he didn't even have to say anything, and he was like, I think people should stop making fun of Haley Stevens. And then the next day she's like, angry Muslim man, woman-hating angry Muslim man. It's like immediately. It's so lopsided.
It's the trope they do every
It's
single
so
time.
lopsided. It's crazy. Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway, she was asked about the AIPAC thing by Samuel Robinson.
Oh, Sam Robinson.
Yeah, he's dope.
Machine Chronicle. Yeah, he's good people.
I really like what he's been doing. And he asked, like, so you said, like, Abdul is disrespecting all Jewish Americans with this AIPAC thing. Like, you're connecting AIPAC to all Jewish Americans, like, and immediately she went on a tangent about me. She's like, oh, well, Abdul brought Hasan to the state and took him to universities, and these campuses are already like.
Yeah, here's the thing, that didn't work. It literally caused the demise of
Mallory Morrow. Yeah.
I'm like, what are you?
No, that's the last like ripcord that they pulled. That's what Andrew Cuomo did.
Yeah.
They got nothing else. Yeah, when they got nothing else, they play that, and then it's just hasn't worked since. They did it
all the time. They're like, why did you bring Hasan Piker to the district? And I'm like, well, what's
I'm from New Jersey, which is crazy. Like, I was born in New Brunswick.
Yeah.
Like,
come on home, you know?
You sure you're not hiding in the mountains of Pennsylvania?
Yeah, exactly.
We're at 50K.
Wow!
Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. Come on. Come
Hell
on.
yeah.
Let's go. Thank y'all. It means a lot. We're going to win this shit. Post that on Fox News.
50K versus 50 million? You got it, man.
We'll be getting outspent like a motherfucker, but we're gonna win it.
That's actually been one of the more interesting through lines in all of these campaigns that I've worked with, where normally, I think in American politics up until like these last couple of election cycles, it's like 97% of the time the side that outspends wins, right?
Yeah.
There's a good reason why AIPAC spends a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I think every single race that I've been involved in, I don't know if you were, you fundraise a lot, but with the exception of yours, I think every race that I was involved with, they were outspent.
Yeah.
And they still won.
Really important thing.
We actually flipped the books.
Really important about Adam though is that yes, there wasn't a lot of outside spending against him, and yes, he raised a lot of money, but there wasn't a lot of outside spending against him because he raised a lot of money early. Right? Like you made the environment.
We started right in the beginning, and so we kind of already had my story out and my narrative out, and it's a lot harder to change that than to come in first and then set it.
Define. I mean, that's part of the reason
I was able to define who I was and what I stand for
early.
And it's just it's a bigger haul to try to change that once it's embedded.
And Emily's List, which is the group that elects pro-choice Democratic women, they have questionable politics, but Emily stands for early money is like yeast, because it grows. And so their whole operus moderendi in the 90s was to get pro-choice Democratic women early campaign money because it put them ahead of the fields in competitive primaries. It's true for this movement as well. Early money is critical, and when you get lots of money early and build a strong grassroots campaign like Dr. H, you can scare off AIPAC Crypto AI by making it too expensive to flip the narrative. And that's exactly what happened in NJ12, one of the most expensive districts to run in the country, Philly and New York media markets, where an IE has double, triple, quadruple the cost of a campaign's direct spend.
Right.
Because of his early success, it was untenable for AIPAC to get.
But you know what's fascinating? Like when we're knocking doors now, people are just sick of it. Like
that's true. That is true.
Oh my god! And like in my race, unprecedented. 27 mailers have been sent for my opponent from 5 IEs and 1 super PAC. And your mailers are freaking billboards, bro. It's like Donovan McKinney is a murderer of children.
And they darken my face too. It's all racist tropes, man.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, scared of the black man.
Yeah, but it's like Detroit. I guess it works in the suburbs.
Unfortunately, I mean, we've had our districts overlap. We've had a lot of people say, we don't trust him because they've done a really good job. This is why the money's important, is Donovan didn't get a chance to define himself in those areas first.
Yeah.
But I have not met a single person, he knows, we served in the House, there's a lot of people that don't like me. I don't really care. But nobody dislikes Donovan, nobody. And I think it's, when people meet this guy, there is no doubt that they fall in love with him. Every single time. So, what you see is what you get.
Yeah, and in a lot of these races, also it is about making sure the voters are as informed as possible on the policy differences.
Yeah.
Especially with these incumbents, they're so bad. Their track record is so bad usually. Especially yours is exceptional.
Can I tell you what Shri told me? I served with him in the House too. When he sat me down, he asked me to come to his house. He bought an apartment at the Capitol. He's like, come, I want to talk to you about something. I was like, okay, what's up? So we sat in the lobby of his apartment. He goes, I'm thinking about running for Congress. I was like, okay, why are you telling me? He goes, I want your support. I'm not endorsing you, but okay. Why do you want to do it? He goes, I want to make history. I was like, okay, there's a dime a dozen, Rokana, you name it. There's a bunch of Indians that have served. He's like, I want to be the oldest serving congressman in American history.
That's what.
Where to God? Donovan knows the story. And I told him, because Donovan wasn't in the House at the time.
Wait, how old is he?
There's 21 more.
He just turned 71.
So he has 20 more years. He wants 10 more terms of this to break the record. He just wants to be in the history book. Swear to God. The guy doesn't have, he had 2 interns in his office, because our offices were right next to each other at the Capitol. One of his interns ended up coming to work for us. He had no staff. The guy had no. He could not keep any staff.
You don't need staff if you're spending it all on billboards and yourself.
But he was so for a guy as rich as he is, he was so shitty to his staff. One time, so our intern finally got hired part-time, and I said, dude, you should be getting full-time work. He's like, are you sure? I was like, this guy's taking advantage of me. He's worth $60 million. Go back in there and say, if you don't give me a full-time job with benefits, I'm gonna quit. He's like, are you sure? Like, what do you mean, are my sure? Like, it's, you know, when he bought his Escalade when he ran for governor, he literally got the top of the Escalade lifted. So he said, I want to feel like I'm in a bigger car. So if you look at photos of his Escalade when he ran against Abdul and Gretchen, it has like 5 or 6 inches of just metal to cover the top.
I love the story that he was going to run as a Republican first.
Oh, every time? Yeah.
That's so funny to me. He was just like, I don't know.
You know how he picked his district when he ran for House? He literally looked at the map and said, where did I do the best? And he said, I'm running in this House district for the state legislature. The guy, I mean, he's shrewd. Like, people think he's an idiot because he walks around like he just has no principles. And I think that's the scariest part. I respect whatever we feel about Haley. She's 10 toes for Israel. I don't know why she believes in it, but she does.
It comes to her in her dreams.
Yeah. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Her words.
Yeah, I didn't make it up. She said it. I don't know why. On Christmas. With the Christmas tree in the background. It's such a strange video. I'm sorry. Yeah, she's worked hard for Michigan. Is what she also says a lot. I can say it. She's literally been called. This
is good pizza.
She said I was talented. I was a talented anti-Semite. That's what she said earlier.
Do we have the receipts for all this food? The receipts.
Why?
He's making a joke.
You don't do it? You don't get it?
I don't get it.
She was saying she had receipts for Abdul.
What receipts?
She kept saying like, I have your receipts. She just kept saying like, I want to see your receipts because.
I'm the camera not looking at me.
Oh my god. Okay, dude. Stop.
I'm looking at you.
You're so much worse than I am.
No.
That's
crazy. Do not put me in this shit.
I was just smiling at my. I was just smiling at my brother.
Let us win.
Thank God it's only 3
days. I know, just 3 days, bro.
Jesus
Christ.
Chad is saying, stop putting these candidates on the spot, bro. He's putting himself on the spot.
I didn't do anything. I was smiling at my brother.
Yup.
Right?
Yup.
That's crazy.
Hey, there's not another camera angle, is there? I don't know how this Twitch stuff works. I'm an old millennial. I'm 32.
Yeah, you're perfect for this kind of thing, though. You're very clippable. Yeah.
You're gonna get a lot of attention in the next few days.
VoteAbe.com. Donate.
Wait, Abe, what's your bot? Give us your bio. Why are you running?
Oh yeah.
How are you?
Man. Why did I run the first time? So I was a pre-med student at Michigan State, go Green, and Trump was elected. I gave a speech at like The Rock, which is Michigan State's a better school, by the way. Donovan's a Wolverine.
Man, no, it's not, man. Go Blue.
So him and I actually Donovan and I started the Detroit Young Dems at the time, and it was myself, you, Brandon Snyder, who now runs the Michigan Working Families Party.
Yeah, we restarted. It was started in the past, but we kind of
we restarted it.
Yeah.
Taylor Harrell, what was Maya Jones? So it was a clique of us that started the Detroit Young Democrats, and Trump gets elected president. 3 days before he signs the travel ban, my uncle in Yemen got killed in an airstrike, Saudi airstrike, that the U.S. gave the weapons for. And I remember our state senator at the time was indicted for public corruption. So I decided I was going to run because the people running in that race was a guy with 8 felonies, the indicted senator's former chief of staff, a guy with like 6 DUIs. It was like the most interesting primary ever. So I ended up running as Honest Abe. I said, I'm 23. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. And Donovan ran. Did you run that year in 18?
No. I ran. That was 16.
I was 16. Okay. So 11 people jumped in that primary. I was a nobody. Abdul's running for governor. Rashida was running for Congress at the time. I placed second out of 11. I only lost election day voting by 5 votes. And I remember a lot of folks called me after saying, what's going on? Like, what's up? What's happening? So who is this kid? I ended up moving to New York City. And after the Bernie primary, I fly out to New York. This was in 2020. Actually, that's where I first met Zohran. He was running for assembly, and I gave a speech at some fundraiser in Queens, and he was like, man, I want to learn how your speaking style is. I was like, just watch a bunch of Obama videos.
Bro, this guy, literally, he's like, I taught Zohran how to speak. That's crazy.
Zohran knows this, by the way. Because, Zohran came up to me, he's like, brother, how can you quote hadith? And he was saying a bunch of stuff. I was like, just watch Obama videos, bro. And that was the secret. But I ended up moving back, and our friend, his frat brother, Isaac Robinson, was the state rep at the time. I flew back to Michigan Friday the 13th. It was New York City had shut down. COVID just destroyed the whole place. March 29th, I get a call that our friend, Isaac Robinson, died of COVID.
Yeah.
This was in 2020.
It was the first wave of deaths.
Yeah. He was the first like notable death in Michigan.
Yeah.
His dad ends up calling me saying you should think about running. I ran in 2020, was reelected in 22. My colleagues elected me majority leader. Donovan came into that legislature, and we first Democratic trifecta since Reagan. And I remember feeling like we had a chance to do something. I'll be honest, we botched it. We had a Speaker of the House that took more money from DTE than any Democrat in the history of the state of Michigan, except our governor. And it was sad. I'm just telling you guys, like, this is. And then we had an outage the first year that we served.
Yeah.
And we ended up saying, like, these guys got to come in and answer the question, like, why is it that Michigan has the highest rates and the most frequent outages in the country? And I remember being told, like, you got to stop fighting DTE. You guys got to stop talking about them. And there's a joke in Lansing, you can't spell Democrat without DT and E. So I'll be honest, like, I remember going to the Mackinac Policy Conference. I've been there 3 times. This is the time that we saw the Democrats in power. It did not feel any different. This is the same shtick, people getting drunk. More condoms are sold during the Mackinac Policy Conference on the island than any other time. So these upstanding, righteous, honorable elected officials, this is what we had. So I decided, I remember leaving the island. Donovan knows this is true.
No, that's facts.
So I remember leaving, I remember saying, I'm done, like, I'm not running for re-election, it's not worth it. So I ended up making the decision not to run for re-election, and then I went to New York, actually. I ended up helping Zohran out in the primary with the Bengali. You corroborate my story, man. I'm
gonna ask. There would be no Zohran without Abraham Ayaz.
You taught him everything he knows.
Everything except the TikTok. But when I was there, we saw what a politics can look like when you just talk about the stuff that matter to people. So I came back and I was like, we're going to run on 3 issues like he did. We're going to talk about freezing DTE rates, which have gone up 120% in the last 20 years. Industrial rates have gone up 11%. Their stock price has gone up 270%. So you talk about what corporate greed looks like. Nowhere is that more obvious than our utility rates here in the state of Michigan. Yeah. Car insurance, 4th highest in the nation, the highest in the Midwest. Proposing a public option and ending location-based pricing with the zip code tax, something Davin and I fought for. And then this guy's favorite issue, because him and his wife love each other so much, they have 3 kids, universal child care.
But I've seen that in action last night.
Isn't it beautiful?
No, like literally, we were walking around, and there was that lady. Yeah. There's these 2 ladies that were walking into this concert, and he's, being his jovial self. He's like, "Oh, what's up? What's going on?" And he's just like handing people pamphlets, and one of them was like, "Sell me on it. Why should I vote for you?" And he was like, "Childcare," and she was like, "Sold." Literally, instantly. It was a wrap.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
It's Michigan is the fastest aging state in the Midwest, top 10 in the country, right? We got a real problem. No one's having kids. The only reason why our population is growing, y'all, is because of immigration. So people like my dad is why the state is growing in population. No one wants to have kids anymore. It's too expensive.
Yeah, it is. Man.
And we grew up with what I call the Farmer Jack's era. If you are watching this and you know Farmer Jack's, send $5 to Donovan right now. Farmer Jack's was a local grocery store that got bought out, and then private equity shuttered it. But it was, if you grew up in Michigan, it was started on the east side of Detroit and became like a regional, really nostalgic shop that we have in Michigan. And then 2007 it shut down, and now we all are miserable with Kroger, Meyer, and all those.
Yeah.
They all collude.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it. I mean, that's why I ran, and I hope to be able to serve with this guy, myself in state government, him in federal government, to finally have a real partner. I'll never forget, like, Shri was my congressman, terrible congressman. He's not responsive. He'll use the story that he helped me get my passport, but I was like, if I wasn't the state rep, were you going to expedite my passport appointment? Every other time I called Rashida. And it's because,
I've heard his constituent services.
Oh, it's trash.
It's trash, man.
And it's not his staff's fault. He doesn't pay them enough.
Yeah, that's true.
And then he doesn't give them the resources that they need. And that's just not in one of the poorest districts in the country.
Yeah.
People call government when they're in distress, under distress. They're not calling to ask you, thank you for standing up against Trump. They're calling you because they have $15 a month for food stamps, or they're about to get evicted, or DTE shut down their power, or shut off their power. Like, this is the shit that we get calls about. And Donovan and I work together in the House to try to build as much constituent services as possible. Because when people call government, that's like, you don't want them to feel like government doesn't work, and then they just completely check out. So.
Do you feel like that's the reason why Michigan is even a swing state to begin with? Because I feel like Michigan is not a swing state at all. That's what Michael Moore said in 2016, where it's like, this is not supposed to be a swing state.
It's not.
It's not, right?
It's supposed to be like Illinois, quite frankly.
Yeah. So the fact that it's even a swing state at all, the fact that it even went to Trump at all, is because of like the talent that has run and won in these districts across the board. And oftentimes it's difficult to get someone who is more honest and more invested in helping the constituents, helping the people that voted for them, because moneyed interest comes in and buys the seat out for them.
I'll give you an example. When we voted on the data center tax break bill, Speaker of the House came and said, we got to get this done before the election. I was like, you're gonna rip up. I was in leadership. I said, you're gonna destroy the caucus, because like we were vehemently split on this issue. And he said, we need to get this done before the election. I was like, if you're gonna throw this shitty bill up, at least give us something to go home with to say we fought for an issue. So we said water affordability, which all it would have done was add $1.25 to everyone's bill to fund a statewide water affordability program, so we don't shut people's water off in the Great Lakes state. Crazy ass idea. And I remember they moved heaven and earth to get this bill passed. We were on the floor, for 18 hours? And Donovan and I were whipping no votes, right? Yeah. We were trying to kill
I told them earlier, we got concessions on it.
Oh, we got the closed loop system.
Yeah.
We got them. They had to plug in directly to the city's water source.
But Meta was so powerful, man.
Meta and Google, I swear to God,
they came in and bought everybody.
One of the speaker's staffers walked off the floor bragging that they got a $750,000 check from Microsoft.
Yeah.
And I remember like thinking to myself, this is unbelievable.
But this is how government works, y'all.
Yeah.
We have to change it.
So when you see stuff like that, it's like it's not. Yeah, but I remember when we came to the House, Hasan, we were one of 6 lawmakers that never took DTE money. Now there's 148 people running for state, House, and Senate, and all of them have signed the pledge. Now my opponent says the same thing, but he's gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars in dark money, which you can't legally accept.
Yeah.
He went to Columbia Law. He knows better. So he doesn't take their money, but they magically have sent 25 mailers on his behalf, telling you how great he is and he's going to fight for voting rights. And this is the example. Like, they're literally running an ad for him, saying he's a black Detroiter that's fighting for voting rights. And they have another dark money group against one of the Republicans, Steve Carra, who's a fascist, by the way, but it is what it is. He's against data centers. And they're running an ad for his opponent, saying Luke Lurie is going to fight woke rhino policies. Call the legislature and tell them you support conservative Luke Lurie's plan. And then for my opponent, they'll say, call the legislature and tell them you support my opponent's plan for voting rights. This is the type of shit that they do.
Yeah.
And Michigan passed a law. Most people don't know this. We passed a law in 2017 that said Citizens United on steroids, which basically said if you open up a C4, so long as you don't use the dirty words, support, vote for, advocate, they can run ads about whatever you want them to run on, and they never have to disclose who the donors are. So if you ever drive down...
Why do they do that?
Because they don't want you to know. So in 2018, in our first race, the auto insurance industry put like $2 million in 6 state Senate seats. And all they ran were ads that said, your insurance is too high. It'd be like 6 billboards back to back. And then it would give you a comparison. Cleveland's auto insurance rates, Detroit's auto insurance rate. And then it would say, we need so-and-so in Lansing. It didn't say elect, vote for, it didn't identify them as candidates, but it's the name ID, because most people are not paying attention to the down-ballot races, which is why I need people to pay attention to the down-ballot races, because they've spent over $1 million. My state senate race is the most expensive state senate primary in Michigan's history. 27 mailers, 6 dark money groups are invested in this race. My opponent has taken a shit ton of money from AIPAC leaders, and then he lies about not taking it. And it's really because on October 8th, I got a call saying we got to pass a resolution in the House to condemn Hamas and to stand with Israel. And I said, over my dead body, were we going to talk about Israel and Hamas without acknowledging the apartheid and the ongoing genocide? And I remember they said, we got to do this. We're getting a lot of pressure. But my chief of staff, her aunts, swear to God, her aunts were kicked out of Palestine in '67. And as they walked across the desert into Jordan, both of her aunts died of dehydration. So when people say this is like a far issue, it doesn't connect, these are real stories that people living right now have direct impact.
Yeah, I mean, especially, we were in Dearborn yesterday. I mean, there's people whose villages have been completely destroyed, flattened out by Israel in the past couple of months.
Yeah.
You know?
And we're paying for it.
Yeah.
Right? So rather than rebuild DPS, Detroit Public Schools here, we're just destroying shit over there. It's disgusting. And I think Abdul has done such an incredible job drawing that through line that Gaza is your issue. Because for every dollar they're bombing and blowing up properties and hospitals and schools, that's one more dollar that they're not putting here. And I think that's a real question. But we have all the money in the world to give to data center companies for tax breaks.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. I got
No, it's great. No, you're right. It's messed up. All right. On that note, I think that'll be all for tonight. We did. What's the final number?
Well, an unknown amount was raised for aid. We probably pushing that link, so maybe you guys can find out. But
You'll find that out.
For $1, we are at a common.
If you're watching right now, donate $10 more. I swear he's not going to be Richie Torres. I promise you. Donovan is one of the most sincere brothers.
That's crazy.
I was like, damn, that's
Why did you even bring up Richie Torres?
Right now we are at $51,000 for Donovan.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank y'all, man. That means a lot. We about to go win it.
That's right.
3 days.
That's going to be my congressman.
Let's do it.
DMC.
Hell yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
HasanAbi, thank you for coming on. Tomorrow, I'm going to be in Wisconsin with Francesca Hong and Ilhan Omar. Very exciting stuff. And then I'm going to come back to Michigan and do, one big push
Close
for
it out,
everybody.
baby.
Close it
Wait,
out.
You're leaving and coming back?
Yeah.
It's just across the pond.